Recording in progress.
Libra 7 on the chat.
By the way, Tim, I wanted to get the simulation ready for today for my toroid, but I did not have time, so next time I'll show the simulation.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, things are starting to pick up in May. I'm surprised. Things are starting to kind of get busy, and that wasn't necessarily the case until just recently. But like last month was pretty slow, but everybody's kind of working on stuff now.
Yeah.
Tim, I have a request. If it's possible to get Ted Pittman on a little earlier, because I really want to see his presentation and I have a scheduling conflict.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Ted just joined us too.
Well, and I think Julia has to run a little early, so we may be kind of ahead of schedule anyways. But well, it's 12:01, so guys, let me do this. Let me switch things over, and I'm going to mute everybody out. I'll do my intro, and then I will hand things over to Julia, and I think we're just about set. So. Okay, and just for safety's sake,
Jim?
let me see. I'm going to mute everybody out. Okay. And we are recording, so I will just count this down. Hopefully my Mac is set up right and I'm all set. In 3, 2, 1. Welcome to APEC.
Hello.
It's May 20. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, guys, I'm doing the intro, so no talking. Okay. Welcome to APEC. It's May 28th, and I'm your moderator, Tim Ventura. First, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us on this call, along with everyone watching us on YouTube. In today's session, Dr. Julia Mossbridge will discuss reverse causality in photons. David Alzafon will present on NMR gravity modification, and Ted Pittman will demonstrate his patented impulse driver. Mark Sokol will be joining us live from the ISDC conference, and we're going to be finishing off this event with open discussion and ad hoc presentations by conference attendees. So the usual quick reminders: you can view conference replays, details, and speaker info on our website at www.altpropulsion.com. Please save your questions for the Q&A session after each presentation. You can raise your hand in Zoom using Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows, and I'll read that again to remind you guys in a bit. You can also type those questions in the chat, and we will go through them after each presenter finishes. So now I am honored and pleased to introduce you to our first guest. The idea that events in what we call the future could influence events in what we call the present or past has been called retrocausation, retrocausality, time symmetry, or atemporality. Dr. Julia Mossbridge will discuss experiments on a duration sorting effect where different experimental run durations appear to regularly produce different photomultiplier output that depends on future durations. So let's welcome Julia to today's event, and I will hand things over to her to get started.
Hey, thank you, Tim. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Julia.
Thanks. This is my first time at APEC at all, so I'm sort of shooting in the dark, and my background is in cognitive neuroscience, experimental psychology, and most recently I've been doing some experiments in optical physics with consultation with some physicists. So it's a wide background in the world of science. It's very much sciencey, but I haven't been spending a lot of time in this community of the folks who are interested in alternative propulsion, in UAPs, and UFOs. And so for the last maybe 2 years, I started reading up and getting to know the community a little bit better, but I'm still basically a newbie. So I may say some things that just sound naive or not right or whatever it is, and because I don't have the jargon or I don't have the same sources that you all have. But I'm hoping that what I'm going to say today can actually spark some new ideas for you all and in the field, despite the sort of newness of my presence here. So I'm going to go ahead and see how my slides do. Can you all see that? Let's see. Can you see this full screen, Tim?
Yeah, it looks great. It looks great. And it should record just the way it looks on my screen. Fingers crossed.
Okay. So I have it's going to take about 40 to 45 minutes to talk about what I'd like to talk about. And before I begin, I just want to say thanks to University of San Diego Department of Physics and Biophysics. They're hosting me as an affiliate professor there. Institute of Noetic Sciences, where I'm a fellow there. And I created this nonprofit in 2019 called the Institute for Love and Time. And I'm the executive director there. That's where my paycheck comes from. So those are some affiliations that I just want to thank before I begin. And I just want to point out cool graphics. Thank you, Tim, on this beautiful APEC slide. So let's start with this. This is recently Kevin Knuth. Do you pronounce the K? I think so. Kevin Knuth, whom I very much appreciate in terms of his writing and his way of thinking about this stuff, recently wrote an article in Medium called Mitigating Biases and Naivete in UAP Studies. One of the lines that I really loved was, mainstream science has been stuck in a tautological loop where scientists do not study UFOs because there's no scientific evidence of UFOs. There's no scientific evidence of UFOs because scientists do not study them. In other words, there can't be any scientific evidence of UFOs because studying UFOs is not a thing that a scientist would do. So this is a tautological loop of which I'm very familiar with this loop, because it applies exactly to what I've been doing for the last 15 years or so, which is trying to understand the kind of thing that that we would call retrocausality in humans, or some people call precognition. So let me tell you what that is, because I've been in the same boat for a while here. So these are the kind of data we get with precognition experiments in biology and psychology. The first thing we do is we record some data. It doesn't matter if it's digital or analog, you get some data. Usually it's on the person's behavior. In physiology experiments, it's about the person's physiology. There's some kind of a branch choice. It's usually a binary choice, but it could be a trinary choice or quaternary choice. But there's a choice that needs to be made by the person. And then you look at what happened in the area before the data and how it corresponds with the choice. Now, the tricky thing here is that the choice itself is related to an external variable that is randomly selected. So the choice itself cannot be predicted according to usual means. This is not usually a pseudo random number generator. This is a true random number generator that selects the stimulus that prompts the choice. And sometimes the choice isn't even so obvious. Sometimes the choice is to sit there and watch a screen where you see images of plane crashes versus images of little flowers. And the retrocausal piece is when we find out that what happened in one before we were recording the data actually relates to which choice was made. So in other words, this randomly selected event that is dictating this choice at time 2 seems to be influencing, we're going to call it influencing, even though causation is a question mark in my mind, but in any case, seems to be influencing what is recorded here. So this goes on and on and on. This has been documented for more than 50 years. The effect sizes continue to go up for this kind of experiment, the more methodologically sound it is. And I got into the field about 15 years ago after reading the literature and seeing that these kind of effects seemed to be happening. And I kind of started believing that they weren't lying, but I wanted to see them in my own hands. And so I did these experiments to see if I could see them in my own hands. And indeed I did, and I'll show you an example in a second. There's an example. So this is an example that's not going to convince anyone, and I don't really care if you're convinced about these kind of things. That's not really the point of this talk. But just so you understand what I'm talking about in a way that matches the paradigm with the result, here we have linear time in seconds from -10 to 10 seconds. And here we have change in skin conductance in microsiemens, which is just a measure of arousal. It's like basically related to how much you're sweating. The future, the trials on which in this task, people were asked, is a gambling task, randomly select something that you think is going to be the target. On the trials where the folks are about to be correct, within 10 seconds before they learn that they're correct, which is this vertical bar here, they have an arousal response that matches the post feedback arousal response. When they're about to be incorrect, they have this lower arousal response or none. And this is statistically significant. This is a group of 30 men at Northwestern University. This is a one trial task. So they do this one time, and this is what it's like. Now, they did do it 39 more times after this. I just looked at the first trial because I was concerned about effects from preceding trials. This is just an example. If you want to read more about this kind of work, you could go to this URL and you can read more about this kind of work. It's not what I'm here to talk to you about today, but I'm here to explain that the reason why I started getting interested in this kind of retrocausal effect is at the seconds time frame, is because it seems to me there has to be a physical explanation, like as in physics. And so that's why I started to do physics experiments to try to understand that better. So in usual sort of what are called retrocausal experiments in physics, this is below the line, we have things like delayed choice, quantum eraser, experiments in physics. And the way they work is very similar, except for a key difference. You don't record the data before this choice is made. And then afterwards, instead of looking at what happened because you didn't record any data, you infer what happened. So this is an example of, did we get which path information? If we got which path information, then we have a different result than if we didn't get which path information, let's say in a double slit experiment. So we're going to assume that the photon somehow knew that we were going to make this choice in the past. That's the inference. But another way, of course, to solve the problem is to say, well, there's this, it's got some kind of multiple growing block universe. And so you could go into different future paths. The difference here is, the key here is recording data before this random choice versus not recording the data. That's really the key. So it's like this. In those kind of delayed choice experiments, it's like with Schrodinger's cat, all you're allowed to look at is afterwards. The cat's keeling over and the cat's dead. All right, we're going to assume back here that the radioactive poison thing went off, right? Or if we see this path, that the cat's alive, we're going to assume that it didn't, but we don't get to look here. So it's all assumptive. So that's the key difference, is that now I wanted to look here because that's what we're doing in the precognition experiments. We're looking here before that branching point, and we're looking and recording before that choice is made. So these are experiments I called ambiguous causality experiments because I'm not sure about the causality. I'm not even sure causality exists. So I'm just going to call them ambiguous causality experiments. And they're basically exactly the same as precognition experiments, except with physical measures. So what do I mean by physical measures? In my case, I'm looking at photons. I think they're a great choice for very many reasons, but I won't go into. But I will say that I'm going to go through the double slit experiment really quickly so that you can understand my motivation for doing the experiment I'm about to show you. And later, I'm going to talk about what I think this has to do potentially with UAPs or some questions that we ought to be asking ourselves. So ride with me on this, and there'll be time for about 15 minutes of questions later if something gets caught up in your mind. So imagine a low-level light source that's pumping out one photon at a time. And imagine a piece of metal with two vertical holes in it called the double slit. And then you get this, what you get after some time is an interference pattern on a screen, on a detector screen, okay? So this is the simple experiment. And so what is the explanation for this? What we assume is that the single photon goes through both slits at once and interferes with itself and causes the interference pattern. So that's what we assume. But I'm really interested in looking at the difference between what we assume and what we actually know. What do we actually observe? The lamp is on for a given duration. Okay, yes. and that there's an interference pattern over time. That's exactly what we observed. So actually our inference about how we got there, this is just one example. It's basically non-locality in space. This photon is in two places at once, it interferes with itself, it causes the interference pattern. What about non-locality in time? It's just as weird, we just don't talk about it. So what if this is happening? You have this just emitted photon, and then you have a photon that's going to be emitted in the future. So this interferes with a future compatriot that goes with through the other slit, and you cause an interference pattern. Super weird, but not at all. Not at all weird compared to non-local in space. In fact, just exactly as weird. It's non-local in time. So how could you actually test? I mean, this is an interesting idea, but who cares? How can you, I'm an empiricist, how can you actually test whether this might be going on? So one of the implications of this model is this. Oh, sorry, this is just pointing out that Feynman in quantum electrodynamics basically said that a time-traveling photon could be absorbed before it's emitted. So this is just a little light cone observation of that. And you can imagine here's a photon here and a photon here, and that it's really irrelevant whether it's emitted or absorbed first. Okay, it's just giving Feynman his due. But now, back here. Okay, so let's imagine we have this scenario. Let's assume that all photons in a particular experiment are available to be absorbed, including those that are not yet emitted at a particular present moment, and those that are not yet stimulated in their emission within the photomultiplier, because let's assume we have a photomultiplier where you can have photons stimulated from these electrons. Okay, so what do you have? These are like little camps. You have the camp of photons that consists of a short duration experiment. That's this many photons. You have a camp of photons that exists for a medium duration experiment, that's this many, and a camp that exists for a long duration experiment, so that's this many. So what, right? Let's look at the first period of time for each of these. The first period of time is going to take sort of the same percentage of photons at each of these, but that percentage is actually going to turn out to be a larger number of photons when there's going to be a long duration, a medium number of photons when there's going to be a medium duration, and a short number of photons, a smaller number of photons when there's going to be a brief duration. So this thinking actually doesn't hold water and isn't correct, but it's the way that it's very useful to explain why I was motivated to do the experiment. Then I'll show you what I got. Okay, whoops. Okay, so what I did was record the data in terms of photon counts. So I turned on a low-level light source, recorded photon counts. At some point after the first minute, a random source, which was a quantum random source, crossed with a pseudo-random source, so therefore a truly random source, was used to determine the future duration of the light source. How long was this experiment going to be run in the future? And then we looked at what happened in one and see if it correlated with the duration. So that's simple experiment. This is the setup, which is just to let you know that it's a very much a student setup. Like we have things like a voltage crank that actually has a rubber ratcheting thing to ratchet up the voltage because we didn't want to interfere with it. We were not sure about interfering with the voltage inside of the electronics because there's a student setup. It costs $7,000. Which isn't a lot. What else do we have here that's kind of wonky? Oh, we have an Arduino board that's controlling the whole experiment. There's nothing about this that's very sophisticated. This is like, I literally did it in my closet. This is my closet. This is where I did it. And it's just a tube with a light source at one end and a photomultiplier at the other end and a photon counter here and a voltage isolator here. So simple, oh, and the computer recording the data here. Simple and almost absurdly simple. But the results are kind of fascinating. So this is in a pilot experiment using the double slit. The Poisson rate is basically equivalent to the number of observations of photons within a 10-second, really 11-second counting period. And you can see that the total on-time duration, which means the total duration of the experiment, the light source, is increasing here. Okay, this is number of seconds. Or I'm sorry, yeah, there's number of seconds. when you have a very short duration where after the choice, it's chosen to turn right off, this is where we're at before the choice. This is where we're at, the mean before the choice, when it chooses to go on a little longer. Here's the mean when it's going to go on a little longer, and the mean when it's going on a little longer. You'll also notice that after the choice, the mean is increasing in parallel with these values, right? Again, I think that has to do with electron stimulation of photon emissions from electrons in the photomultiplier, but I'm not sure. So the point here is that it does match the prediction that the future duration of this experiment is actually leaking back in time somehow with these photons that are kind of telling on the future. I redid the experiment with a single slit. I had a very brief meeting with Roger Penrose when I told him about this, and he said, try a single slit because it's going to make the interpretation easier. And I thought that was a good idea. Also, he's really smart. So here we have a single slit. We've got, again, 4 different durations here. This is the time of the decision, so the time of the choice. And you could see that the mean photomultiplier output before the choice is in line with the mean photomultiplier output after the choice. And that seems to be dependent on the duration. So that's experiment 1. Here it is baselined and with error bars, so less impressive, but it's important to baseline all these because of the variety of changes that in temperature and stuff throughout the day. This is experiment 2, baselined in with error bars. This is experiment 3, baselined in with error bars. This is them all combined, baselined in with error bars. Again, you see how these values are definitely above, even before the time at which the decision of the duration is going to occur is clearly in the future. I mean, I think that should be really clear. There's no weak measurement here. This is a count of the number of photons. This is as collapsed of a wave function as you could get if you think about those things. So basically, the upshot is that via multiple statistical methods, the sigma ranges between 5 and 6.6, and then it was replicated independently by Winthrop-Williams at UC Berkeley with a sigma of 5.5, though he did daytime and nighttime recordings, and I've subsequently found that daytime and nighttime actually differ quite a lot, in fact, seem somewhat opposed. There's implications of that, but in any case, if you'd like to read this paper, you can find it here at that URL. So basically, I've been doing this experiment for at least 2 years since I gathered the data I just showed you, and it keeps happening. So I keep finding the same effect. It does not go away. In fact, it's so reliable that now I would be shocked if I didn't see it. So at least I am one person in the universe who am convinced that on the seconds to minutes time scale, photons can tell on their future state, not even their own future state, the future state of their friends who are also in the same experiment, or essentially the future state of the system. What's the explanation? There's a bunch of different theoretical explanations from how this kind of retrocausality could occur. I don't have the physics chops or the mathematics chops to go through them and figure out which one of them matches this observation. Hoping someone out in the universe can trust me and trust this other replication that this happened. But I'm not spending a lot of time messing with theory. I'm more interested in the practical implications. The theory that I'm thinking about a lot here is gravitational collapse, just because, photons they do have a certain mass equivalence because they're energy. And so thinking about how that could work in terms of gravitational collapse is really interesting. I'm not sure it tells the story, but I just wanted to put it out there that I think that's really interesting. Okay, so what in relationship to UAPs, right? I mean, this all feels like pretty, I don't know, ethereal or like, oh, interesting effect. What does this have to do? Maybe nothing, maybe something. I'm super interested in the relationships of different countries and forms of time travel concepts that they will admit. So now we're switching to the part of the talk where I'm talking about what are the possible relationships to UAPs and what speculations can we, if we assume that there's this kind of informational time travel, so information from the future leaking back in time, that is a physical process that is essentially fundamental to photons, at least, then what does this have to do with the price of tea in China or the fact that China banned time travel? Well, I think it's interesting that China bans time travel, but at the same time, There's this new movie out called Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is like people in Taiwan are raving about, and the Chinese apparently love it, even though it's not being shown in China, but there's like, it's not being banned either. And this movie is all about the version of time travel where you have multiple timelines in multiple universes. It's all about that version of time travel. And, you know, so they consider it not a movie about time travel, and yet it is all about these multiple universes. So what does that tell us? I mean, to me, it just seems to me like there's a desire for people to think this way. So this is from Minute Physics on YouTube. This is a plot of all these different movies and how they relate to different timelines, right? Looping back and forth or erasing timelines and things like that. There seems to be a lot of willingness for people to think about time travel this way. And in fact, that's the first conversation I have with people when I talk about time travel, is they're thinking about these multiple different choices branching off and these universes and looping back. And it feels to me like that's probably the wrong path. And I guess it's just based on intuition, but I sort of get these clues, like this weird desire for China to support something that shows multiverse travel, but not something that would be more like retrocausality. So that's interesting. That's not proof. I'm just saying culturally interesting. What do I think is going on? I think that, wild speculation alert, I think that it's more like this. I think that we have retrocausality to the past, forward causality to the future. Those things are happening. In the present moment, though, interestingly, I think we have something that may influence the energy to matter transition in the present moment. That's like a time loop. And photons may be particularly adept at this. In fact, this may be something that is relating information production to energy matter transition. And that is a total intuition. So I'll just leave that there. But I do have this sort of sense of, and this is the way I've always worked intuitively, and I've had pretty good track record with working that way. So I'm just going to have to just deal with it for the next few minutes because I'll get through it soon. But I have this feeling that photons do time differently, so that they're solving the universe all at once. And it's not just a feeling, actually, this is science-based. Here's an example. So there's this principle of least time. So Feynman talks about it with the example of a lifeguard. I think, and this is a illustration by Atish Bhatia. So you have a lifeguard on a beach and you have a drowning person, and here you have the shoreline. So what's this lifeguard's best plan? So you might think, go in a straight line. That's going to be the fastest way to reach that person. Well, that's not true, because actually it takes longer to swim in the water than it does in the air. So that's not a good idea. Oh, well, if that's the case, minimize the amount of time you spend in the water and spend most of your time on the beach. Well, actually, that's too far out of your way. That's going to take too much longer, because even though you're spending less time in the water, you're spending more time overall. So the path of least time, or the principle of least time, is the C path. You sort of choose where to enter the water, where it's the perfect distance to the person drowning. And in fact, lifeguards do this all the time, and dogs, in fact, do this. It's not that they're doing calculus in their heads. It's that we've evolved to be able to figure out that this is the way we should do things. But photons are doing it too. And here we go. So we have 3 different wavelengths hitting a prism. And we've all seen light bend when it hits a glass, or this might be water, actually, I don't know. Anyway, whoops. And so you see, like, the light bends, and it knows exactly the angle to bend to follow the principle of least time. So when I say it knows, I don't really mean the photons are like thinking, or that they're psychic, or that they're conscious. What I mean is that's what it seems like. It seems like they're acting like a lifeguard. And by that, I mean, it feels like they, so the way, I'm gonna have to stop this and share this other thing to give an example. All right, so our experience of time is like, here's a graphic of our experience of time. Generally, when people talk about it, we still think of it like this. So here's our experience of time. The blue bar is All right, I'm going to scroll down. The blue bar is our experience of external reality. So first we see the landing on the moon. This is not to scale. Then we see 9/11, coronavirus, and eventually we get to the beautiful future that was promised us with the whole Jetsons, flying cars, and the tower in the sky. Okay, so that's the way we tend to sort of see these things. Notice that when you're here, that future does not exist yet, right? We think about time like that. That's not the way time works in the physical world, but that's how we perceive it. And so that's why we get pretty confused about these ideas related to time working in different ways. But the idea of the sort of Lagrangian or integral path or lifeguard approach, hold on, let's see if we can get here. Now our attention or our experience is yellow. Is that all that stuff is solved all at once? It's just our conscious experience that is taking its time in a linear sense and going over all the pieces of it. So it's like one equation to rule them all. And that equation is some kind of a Lagrangian equation. So that's the idea. Let's go back to this. But I didn't have to share my screen for that. So anyway, this idea is enter full screen. So this idea is consistent with this pretty neat paper published in 2018, where they some folks worked on this transoceanic autonomous underwater vehicle, and they wanted to make it the path planning as smooth as possible, so it could be as fast and as uneventful as possible, and it seemed to work. So in other words, they used a simulation of the next 8 to 10 days to calculate what this path would be, and it worked really well. Now, what I'm talking about is the idea that instead of a simulation of the next 8 to 10 days, what if you could get information from the actual next 8 to 10 days that could help you bring into your conscious experience sort of what is already known in the universal sense from a God's eye point of view about the way space-time is evolving. So that's the idea. So I'm going to stop here, and well, I have a few more slides, but basically questions that I think we ought to ask ourselves, and you all may be asking yourselves these questions all the time or not. I think they're really important. Is informational time travel, the kind that I'm talking about where photons can reveal future space-time events, is it enough to produce UAPs? I mean, literally, could you produce an actual piece of information perceived by both radar and human senses by using photons and their interactions with electrons and being able to manipulate that? I mean, I don't know, maybe. Why do these signature management events occur? So why are these things disappearing? Why are these things not making heat trails? We call them signature management. Maybe that there's no signature, right? But anyway, what is the message there, if there is a message? Could we imagine more controlled usage of E equals MC squared? So the idea that we could potentially control in a really subtle and communicative way the relationship between matter and energy, photons and electrons, and cause some of these events. That's related to question 1. I've always been wondering, why be visible? These UAPs, why be visible? Obviously, there's some kind of communication there. If so, what's the message in the movement and the shapes? Can we put ourselves in the position of potential UAP, UFO creators of different sorts, whether foreign adversaries or ourselves in the future or aliens or whatever people think, and ask what information would we want to convey if that were the case? To me, the key here is that in all the science fiction movies, it's all about humans traveling, as if humans need to travel to shift some kind of story or information. But information itself is all that's needed. If we could send back to ourselves at the beginning of coronavirus a lot of the information about what would unfold, it would unfold differently. Does that mean there's a different timeline? No, it means that the Lagrangian calculation told us to do that. So it's, anyway, it's very interesting. Okay, so this is the nonprofit that I created called the Institute for Love and Time, or TILT. It's focused on time travel, mental informational time travel, and also trying to understand the science of experience of unconditional love, which I think is super important for our planet and our people. Also, this conference that I created, I've been working on for a couple of years, and now I'm working with Daniel Sheehan at University of San Diego. We're having an invitation-only conference in July. We have about 40 physicists and philosophers of physics coming to talk about how to create a time machine using quantum information. So that's exciting and a branch off of this work, and it's sponsored by TILT, the nonprofit. And just a few inspirational quotes. Another line from Kevin Knuth's article: we're constrained by the belief that some things cannot be for the sole reason that we lack the ability to imagine them. Barbara McClintock, who's one of my favorite Nobel laureates, if you know you are on the right track, if you have the inner knowledge, then nobody can turn you off no matter what they do or what they say. And Mary Curie, another Nobel laureate: nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less. And I just want to say thanks to you APEC folks for taking a chance on me, especially Tim Ventura. I hope I didn't disappoint. The Bial Foundation, the scientific committee at Bial, some bursaries from Bial, the Jim and Christina Grody Hummingbird Foundation, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, Experiment.com, Winthrop Williams, Teresa Chung, Northwestern Research Team, the IONS Research Team, the Windbridge Institute, Hibsco Limited, and all the donors to TILT. Thank you all very much.
Wonderful. Well, Julia, let me do this. Before we do anything else, as is customary, I want to give you a giant applause. Everyone, please give Dr. Julia Mossbridge a giant applause. Julie, that was a wonderful presentation. That was awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, I'm so glad. You know, when you're sort of doing these things into the void, you never know if people are even like.
Oh no, that was that was completely wonderful. So we normally do kind of a Q&A session, and that I mean we have an hour staked out for that, and you're kind of running ahead of schedule. So you know we're used to kind of being mellow and working around things. Are you able to stay with us for Q&A?
Yes, I'm happy to stay with you for Q&A. I can go for another like 45 minutes if that works.
Yeah, that'll work great. Okay. Well, so let's do that then. So I'm going to put this back on speaker view, and yeah, I've got hands raised. Let me go to Jared first then. Jared, go for it, sir. Oh, and you know what? Sorry, that's my fault. Allow participants to unmute themselves. That would help.
There you go. Excellent talk. That was really interesting. Thank you. I was curious, so are you suggesting more of a materialism, physicalism perspective? Or are you looking at more of a metaphysical panpsychism perspective? Like, is consciousness pervading everything and is like, that's how the information is getting transferred back in time? Or is it from a physicalism like tachyons or some, you know, superluminal particles, or right? How is the information in your perspective traveling backwards through time?
I think, what do I think? You noticed that I was agnostic about that at the talk. So thanks for bringing it up. Now it pushes me. I think that photons are not, I think they're not billiard balls by any means. And I think that, I don't know if they're conscious or not. I don't know what consciousness is. I wrote a whole book about consciousness. In fact, there's a textbook about consciousness. I still don't know what consciousness is. And so it's hard to answer any questions about consciousness. But I think that the nature of the universe includes, so normally when we think about the nature of the universe, we analyze things like in cognitive neuroscience. This is going to be a long answer, but it's going to make sense. I think in cognitive neuroscience, a lot of it started with visual neuroscientists trying to describe what happens in the brain when you see like a photo which is frozen in time. And they got really good at that. And then they had to start to extend it to movement, which was harder, but doable, right? Still easier to deal with the whole photo thing because it's still, right? I think the same thing happens in physics, is like we get to general relativity and it's like, okay, so it's space-time, but we're going to think about it all as space. And also, we're going to kind of ignore the fact that there are even implications in general relativity where if you change like the duration that a planet exists, that will instantaneously, change, like it just disappears. That changes time and space around it. And in fact, there should be indications of that just before the planet disappears, right? In other words, that's all in there. We don't like it. And so like I grew up as a scientist studying the auditory system, which is essentially a map of time on multiple scales. And what I noticed is that when trying to communicate results from the auditory system to folks who study the visual system, because the whole signal in the auditory system only has to include time. You don't have a signal without a duration. There was this gap of understanding. And I see the same thing here. If physicists are trying to explain what is going on in the natural universe, so like, tell me about the atoms that are creating this and what's the deal with the water, then they also need to explain duration. There has to be a fundamental duration parameter that is part of what it means to be an object in the physical world. And that is ignored. And that's what I think photons, like one of the things photons are doing. They're grouping together with similar photons based on duration. Somehow, we know they group together with similar photons. We don't really understand why. I also think they're grouping together based on duration, and that's how kind of things are created. So I think this has to do with sort of the fundamental nature of things where we ignore duration and dynamics terrify us. And I think that's all because we know that within that, somehow intuitively, we know that when we unpack that, we're going to get that it's kind of all solved at once. It's this tapestry that's solved at once. And whether you want to call sort of the God's eye view, sort of consciousness of that, when I say God's eye view, I mean sort of looking at past, present, future all at once in all parts of the universe and all levels. Maybe, but I think we could just, I think we're not smart enough yet to know the answer to that. And I think that's an interesting postulate. Did that help?
It helps a bit. If I can just follow that up with something. So that sounds leaning a little more towards the physicalism side.
Well, but see, this division between physical and consciousness, I mean, it is the case that mental things behave differently than physical things. And we call these things mental things and we call some things physical things. But their relationship, I think, is profoundly underappreciated. So so that's why when people say, well, that's physicalist, I'm like, that's like saying like, that's about red, it's not about green. It's like, well, they're complementary or not, or they're opposing or whatever they are. They have a relationship and they're stuck in that relationship, and that relationship is not going away. So you're only talking about the head side of the coin. You're not talking about the tails, but there's still the coin. And so I don't know that, I mean, I'm definitely into the idea of consciousness as fundamental, but what is consciousness doing? What are photons the relationship between consciousness and the physical world? Are they sort of both and? Maybe, I don't know. And I don't know that I want to postulate it because I'm so far out of my reach that it just seems silly. I can't test it. And then I come back to empiricism and I'm like, it's just testing stuff. So yeah, there's something going on there. How about that?
Well, Julie, if I could jump in real quick, I just read this. So you mentioned talking to Roger Penrose, and he did the Or theory. There was an article, was it last week? And they said they had new evidence, and they said this might support Or theory. So I thought that was interesting. It's back in the news, and there's more support for what he and Hameroff were doing.
Yeah, it's this gravitational collapse idea is gaining traction. After he won his Nobel Prize, people started really looking at that, of course. And so now this gravitational collapse idea is really gaining some traction. Doesn't mean it's right, because there's basically evidence for every theory. So it's more like trying to rule things out, which is where the action is, right?
Yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more to the human mind than we probably imagine or like to imagine, I guess. So.
I don't think you need to use the word probably. I think we have clear evidence that that we don't understand the human mind.
Well, and when I did my reading, I remember reading that there are a number of quantum effects in nature also. So that,
yeah, in biology.
Yeah,
like
photosynthesis. photosynthesis.
Yeah,
right?
photosynthesis, bird migration, also rhodopsin molecules in your eye. I mean, also your brain is filled with quantum particles. I mean, so where your body. So this whole idea that there's some kind of division, that's kind of going away. There used to be this idea that quantum particles can't, whatever they're doing is crazy and weird, but it doesn't affect anything at the classical level. That's starting to go away.
Yeah. Well, let me. I'm sorry. Did you have another one? Sure.
I just had one comment on that last part with Penrose's, and then one follow-up question. So on the Penrose thing, there was a few papers released in the last like 8 or 10 years. They were talking about how they were studying how anesthetics or anesthesia was able to actually collapse the waveform in the microtubules, and that seems to suggest that quantum link there.
But again, they're excellent. I mean, so you can't see a wave function collapse. That's an interpretation. And so it's like they observe that a change in the microtubules, and their interpretation is that the wave function collapsed. It could be true, but because theory. Sorry, I was raised by a theoretical physicist and a social worker, and I saw whose work was more impactful, and it was the applied social worker. So I have a bias towards like, what can we actually do? But I get it. Theory is important. It's just sort of like, yeah. What can we rule out? Yeah. What can we make? That's where my focus is.
Wonderful. Well, let me go to Phil Bouchard. Phil, thank you for patiently waiting, sir.
Hey, yeah, no problem. And yeah, thanks for the presentation. That was really great. And sorry if I need to refresh. By the way, I used to work at UCSD, so San Diego is an awesome city. I loved it. I used to live in Pacific. Refresh my memory a little bit, but
I can't do it.
The double slit experiment. Have we considered the quantum mechanics effect? Like, because I was kind of thinking that the edge of the slit are not constant. You know, the electromagnetic force is kind of fluctuating, so that would make the photon randomly choose a path. So yeah, have we started studying the double slit experiment at the quantum level?
You know, some people do, especially people who are doing, my understanding from this world is that people who are looking at quantum foundations, so trying to understand that this is the theory part, trying to really understand, you know, sort of what is the deal with collapse? What is the deal with the double slit experiment? Those are the folks, like the Perimeter Institute folks, I think are more likely to be the ones who are looking at that. But maybe I'm wrong, because again, I like to drive forward. I like to find things that are difficult to explain with our current model, and then try to push people to explain them who aren't me. so I don't know. But I do think that every time I think about the double slit, there's so many. It's so simplified when people describe the system in quantum mechanics and use they use quantum equations to describe the system. It's so simplified. It doesn't seem to, the dynamics of that movement seems important. Also, like the assumption that what's going on at one point on the detector is the same as what's going on at another point in the detector is probably not true. Also, you know, I think you'd be interested. Have you read the Cohen and Ellie Cohen's paper, where he has this really beautiful model about the detector and the emitter and what their relationship is?
No,
it's Cohen and someone else. I could find it. I think it's in. Oh, it's in those precog papers I wrote at Tiny URL in the physics. That has a bunch of papers in it, and in the physics folder, there's the Ellie Cohen paper that I'm referring to. So I bet you would like that one, because it's more on the foundations. Yeah,
I'll check it out. Thanks, but I always wanted to go back on that double slit experiment, but I never had time, you know. So yeah, but I really love the subject.
Very cool. Well, I really appreciate your kind words, and I saw someone wrote in the notes or the chat that Henry Bergson, Henri Bergson made that point about duration. I didn't know that. So I also am ignorant about physics philosophy. I'm ignorant about so many things. So now I know that, but good. I think it's a good point. So I'm glad he's a smart cookie.
All right, thanks, and have a good day.
Okay, you too, Philippe. You as well.
Wonderful. Yes, Phil, thank you, sir. Let me see. Let me go to Mr. Mission Control next.
Libra 7.
Hey, well, I'm your real life precog scientist. I latched onto old Generation Z there, was feeding them info, and I'm trying to bring the community, all the communities together in synchronicity, the esoteric and the nuts and bolts, as Dave would say. The propulsion, because this is the breakaway civilization, guys, we're dealing with here. The next, after the reset happens, these guys, all these guys, and I'm the one that's coming to bring the manifestation. Your spooky action at a distance, I was doing it in 1999 and didn't know what the scientific term was for. So, you know, studying occult metaphysics and stuff like that. And then in 2018, I went through left-hand path working.
Let me interrupt. Can I ask what your question is for Julia?
Oh, well, that link, I just manifested that dioxin, that trioxin, and was found in the search, the titanium dioxin. They were running light through it for, you'll need to check that out. Man, dude, I don't really have questions for people, but people have questions for me. I don't know if you're familiar with who I am, but.
So wait, did you say titanium dioxide?
Yeah, titanium trioxide.
Okay, thank you.
And I left the link in chat there. I got a website, Deep State Watchdogs, where I post all this.
Okay,
and I use RefSeek search engine. And everybody should have Stargate escape link right there on the next two.
Okay, thank you so much.
I gotta go. I got other things to do. Thank you for your
take
presentation.
Care. All right. Speaking of sort of combining the esoteric or sort of nuts and bolts with metaphysical, I just want to put out here, I wrote this when I first started getting educated about UAPs and UFOs a couple of years ago. I wrote this article that kind of brings up that idea of how those different communities need to talk to each other in some kind of productive way. So hopefully that's helpful. I put that in the chat window.
Absolutely. Let me see. Let me go to Dejan next, because Jared has already gone. So.
Cool. Hi, Dejan.
Hi.
Oh.
Okay. I unmute myself. Yeah. I because your results are actually so good and have a positive measurable bias. Is there a conceivable way to apply it as a technology? Possibly, I'm imagining like chips being able to predict what next calculation is going to be or something like that.
Yeah, like a quantum speed up that's so fast you know the answer to the question before you ask the question.
Or they make a decisions in advance. Or make chips become conscious.
Yeah, I can't really comment on that so much, but I do think it's really an interesting area of inquiry. How about that?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Jared.
Hey, so
thanks. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, Jared, you want to go again, or?
Yeah. So, with regards to predicting the future, seeing the future in some way, and UAP, to me, it seems like remote viewing tends to come into the conversation at some point. There's been enough research done with it that it seems like there's a there. With regards to the UAP stuff, if you go into, super deep into the rabbit hole on that, there's been plenty of government projects that seem to have utilized this in a way, especially with regards to the UAP phenomenon. I was just wondering if you could comment at all on if you've looked into this, if you've seen how this applies or relates to your research in any way.
Absolutely. Yeah, I started looking at remote viewing 4 or 5 years ago because the biggest effect sizes for precognition experiments aren't actually from physiology, which is where I started my work. They're in precognitive remote viewing. The biggest effect size, the most consistent. And it's frankly the most useful because the time delay between the actual observation and the future event is scale free. Like it doesn't seem to matter. right? So like 2 seconds from now, a year from now, a couple of 10 years from now, beyond my lifetime, that information, if you're skilled as a remote viewer, seems to be, I mean, so at first I read the data and I thought, well, that's probably not true. But then when I taught myself remote viewing and then went to an actual couple instructors and then got my own team and then started teaching remote viewing, I teach only precognitive remote viewing because I think it's the best, the most accurate and least biased approach. Because at the time, so for those who aren't familiar with remote viewing, it's just a technical way to get information about events distant in time to space. We don't understand how it works. It works. The statistics on that are, since 1995, especially the precognitive version, have been very sound and public, basically a matter of public record. So the question is, what can you do with it, and how can they help us with UAPs, right? And so I have been thinking about this a lot. I would love to do a study on this, but it has to be, responsibly done. And I think that the precognitive piece is key. So like, as soon as I heard about the incident with, is it the Tic Tac incident where they went to the cap point? Yeah, so I heard about that incident and I thought, all right, folks, what are you trying to communicate with? I don't care if it's a thing that contains beings or if it's a thing that's autonomous or if it's a hallucination or whatever it is. What are you trying to communicate by producing something that comes into existence and then meets you in your future location? Are you trying to communicate, we've intercepted your intelligence and we know where the secret place where you're going to meet? That's one thing, right? Another thing you could be trying to communicate, like desperately, is, hey people, get this, we understand how time works now and we can just meet you in the future. And it feels to me like that's the sort of obvious, like over and over again communication. Even it feels like a communication that that the sightings back from 1940s and 1950s were very similar to those now. It's like, again, if you have informational time travel, you can literally at the same time frame go dip into any moment, right, and create the same effect. That's a communication. And so it feels to me, by using precognitive remote viewing, we could potentially like figure out where the next sighting will be and be there to communicate, we figured this out. We have figured out. And that would be a change in our relationship with UAPs, right? And that would be like, now we have a two-way communication. Now we have a method where we're acknowledging that we can converse in this way. And to those who don't understand the data or who don't know about it, it may sound crazy, but like I spent much of my time trying to do rigorous experiments in this area, not in particular with UAPs, but with precognitive remote viewing. And, I mean, even novice people who don't even know what you're talking about, you can get them in 2 minutes to statistically, if you take a look at the whole group, statistically describe a random future target. I mean, it's just so innate in humans to be able to do this. I don't know how we're doing it. Are we accessing photons? Are we doing something else? I don't know, but like we could use the tool. Yeah. Sorry, I just got on a rant.
Oh no, wonderful. I'm doing work behind the scenes, and again, your presentation was amazing. So I can't thank you enough for joining us today. Let me go to William Alec next. Bill, how are you doing, sir? Oh, Bill, you're muted. There we go.
Hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Hi.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Julia, did you see the movie Tenet at all?
Oh yeah, of course.
Like last year, where they speak about matter that moves forward in time, and then there's matter that moves backward in time.
Right, and you can't cross the streams.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that was a very interesting movie addressing time forward and time reversal. And I was wondering if you have any thoughts about that. And also, in the book of Isaiah, the Old Testament, there's some interesting passages in there where they speak about how God views time. And he views time as the universe already happened. He knows the
Alpha and the omega.
end from the beginning. Okay, the end from the beginning, which means that everything already happened, and that we're kind of like in the past, at some point in time in the past where the future already happened. Okay, and that's, we're just traveling at this rate of speed through time.
Yeah.
In the past.
Yeah.
I was wondering maybe if you had any thoughts about that as well.
Yeah, let's start backwards. So that's when I say God's eye view, that's what I'm talking about. Is this idea of, it's like a sculpture, like imagine the sculpture over time, and God or the universe or consciousness, whatever, has this access to solving the whole equation all at once. So everything from the beginning to the end. And, but the nature of human consciousness or human experience is that one thing only happens at a time. That's how humans are built. One thing happens at a time. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say one, like at the same time I hear my husband talking on the phone in the other room as I'm giving this talk. So that's not one thing at a time, but like one set of things happens at a time. That's our experience, right? When people die, so either when people die, that's it, right? There's kind of two models. When people die, they sort of don't exist anymore. Another model is that their body is dead, but there's some kind of a consciousness or soul or something that still exists. So that's another model. It's very hard to figure out because how do you define a soul? And so how do you do the experiment, right? But there's other ways to kind of to think about that. But so one model is that when people die, they go into this God's eye view. In other words, they can be available in some sort of conscious way at any moment in time now. And so I sort of see UAPs as living in that, having access to, like, I think at some point we can figure out this equation that describes the whole universe all at once. And then you kind of have access to these different jumping points. When I say jumping points, I mean sort of jumping through space-time. Like that space-time, that time cone that I showed, jumping outside of it to get from one place to another rather than being trapped inside of it. I think in our physical form, we are trapped inside of it. I think UFOs are a representation of something that jumps around outside of it. It can insert themselves into different places and do things in those places and play with the material things that are in those places. So this is, I mean, I just hope you know this is wild speculation because we're talking about what does the Bible mean and what does the soul mean and all this, right? But like, this is interesting. And then what was the first question?
Oh, the movie Tenet.
Oh yeah, the backwards and forwards. I think so many time travel movies are trying to put these ideas out there in different ways and grappling with what they're not wanting to say is that I think the taboo thing is to say our experience of how time works is not how time works. And our experience of free will is different from what it would be like if we understood free will differently from outside. And I see there's a question on free will because it always comes back to free will when people talk about this stuff. And so the real taboo thing is to say, it's not that there's no free will, it's that from our point of view, of course there's free will because we're experiencing today's choice and then the consequence, right? From the point of view from the universe, free will isn't even a question. There is no doing. There is no action or flow. It's a sculpture. You don't ask, like, does the cup have free will? It's not changing, right? This is the way the cup is. And so it's like a tapestry. Does a tapestry have free will? So but that doesn't mean that our own experience of free will isn't real. I mean, so I think we love to get in these either or situations, like either physical stuff is true or consciousness stuff is true, but not both. We love it because it just simplifies things. But I think again and again, we are shown by nature and by our nature of our experience and also by our experience of nature, which is sort of what physics is. We are shown that there's this relationship between our experience and sort of a physical reality. There's a relationship that is very close, but not the same. And so where they differ, like in this area of our experience of free will versus this sort of universal calculation, we get confused and we want to choose one. So I think movies like Tenet, they grapple with, well, we can't have forward and backwards at the same time because we still aren't getting it that this idea of any linear time or any causality is actually, that comes from our experience, but not from sort of the external physical reality. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Good.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, Bill, thank you. Let me go to Eleanor next, who's been patiently waiting.
Hello, I'd like to go back to what you were talking about with remote
and Eleanor,
view.
if I could ask, sorry, do you think I could ask you to turn on your camera, ma'am?
I don't have a camera, that's a photo. Sorry.
I can see your photo. You have a nice scarf.
Okay.
About the remote viewing and your definition of communication. You talked about, from what I understand, you talked about what is being communicated in these remote views that we can see. And you gave some possibilities of what might be communicated to us or how we might communicate to something else. And I'm wondering if the remote views are really just there. And that it seems like you're implying that there's an intelligence there that is trying to communicate with us, whereas that just seems like an assumption to me. I mean, if a flower is blooming, is it communicating to us, or is it has its life and it has its photosynthesis, it has everything, but is it trying to tell us something?
Mm-hmm.
That's what my confusion is. Thank you.
Yes, that's such a great point. So first of all, just to clarify something, the remote viewing we were talking about that, Jared had asked about that as sort of a method of looking at UAPs or trying to understand better UAPs. But the UAP the thing I'm calling communication from UAPs was specifically about communication with UAPs. So the remote viewing was kind of an aside. Why am I assuming that there's a communication? Because just studying animals, like there's different kinds of consciousness. And so one of them is called behavioral consciousness. Behavioral consciousness is sort of a second level order of consciousness. And it's the kind of consciousness that you infer from the outside. It's an inference. So it's like if you poke a worm and the worm moves away from the poke, and then you stop poking the worm and it crawls over to a light, and then you turn off the light and then it goes over to something that's brighter, and then you poke it again and it goes away from the poke. You start to say, okay, there's some kind of behavioral consciousness, maybe not on a high level, but there's some kind of a behavioral aspect that tells me that there's a relationship between this worm and what I'm doing. And that can be considered a kind of communication. Now, it doesn't mean that they're like quoting Proust, but it means that there's some kind of relationship there. So maybe relationship is the better word, because there's clearly a relationship between the activities of humans and the activities of UAPs. And I'm saying maybe it's a communication. Maybe that's trying to set up a communication. And so I'm sure other people are saying that too, but I'm also saying it. Does that make it more clear, Eleanor?
Yes. And if you take remote viewing out of the UAP context, is it possible that remote viewing does not have anything to do with UFOs or UAPs, and that
of course,
that it's something else?
Oh, of course. I mean, remote viewing started, actually the decline of the reputation of remote viewing started when Ed Dames and others in the original Stargate, or they weren't called Stargate then, but anyway, in the original Army-based program started looking at targets that were UFOs, and that was a problem because, of course, there's no validation. Like there's like, okay, that's what you saw, but who knows, right? So there's ways to do remote viewing that have evolved since then, where you can get sort of a group consensus, you can get analyst bias, there's ways to do remote viewing in much better, less irritating and assumptive ways. You can tell how I feel about that. Where you can apply those to anything. So, but remote viewing doesn't have to have anything to do with UFOs. You can use remote viewing to predict the stock market. Tons of people are doing that. You can use remote viewing to try to find missing persons. I think that's a better use of remote viewing. And you could use remote viewing to try to inform. I did a talk, I should post a link, about using remote viewing to inform strategy in intelligence. So that's something else. So there's remote viewing, I think, kind of got caught up with UFOs, but doesn't have to relate to them. It's a methodology for trying to get information. So does that help?
Yes, thank you very much. That answers my question. Yep.
Okay, awesome.
And thank you, Eleanor. Now, Julie, if I could jump in really quick, you mentioned the worm, and and again, I'm moderating, right? So I'm trying not to do too many questions, but it did remind me of, and I think Stuart Hammeroff had talked about this. I know that you're familiar with it. So you talked about communication. I'm changing your example a little bit. So there's intelligence with us as human beings, and then there's intelligence, or as you were talking about this behavior of the worm. If I remember right, one of the things that Penrose Hammeroff were talking about was intelligence is like a scale, right? And they believed that it never went to absolute zero, and that the universe itself had some measure of intelligence, but maybe just very, very low, I guess.
Well, so I think there's a lot of confusion between intelligence and consciousness.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, no, but it happens a lot. And I think it's tricky because that worm, you could say for sure, is intelligent. I mean, it survived for, millions of years. So it's more intelligent than we are in a certain sense because we're much younger, right? And so that worm is very intelligent for its environment and well adapted. How conscious is it in terms of a subjective qualia, the experience of things? Question mark, right? We don't know because I don't even know how conscious you are, right? We have to kind of don't get how to measure consciousness. There are attempts, but we don't really get it. So that's qualia consciousness, that's subjective consciousness. But what people who study consciousness do is they try to infer the subjective experience from the behavior. Some people actually are going after the subjective experience. So with the worm, we don't really get how to get subjective experience at all from the worm. So we try to go after behavior, and we say, oh, it must hurt the worm when the worm does this, right? Well, maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's no subjective experience, right? So yeah, good question.
Yeah. Well, and my apologies. I completely goofed on intelligence versus consciousness. So I'm that guy. But
dude, I mean, this stuff is no one. It's not like anyone gets it.
Yeah,
there's no goof because there's no one who gets it.
It goes right into the deep end.
Yeah.
Let me see. I think it's Aiden is live from the ISDC conference. It's on Mark's channel, but it looks like it's Aiden. Welcome, sir.
Hey, hello. Let me see. I might have to get up close to the camera. Can you hear me? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. I need to lay the stage a little bit or set the stage, but so in my Buddhist studies, I received teachings and empowerments in the Kala Chakra Tantra, which is the wheel of time in common English. Part of that's due to when I was younger, I used to have precognitive dreams, quite a bit, and they were usually about a year in advance, which was there's a deep edge that I don't want to go off right now. But so I learned after a while through meditation that I could probably get into it, or that state of consciousness. It wasn't easy. I'd be watching movies, and once I got to the first plot point, my ego would spool up, and I'd be able to kind of guess or precognitively understand what the movie was going to be about. So with that, and you're talking about the photonic stuff, it's via the dream state where I get premonitional dreams, especially the ground war in Ukraine. for a couple weeks, I was having really bad, death imagery in the dreams. So with the photonic stuff, with this, is there, have you thought of any way of like with computing, like quantum-based computing / photonic imagery, photonic circuitry? Is there a technology there? If so, would that be usable in the UFOs for when they're, or these flying saucers when they're doing hypervelocity jumps? Let's say the warp drive is real and they're doing like an 18 light year jump in a trip in a matter of months by skipping large distances of time and space. And then you see what I'm getting at? Like,
yeah, but I want to say, like, when we talk about like super luminal jumps or, shortening durations of trips, like the only ones that really matter to me and the ones that make sense to me are the ones where the duration is 0. In other words, they're not in space-time. You're not traveling through space-time. You're not slogging through space-time. Yeah, you don't have to do that, right? If you understand how the map works, you just go from point A to, you insert yourself into space-time because you're outside of the 4D, you're outside of that, right? So you insert yourself there. And so it's not really a jump, it's only a jump from our point of view. It's not a jump from the point of view of someone who knows how to do that. Like,
yeah.
Right. And so that's the distinction. And I think we have to remember that assumption that when we're looking at things from our point of view, we often get things wrong because we think that there has to be so much, for instance, propulsion, because we're trying to get through space-time. But it's the same thing with, to go back to the remote viewing thing, I think there's 2 mechanisms of precognition, and one is slogging through space-time, literally, time symmetric information transfer through space-time. And there's another that's much more powerful, and that relates to, for instance, I also had precog dreams since I was a kid, very detailed and with about a year or more, sometimes decades in advance. Right. And that has to be a jump through around. That has to be an insertion from outside of space-time.
Okay, yeah, I've had a reoccurring UFO war dream that's the imageries in the Ukrainian ground war precog dreams was starting to tie into this reoccurring UFO war dream that's
right. And so these dreams, so the reason I started studying precognition in remote viewing is that even also in my own dreams, they're very revealing, but they're also very noisy. So they weave in all your emotional stuff and all your fears and all your hopes and whatever's going on in your life, plus this event and a real precognition of a future event. But like, how useless. It gets irritating because because it's like, oh, now it's tying into this. And because the subconscious mind is so powerful and it has so much access to this stuff, it kind of overpowers us. We want it to show us a billboard that says this and then this and then this. And instead it's like, oh, 32 things that you can't possibly understand altogether. And so that's why I started looking at remote viewing, because it can kind of slow it down, provide a structure, and bring that same material in, but on request at a pace that works. So that feels to me like the direction to go with that, if you wanted to polish that up.
Oh, yeah, no, I've set up a meditation spot at home. The precognitive dreams when I ran into my guru it was very, very pacifying of the ego, of the small mind, because we were in polite chit chat and he was just like, oh, this and this and this is going to happen to you. And so you kind of got this I had a 5-year, during waking discussion, a 5-year preview of what was going to happen to me. And I couldn't avoid it, right? It's like these brothers showed up and anyway, had some stuff. I thought if I acted really super nice and did the monastic Buddhist thing for a while, that would change it. If anything, it just made me nicer when the premonitional, these prophecies started happening.
Well, that's good. That seems like a positive outcome. From the
Yeah,
point of
we're-
view that, I mean, it doesn't seem like you have a problem. It seems to me from the point of view of trying to increase the amount of unconditional love in the world, you're doing fine.
Yeah, I'm
It's, you know,
still alive.
Yeah, you're
It
still
is
alive.
it is interesting. It is interesting. I want to focus this back in a little bit. Aiden, thank you so much.
One last one, if I may. There was a discussion about the time differential, and that for a couple millennia has been thought about in these tantric literature.
Yeah.
And that they say that the heavens. I'm gonna have to kick into Christianity. Like between the first coming and second coming of Christ, Christ is up in heaven for like a day, but down here in the waking world, thousands of years are gonna go by.
Right. There's not there. This is a very different timescape. Is the idea?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
It's-
Elliot. Oh, sorry, Tim.
Oh no, absolutely. Go for it. Elliot, sir.
Oh, you're muted.
Oh.
Maybe.
Elliot, I think your mic might be off. It says that you're not muted, but I can't hear you. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Mhm.
Okay. Love the talk. Amazing.
Okay.
I missed the first 10 minutes, so I apologize if you've covered this. Much of this is new, a little bit of Feynman, and then Bohm's wholeness in the implicate order. I'm curious what you make of Bohm's thinking in those directions, and maybe in particular, my sense is that he views the implicate order and the super implicate order as not completely static like the cup that you mentioned, but there's very different time scale or whatever, but some interplay between different levels of reality or whatever.
Yeah. That's my impression of him too. And the cup is was a representation of space-time, like 3 + 1D. That doesn't mean other stuff isn't going on all around, right?
Okay.
So I think of 3 + 1D as sort of the sculpture. Does the sculpture change with its relationship to whatever's going around it? I would say no. It's like there's a little sparkle in the sculpture here that represents Roswell or something, and a sparkle that represents, the Tic Tac incident. And these are actually built in. They were always going to happen. So the relationship between the cup and external to the cup, that was always going to happen. But what's going on out here is actually dynamic.
Okay.
So from the point of view of God or whatever, I mean, it's not from our point of view, but I mean, obviously our own experience is a different story. But if we put ourselves in physical, sort of this proposed physical reality in this point of view, this is dynamic, this is static. The action happens outside of 4D. I don't know if that's true. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know enough to know if I could even defend that. That's just intuitive to me and probably false. How's that?
And are your perspectives pretty similar to Bohm's, and if not, then in what ways do they differ?
I think it's pretty similar. I don't think I understand Bohm enough to the hidden variable. I mean, the problem, of course, with Bohm are these hidden variables which seem to not exist. And the pilot wave, which may or may exist, which is another way of thinking about the hidden variables. I think I just have to think about it in my own way, and it may be that I'm coming to the same conclusions, but I have different pictures in my head. I'm sorry, I'm speaking about this like a 4-year-old, but that's because that's the only thing I can access right now about it. Yeah, I kind of have to think about it in my own way. I actually can't function in the world of physics without kind of a physics translator who speaks the mathematics, because to me it's this intuitive stuff, and then I have to work with a physicist who can speak to the physicists. You know what I mean? In fact, that's why I couldn't get my the paper I told you about these causally ambiguous duration effect. couldn't get it published is because it's like, I can't speak that, I don't know how to speak the language. So I wrote it in like cognitive neuroscience language, so it's never going to get published. But it's a preprint that you can read. But like that, it just sits the pictures. I think we need some kind of non-symbolic mathematics to describe it, and that doesn't exist yet. So it's more like pictures. I'm sorry.
Oh no, none of this is easy stuff. And the concepts, I mean, again, the concepts that you're touching on are so interesting, especially with UAPs. I was trying to think, how does this come back to the propulsion aspect of it? And I think one of those might be that instead of trying to push your way through time and space, you're basically leaving for a higher dimension and coming back. And it is interesting in terms of UAP. This is something I noticed when I was doing research on the UAP nuclear correlation. I saw there was a UFO sighting from Mexico City that's fairly recent. If you look up, UFO Mexico nuclear reactor, and the craft was very interesting. It was like two rings. One was kind of sideways and one was kind of up and down. And it was, somebody just got it on their iPhone camera. It was kind of going behind one of the stacks at this reactor. What got me about that was, as I continued looking, there was one at a nuclear reactor, I think in 1987 or 1989, something like that. And it was really blurry, right? Because it was the old style TV footage. It was the same craft or an identical craft. And that made me start to think about the time correlation. I was like, that's interesting. Is it the same craft? It's just going from one to the other, and maybe it's a split second in their time, or.
Well, exactly, and we keep thinking on our time, and we think, wow, they've been trying to communicate with us, or talk to us, or show us themselves, or invade us, or whatever it is for 100 years, and instead, once this technology is developed, whether it's developed by us or whomever, whatever, or once it's understood that it's part of the universe, to take Eleanor's point, then there is no more time around how long they've been doing it, right?
Yeah.
It's just like they're like, oh, now we'll just go. Now we add the dots to the painting, And as far as the painting's concerned, if you're going from left to right, that was 100 years. But yeah, so I do think that's something to consider, and it keeps showing up. With these kind of the way the sightings are. Also the geometric shapes, the meaning of the geometric shapes, like you just mentioned, these two circles that are sort of like this. And then lately there's this one about a cube. Like, part of me is like, how much of it is real? How much of it is a hallucination? How much of it is control of photons? Why are many of them without sound? Does that mean that nothing's vibrating and therefore it's it appears and disappears in interesting ways that are sort of we're not physically used to? So yeah, good questions. Yeah.
Well, let me go to Harold really quick. Now it's almost 1:30. Did you want to stop at 1:30, or we could try and make things really quick? It's up to you.
Are you talking to me? Oh, I
Yeah,
thought you were asking Harold. It's 1:30. How many more minutes did you say?
Oh, it's about 2 minutes until 1:30. So.
Right. I know you were taking care of my time. So I can hear that my husband's not ready for lunch yet, and we have this thing where we have this ritual on Saturday where we make lunch.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
and
no
so
worries.
this is not a problem.
Okay. Well, let me go to Harold then. Harold, sir.
Yes, the interesting lecture you have there. My question to you is: you brought the double slit experiment, which is very interesting, and physicists argue about it, like Schrodinger, etc. And so my question to you is this: just like the double slit experiment, we have the hardware to do the experiment and the software to do the formula, to make the calculation and determine probability. Now, in talking about consciousness, precognition, and all those other esoteric things, how far into the future do you see that we eventually will have both the software and the hardware to be accurate about the precognition, and we can make prediction about time and everything? How far into the future, just like we have, the double slit experiment, We know something and we argue, physicists argue about it.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I used to lie awake at night and get really frustrated about the science funding situation, because it seemed to me that the thing to do was to every nation should put all their money into time travel, because once you solve time travel, every other problem is instantly solved, right? So if you have informational time travel, then from then on, your future group of people can send back, oh, by the way, here's how we cure cancer, by the way, basically, or you could lock a bunch of scientists in a room. I think I mentioned this before. It's a nice room, but stop time for them and let them cure cancer and then come out instantaneously later and give you the answer, right? So it basically solves all the other problems of science if you could solve this problem. So it seems like high priority. And I was frustrated that more people weren't doing it. But now answering the question of how long will we have essentially like a future prediction chip or something that provides like a double slit, like something that's very obvious. That's what I'm trying to do with my experiment, is to show like, here's an obvious effect that won't go away, that we don't understand. And hopefully it can lead to that. But when will we actually have the machine? I want to answer that in two ways. One way is some kind of number of years, like 1 to 10 number of years, right? Another way to answer that is to think about once you have it in the future, do you also have it now? In other words, can we bootstrap it, right? So can you learn how to build it from? This is a key theoretical question in physics. Can you learn how to build a time machine from your future selves who have built it? Or do you not get to use it until after the machine is built, and then you can go ahead and send information into the past? But you should be able to send information into arbitrarily long distances in the past if you're hopping around outside of 4D. So anyway, I don't know.
Well, that's a good speculation, and thank you for the answer. Thank you for the presentation. Wonderful.
Okay, glad you enjoyed it. Very speculative. I'll just announce again.
Harold, thank you as well. I remember somebody told me about something. I believe it's called a laser ring interferometer, but basically it's light that goes around in a circle. And there was an experiment where they were trying to send a signal back in time. And if I remember correctly, the idea was it would work, but only back to the beginning of the machine. It had to be when the beam started because it involved the photons. So,
yeah, I think that what you might be talking about, although I'm not sure because of the laser aspect, but I think what you might be talking about is something related to a quantum eraser experiment.
It could be. It could be.
Yeah, and in those experiments, generally you still I don't think they record. I mean, that part of the point is that you have to infer what was there based on the outcome.
Well, it would have to be the information. It would have to be the quantum state, because one of the things, this came up when I was talking to somebody else. Like even with the double slit experiment, right? Those photons are constantly hitting air molecules, being absorbed and being re-emitted. So it's not the photon itself, but it has to be some kind of a state that's transmitted with it, right? That's what you'd think.
Well, so the thing is, we think of photons as billiard balls all the time, and just because we can't help ourselves. But they kind of don't exist unless they're being emitted or absorbed. I mean, in a certain sense, right? So when we ask where the photon is, well, where did you emit it? Where did you detect it? That's what we can know. What's going on between those? We can tell you it's probably not like one photon that's going zing, right? There's all sorts of bouncing off walls and interchanging with electrons and spontaneous emission and all sorts of stuff going on, right?
Yeah.
But then even when I talk about bouncing out off of walls, that sounds like a billiard ball. So it's I think photons are fascinating because they're just not what we think they are, and yet we have to think about them in some way that relates to what other things that we expect physically. I really think it's interesting that they're on the border of of the time cone. You know, they have to be on the border of the time cone. So it seems to me like they could be a really nice interface between outside and inside 4D.
Yeah. Well, let me go to Clint Norton next then. Clint, sir? And could I ask you to turn your camera on, Clint? There we go.
Yeah, I'm just saving battery. Back to remote viewing. Have you ever considered the possibility that remote viewing works through energy trails? The very few instances I've had of doing prediction and touching base with things in the past and going orthogonally across the time, I guess you'd call it. It seemed like I found an anchor point, and then I was following a trail to wherever it was I was going. And
I know what you mean.
yeah, and it's just like energy leaves a trace. That's the way I see it. And once the trace is there, whether it's being projected into the future or already left in the past, then it's just a matter of picking up on a energy frequency and following that frequency. At least that's my perception of it.
So I think I know what you mean. I mean, so Ingo Swann talked about it as the signal line, right? The sort of line that you use to get to whatever event or thing that you're remote viewing. I think I wouldn't call it an energetic trail because that suggests it is in space-time.
Why do we limit energy to space-time?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. But to most physicists, if they hear energy, they're going to start thinking about some kind of energy / matter in space-time with an energy density that's influencing the space-time around it. And so I'm just saying, like, just so when you're talking to physicists about this, it might be just in terms of language or communication, it might be useful to talk about it as like an intentional or an informational trail.
Yeah, that's kind of like social politics.
Yeah. I don't need you to. I'm just trying to explain. Like, I had this reaction to the word energetic, and I just wanted to explain that in a kind way, because I imagine that if you brought that up to someone, they might have that experience. But I know what you mean, and I think that, in fact, I've done some of the ways that when you teach remote viewing to a team, it's actually helpful for you to basically beat a trail to the target yourself, and then the students have an easier time beating a trail to the target. It's like they don't have to beat so hard because there's the trail. You know, that's anecdotal, but that's what I've observed. So I think I know what you mean, and I think that trail is intention based. So the more focused your intention, one of the results I have from the remote viewing, precognitive remote viewing, is the more you focus your attention and the more that intention is coming from a place of unconditional love, the better accuracy you have. So positive, loving intention actually supports accuracy in precognitive remote viewing, which to me supports this idea that it's intention-based.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you there, but that's just, that's the way I perceive it. Let's move on to somebody else.
That's really cool. Thanks for sharing that, Clint.
Yeah, and Michael, thank you, sir. So let me go back to Elliot next, sir.
I'm curious what kind of relationship you see between the development of our physics understanding, our technical understanding, and also, let's say, meditation or metaphysical development, inner development.
Physical understanding, metaphysical development. Yeah, that's interesting. So many physicists and scientists in general, but physicists in particular who meditate, talk about either in dreams or in meditation, just receiving information from the future or connecting with their future self to do a better experiment or to think better thoughts about their theory, something that actually works out. My whole life, that's how I have chosen the experiments that I do. They just come to me. Maybe I'm waking or falling asleep or in a dream or in a remote viewing session or during the day when I'm taking a shower or dancing around, something that's not science. I think that that this division that we're taught to have, at least in the Western world, we're taught to have this division between the stuff that's unconscious and all this operation that's going on sort of at the base of the iceberg, and the stuff that we're conscious of up here, which is supposed to be more rational and deliberative. I think that division starts to loosen up a little when you get safe enough in your own mind that you know you're not going to go crazy with ideas bubbling up. So if you're a mentally healthy person, there's some good differentiation between all the stuff going on down here, which can get very weird, and the stuff that goes on up here, right? That's good differentiation that helps you live your life and like pay the rent and leave your bedroom, right? But over time, as you meditate, it's like it starts to feel safer to have these things come up. And you also start to get some discernment. In my experience, and I know that the cities talk about this, the Hindu scriptures have much more experience with meditation than I do. But this idea that this discernment kicks in where you kind of know or feel or sense what the key insights are that are coming up versus just like, I'm afraid that my kid isn't going to get a job after college, so I'm going to have this fantasy that he doesn't get a job after college. You know what I mean? Like it's a sort of key insights that have to do with the progress of a scientific field versus your own sort of egoic or emotional feelings about something. And that discernment helps guide science, and I think it always has. And before science, I think it guided metaphysics and philosophy. I think it guides progress in every culture. Is developing that discernment. And when we don't develop the discernment, and when the maturity or the ego development of a culture gets to the point where we forget that discernment is important, so we start to say it's okay for just everything that comes through is important and useful for the progress of the culture, or nothing should come through. Either of those extremes makes it so that there's less progress.
That kind of speaks a lot to discernment. Sounds somewhat cognitive to me.
Mm-hmm.
What about compassion, loving heart, that kind of purification? Does that remain important or unnecessary?
Well, so discernment, I don't mean just cognitive, and I'm sorry, I get that it would sound that way. Yeah, so by discernment, I mean, it's almost like, it's not like my discernment as a meditator or your discernment. It's kind of like the discernment. So it's like the discernment, you have better access to the discernment, which comes from a source of unconditional love that exists in the universe, which is not generated by you. So that when I start talking to people about unconditional love, the biggest number one mistake that people have is they think that they have to generate this thing that's called unconditional love. It's like, no, this is a thing that exists in the universe and you can access it, and you access it. It's like no one's walking around saying, well, I have to wake up early. I got to get the sun up because I have to make the sun literally go up in the sky. Like that is not how we relate to the sun, but that's how we relate to this concept. And so I should put an article I wrote about unconditional love on here. I'll put it in the chat window. But anyway, this discernment is sort of the discernment we can all access. And that doesn't mean that we get to decide that our way of accessing it. I mean, the other piece that happens is people say, I've accessed this discernment and I know the truth and people should just do what I say. That's not it either. So the discernment is also about recognizing like my own limitations as a person and my own lack of ability to just to access the God's eye view, right? Like get some humility. None of us has the God's eye view. So what can we do from our place, of humility?
And can you put in the chat or in some kind of follow-up email 2 or 3 of your favorite articles or books for someone wanting to get started with your work?
Oh,
yeah,
sure.
or your website. Let's put that in.
Okay, sure. I'll put it in the chat. loveandtime.org. I agree that not all UAPs are the same, by the way. Levantine.org. My for-profit is mossbridgeinstitute.com. And my favorite place for you to download papers is tinyurl.com/precog papers 2022. That's kind of a compendium.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. You all have been super great. And Tim, I see you there like reading the chat and managing all the different ideas and dodging all the pitfalls, and you did a great job.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And so right now it's 1:45. And again, I have a block of time until 2, but I have another speaker as well. So it's entirely up to you, ma'am.
I think I should go. The natives are getting restless, and but this has been just fantastic, and the questions from so many different angles. It makes me really happy.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, Julia, let me thank you again. Let me put it back on gallery. I want to have everyone give you an enormous hand again. Thank you for the presentation and for answering all of the questions and for so many thoughtful insights. I mean, it's a little bit different for us, but it's as you can see, this audience is incredibly interested in this stuff. So it's wonderful to have you here with us. So.
Thank you, thank you. What a great crowd. So I hope to go to some more of these again. I hope someday you have them on a Sunday or another day of the week. I pray for that.
Okay. Well, thank you again. So let me do this then. I'm going to put this back on speaker mode, and I'm going to go to our next guest, who is David Alzafon. And let me see. David, let me ask you to unmute.
I was putting the video on, but I was just pointing over there.
Okay. Oops. Oops. I'm not sure which. Sorry, I may have just muted David. Okay, sorry about that. Let me ask to unmute. He might be on. And again, we do have David Alzafon with us. He may be on 2 different machines. It's difficult to tell. David, I think I may have muted you out. Nope, you're there. Okay, I can't hear you though.
Can you? Oh, I haven't said anything. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Perfect. Wonderful.
Okay.
David, if it's okay, let me do a brief introduction, and then we will get started from there. So, okay, I'm going to briefly mute you back out, and then I will do our intro. So we are joined once again by David Alzafon, who has been an inspirational part of the APEC conference. He has been with us since the beginning of this conference. He's presented on his father's work a couple of times. This is something that Mark Sokol, this is incredibly close to Mark's heart. He's been working on the Alzafon flying saucer. So today, David is going to describe how to build a flying saucer based on the theoretical and engineering work of his father, Frederick Alzafon, combined with an analysis of UFO field emissions and various things that kind of go along with that. The Alzafon method for gravity control is documented in the book Gravity Control with Present Technology, written by David and Frederick, and it utilizes a method of applying microwaves to align particle spins and create propulsion from kind of a gyroscopic precession effect on the atomic level. Okay, so David, I will ask you to unmute once again, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Sure.
And yeah, go ahead, sir, and feel free to share your screen or whatever. I will mute myself out, and thank you again.
Okay. So can everybody see me? Am I visible? Okay, good. Yeah, the last time I was here I was just coming down with COVID, and at the time I just had a runny nose. I'm feeling really good today, by contrast. And it's been, let's see, I think it was December of 2020 2021 that I got COVID and spent a year recovering, and now we're into 2022. And in the meantime, Mark has been working on his experiments, and I know that Mark had some initial success, and I was really encouraged by that. I'd like to back up though and explain how my father's theory came about, and try to give everybody a 5-minute lecture on the theory behind it and why that theory should be interesting, at least as interesting as all the other theories out there. And that has to do with his use of the scientific method. Now, my dad was, well, he died in 2012. And at that time, by that time, I had been spending roughly 42 years trying to get money to back his research. And his writing about gravity, though, began his theorizing actually began back in 1942 when he was a graduate student in particle physics at Berkeley, UC Berkeley. He was doing experiments at the cyclotron. And in terms of previously existing physical theory, this is part of a long lecture he gave me once on a road trip that came out of nowhere, but I want to repeat part of it for everybody here. And that is, he viewed the history of physics as the history of ever refining filters of measurement. So we started out in physics by doing the geometry of fields and crops and cannonballs and that kind of thing, large and visible objects. But then we began to dive into the invisible world. First of all, the world of chemistry, molecules interacting, and then atoms interacting, and then elementary particles, composing matter interacting. And there we kind of began to cross the line between radiant energy and particles. And we've had some difficulty making that transition, bringing everything together mathematically. That's what he had worked on for so many years before he published his first paper on gravitation, which was in 1960. This was after a conversation with Richard Feynman at Caltech. Richard Feynman used to keep office hours, and my dad was down there on a business trip, and he dropped in with Feynman and had I think a 2-hour discussion with him. And Feynman really tried to punch holes in his theory. And when he couldn't do it, he encouraged my dad to publish. Now, in 1960, he published a paper with the American Journal of Astronautics and Aeronautics on the origin of the gravitational field. Of course, I was around at that time. I think I was 10 years old. And I remember how excited he was about that. And coincidentally, the US Air Force was doing a survey at the time of gravitation theories worldwide, because the Soviet Union was claiming to have an anti-gravity vehicle. And I in my book, the top 10 UFO riddles, I cite the scientist who was talking about this at the time. He turned out to be a fraud. However, the Air Force was interested in my father's theory, which the author of the survey called the only theory that he had looked at worldwide since the time of Sir Isaac Newton that had a prayer of an engineering application. Now, at the time, my dad had no idea what that application might be, but he did want to work on it. He was thrilled, except that they told him it would be classified higher than the Manhattan Project. Now, my dad had been around the periphery of the Manhattan Project when it was on, and my mom actually worked on it, so did my uncle. And they had no great love of that level of secrecy. What he really wanted, and he told me this from the time I was 8 years old, was to open up the space frontier. And this could only be done, he felt, and it seems to be true now as it was back then, by eliminating the need for rockets, by controlling the gravitational force. if you could control gravity, you could reduce the need for hauling fuel into space or burning up all your fuel on your way out of the atmosphere. And you'd have plenty of fuel left over to maneuver out in space. You could also bring huge payloads up there. You could build factories in space. You could mine the asteroids. You could visit the planets without any difficulty at all, and much more, which I'll touch on later. But the Air Force apparently wanted to put this in the black vault, and he wasn't game for that at all. So he walked out of the meeting with an Air Force colonel at the Foreign Technology Division at Moffett Field, Ames Research and Development. And so he decided to go it on his own. And the head of the survey for the Air Force told him, your theory has about as much chance as a snowball in hell of getting through the door of any university in the world right now because of the dominance of general relativity. And I have to say that after my dad died, I went back to the university system and I tried to just get an audience with somebody who would listen to me describe an experiment he did in 1994, which was strongly suggestive that he was correct. And I couldn't even get in the door. They would not speak to me. And of course, they wouldn't speak to him during his entire lifetime. And so from the time of, well, let me back up a bit. His idea for the technology based on his theory came about because of a UAP sighting. This UAP sighting, though, was in 1957. This was a UFO. They call them UFOs back then. UAP, of course, is a euphemism for UFO, but you don't have to talk about aliens when you're talking about UAPs, and you notice in the congressional hearings how circumspect they are about bringing up the topic of aliens. We don't know who's making these things, they say. Of course, whoever's making them has technology at least 1,000 years in advance of anything we've got. However, the propulsion system may not be quite that complicated because this UFO was buzzing in 57, was buzzing a B-52 that was on a training mission, electronic countermeasures training mission over the Gulf of Mexico. And they had 3 hours to take readings off of this UFO. I don't know everything that they recorded, but enough of it was published in the Condon Committee report on UFOs. The final, this was case number 2. Case number 2 was deleted from the final Condon Committee report. They didn't want this out there, obviously. But somebody caught it and made a copy. And it said that this UFO, which was as big as a barn and running circles around the B-52, was emitting a pulsed microwave field in the 3 gigahertz range. And so my dad started thinking about that. What could they possibly be doing in terms of my theory? And that gave him the idea of going to a technical library in Long Beach, where he was working. And he found a book, which is online right now, called Dynamic Nuclear Orientation. It's by a professor from Berkeley named C.D. Jeffries. And it describes how you can set up this electrons in a paramagnetic material, such as aluminum, to spin along a single axis, and then you blast them from a right angle with a microwave pulse. They flip over, and because of their proximity to the nucleus of the aluminum, they transfer by angular momentum, and I mean magnetic moment, not the billiard ball kind of movement, but magnetic moment, to the nucleus, and that flips the nucleus. And then we come to what else it does in terms of his theory, which is it gives an orientation to the virtual processes that are associated with that nucleus. Virtual processes are they are below the, remember I talked about filters, they're below the level of things you can observe. However, they can be inferred, and they are used regularly in talking about black body radiation and that kind of thing. They're very transient. He did some calculations in his later paper, which I just happen to have right here, which put them at the range of 0.0011596 seconds. It's a thrilling page from the paper, which, sorry, you can't see it, but you can get it online, which is called, let's see, I want to get it right. This is AAIA-81-1608, Anti-Gravity with Present Technology, Implementation and Theoretical Foundation, 1981. Now, if he had $1 trillion idea, what was he doing publishing this paper in the proceedings of the 17th Joint Propulsion Conference at Colorado Springs, where Nikola Tesla, of course, did his experiments portentously, I hope, because I got to come to my disclaimer in a moment about how certain we are that this is all true. Why would he publish it? He had a patent pending at the time, and he was sure it was going to be accepted because he was dealing with nothing but known processes. He didn't have a device handy, but his patent attorney told him no question is going to be accepted, except they didn't accept it. They turned it down and they never said why. I have some speculation about why they turned it down, but I don't want to spend a lot of time speculating. Let's just say maybe it bumped up against another patent that was secret. So he had made the mistake of exposing his technology to the world in 1981. And at that point, the whole world could have taken what he had put in that paper and started working on it, if, of course, some university would accept it. But we don't know if they did that. And it could be that they did. That could explain the UAP phenomenon if the metallurgy wasn't so advanced, as well as the gravity control. But in 1981, he began his quest for backing. And by the time I was helping in Silicon Valley, helping him find investors in Silicon Valley, it was a very heavy lift to get people to listen to me, because as soon as the word anti-gravity came up, people would, raise both eyebrows and look at you sideways and try to look for the nearest exit. Nobody wanted to hear about anti-gravity, but there wasn't anything else to call it. Well, he decided to call it gravity control because of the negative of word anti-gravity, the negative effects. And in 2012, when he died, he had only managed to put on one experiment in 1994. And that is in my book, Gravity Control with Present Technology, which is his title, the title for his paper, but turned into a book. And I think I have a copy of it here somewhere, or behind me. Yes, this is the book. It's on Amazon. And it has the record of the experiment. These are charts that show the loss of weight in a sample of aluminum coated with particles, 1 micron particles of iron. Those are sort of a booster to get the magnetic force applied to the nuclei to be stronger. They're a primer, so to speak. So with the success of that experiment, he thought he kind of had it in the bag, but nothing happened. In 2012, I started looking again for funds to fund the experiments. Haven't come up with anything. And that's where things stand today, except for Mark. Mark has decided to repeat the 1994 experiment with improvements, because there were flaws in the 1994 experiment. And if Mark is successful, I suspect that the world will be a path to his door. And that that pretty much brings us up to date on the technology. I haven't described exactly how it works, but it's analogous to a cryogenic pump. This cryogenic process has been known since 1920s. It can achieve temperatures of close to absolute zero. Now, by analogy, we should be able to completely negate the gravitational field using dynamic nuclear orientation. And to describe how it works very briefly, nuclei become oriented. It's the virtual process field that they're surrounded by that has to break up this order and turn it into disorder. It's called an order-disorder transformation, and it lowers the mean energy in the field because the work that is done to disorient the nuclei after the microwave field is turned off costs the gravitational field energy. And you simply repeat this over and over again at a high rate of speed, and you can eventually decrease the gravitational field by increments down, 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 down. And if you remember the charts, they had a sawtooth pattern like this. The weight of the object goes up slightly, and then it descends into a valley. And then when the second pulse occurs, it goes up slightly. And then when you shut off the microwave pulse, it drops further. And if you were to repeat this, many, many times, you'd eventually turn the weight of the object into zero, as well as the inertial field of the object. So it would have no inertia and it would have no weight at all. You know that inertia and mass are directly related, and so is the gravitational attraction of the Earth. Everything is related. Einstein had his explanation. This is a much more mechanical explanation in terms of known physics. And I guess that's my introduction to what my dad was all about. And I've been viewing the congressional hearings with a lot of interest because the implications of the technology are that this is exactly what the UAPs are using to fly around, based especially on that 1957 sighting, and in which this pulsed microwave field was being emitted from this object. Also, people who've witnessed UFOs on the ground have been apparently burned by microwave fields. And so here's the explanation, but it's also the explanation for a lot of weird things that UAPs do, like instantaneous accelerations that should kill the occupants, if you understand how G-forces work, and I'm sure that everybody here does. The occupants should be turned into strawberry jam by the accelerations that these things undergo. In fact, the object itself should be blown apart, but it isn't. So they're controlling inertia and they're controlling gravity, and this gives an explanation. Another feature that is seen frequently is the falling leaf pattern, and this is also explained. The whole crop circle phenomenon can be explained using the same technology. So crop circles, instead of being seen as magical, they can be seen as a very efficient way to communicate with Earthlings without getting out of your interstellar craft or your shuttlecraft, whatever kind of craft they're using. And some other things, such as faster than light travel, fall out from the theory. For example, according to the special theory of relativity, which is incorporated into this theory, as you approach the speed of light, the mass of the object you're flying in and yourself increases to infinity. But if your object has no mass and no inertia, you can pass through the barrier of the speed of light with no trouble at all. I once asked my dad, how many times faster than the speed of light could you go? And he said, how many do you want? And I said, well, 10. He said, why not 100? So warp drive essentially is easily done with this technology. And with that, I I'm welcoming any questions you might have, and I'm ready to answer them.
Wonderful. David, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me do this. That was a relatively short presentation. I want to put this thing on gallery view. Everyone, please give David Alzafon an enormous hand. David, thank you so much for coming back and giving kind of a refresher on your work and your father's work. Okay, so let's go to Q&A session. And again, that is, let me find it here. Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows to raise your hand with questions. And let me see. Mike Brace. Sir, would you like to go? Okay, there we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. And could I trouble you to turn your camera on, Mike?
I'm working on that now.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Fascinating discussion, David. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I'm heavily involved with the theories of gravity, anti-gravity myself. My only question is it, in listening to what your father discovered, it sounds like he negated gravity, but in order to provide thrust in some direction, it does not sound like he provided any means of generating. You know, an anti-gravitational force will just simply negate the gravitational force between two objects, thereby rendering the object, like you said, not so much massless, but weightless. But then how does he use that? How do you propose using that to provide actual propulsion beyond?
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. How does he, well, he used to say that once you've negated the weight and the inertial mass of the vehicle, a very small amount of propulsion goes a long way. And with the shuttlecraft that operate within the Earth's atmosphere, he suspected that it was, they were bouncing off of the Earth's magnetic field. And when you look at Bob Lazar's design for the sport model saucer, I'm sure you're familiar with that. If not, I can describe it quickly. Bob Lazar's sport model saucer. You essentially had a circular disc, and in the bottom of the hull, you had what Bob Lazar referred to as negative gravity or gravity wave B cylinders that were projecting gravity, anti-gravity towards the Earth and then repelling off of it. My dad took a look at that and said, more likely they are electromagnets that are repelling off of the Earth's magnetic field. But once you have a weightless vehicle, you can use rockets, you can use magnets, and incidentally, the object would fly like a bat out of hell if with the force of a magnet that large interacting with the Earth's magnetic field. Or you could have in space where you don't have a magnetic field, you can use the gravitational fields of nearby objects. Like you want to go to Mars, you home in on Mars, you increase the force of gravity in that direction and decrease it behind your craft, and you will start flying towards Mars at an ever accelerating rate with no limit to how much acceleration you can manage. Of course, you do have to slow down at the end of the trip, but there are a variety of propulsion methods. There is no method, however, that uses the force of gravity in any other way than I just described, because the one thing about gravity that we observe all throughout the universe is that it is only an attractive force. And when Bob Lazar talks about a gravity B wave, I get very suspicious that he's been fed disinformation to spread around to people who might be looking for a way to build something like the sport model saucer. And this would mislead them about the way it really worked. Does that answer your question? I hope.
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
My dad used to say, when the movie The Yellow Submarine came out, he said you could sit in a bathtub and put a can of hairspray out the back and fly to the moon on one can of hairspray. And I did some calculations for my other book, The Top 10 UFO Riddles. No, actually it was for both books, about a terrestrial private UAP that could be built by Detroit Auto Works. And it could fly coast to coast on something like 3 gallons of petrol, of diesel fuel, used in a turbojet that would be mounted on the rear of the semicircular disc. And this may be disappointing in terms of high technology, but the conquest of gravity is something that's never been done before. It is a evolutionary step forward in technology, and there will be all kinds of unexpected technological outgrowths from that model of technology on how to control gravitation. And turbine rockets are, I mean, you could use a 1.5 horsepower rocket or even less to propel this vehicle coast to coast. Or say you wanted to live in Colorado and commute to San Francisco, you could do it in an hour or less, the way you use an automobile now with this particular design. Going into space, however, would be another matter altogether. You need special kinds of equipment to go into space. But I'm proposing overhauling the auto industry completely and putting private aircraft in the hands of ordinary citizens on a massive scale, so that we can extend the distances we live from cities. And you can imagine how that might reshape the cultural landscape, something like that, decentralization of populations, taking the pressure off the cities. So rather than rant on about that, if you have any other questions, I'd be glad to answer.
That's good, sir. Thank you very much for answering my question. I appreciate it.
Okay. And thank you as well. Let me go to Jared next. Jared, go for it, sir.
Hey, sir. I have some peripheral tertiary questions around your dad's work. So it looks like he worked for Lockheed and Boeing at different times in his career, and he had some other papers about NDI, non-destructive interference type testing. And I was just wondering if you could, if you happen to have any of his other work, his maybe not his anti-gravity stuff, but all of his stuff, as well as maybe provide a timeline on when he worked for which companies.
Yes, I have all of that. And in preparation for a question like this, I opened one of the books here. I believe it's the Gravity Control book. And let me see if I can pull that up. Well, let's see. It's I'm trying to search on CV. Should have a better search term than that.
And yeah, and David, you can do, if you want, you can do a screen share also.
I can? Oh,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that.
Okay. It is down. Actually, there should be a green button down in the bottom center of your Zoom window.
Oh, okay. Right. I see I have a choice of things to share here.
Yeah, it'll let you share different windows. And if you're doing a browser, if you want to share that, you could just share that way, and you can always stop and reshare later.
Okay, the basic is a whiteboard, an iPhone pad, the screen. I don't know which of, okay, wait a minute, I got it.
There you go.
Here it is. Okay, can people actually see this?
Yeah. And so it's showing let me see, Al's Grav-Control final in LibreOffice Writer.
Yeah, here's Fred's biography. I want his CV. Oh, that's not what I want. This is the text that I used for publishing the book that's online. These are his degrees, and here's the CV. And these are publications that these are all refereed journal type publications. I don't know how you're going to, you can write to me at info@claffrackner.com and I will send you a copy of this if you want, or you could buy the book, in which case you would automatically get this. But you could see that he was publishing in the field of infrared non-destructive testing, because actually he was the guy who invented that in the 60s. And then he began working on heat transference in objects based on optical principles. That was totally original. And he was also working on what's called the Sommerfeld method, which is a method for analyzing radiation diffraction from objects of a complex shape, like I say, a snowflake. And there was no method for doing that until he wrote this book. The book's behind me. Let's see. This book is also on YouTube. It is I'm sorry, book is also on Amazon. And it's published by the SPIE, the Optical Society of America. And if I opened it for you, you'd understand why so few people ever heard of my dad's work during his lifetime. He didn't generally speak in broad speculative terms. He spoke in the language of mathematics. And some of the mathematics is extremely difficult. The theory behind it, however, is simple, and that's what I wanted to convey in my little speech. Let's see, what do I have here? Okay, here are all his papers on gravitation. And the MUFON journal was receptive to publishing this stuff, starting with see, where's the first MUFON? Let me make this a little bigger so people could see it better. Oh, here it is, down here. And move this, yeah. Can you actually see a full line of print?
It looks so. It looks like it's wrapping, which you want. Yeah, so yeah, it is bigger.
Okay, yeah, this is a full line from the book. So here's the first paper that had to do with gravitation, and that was in 1960. This is the Air Force Survey 1B, Soviet Research on Gravitation and Analysis of Published Literature. That's also online. This is the 1981 paper. I don't know if anybody's posted it online. I know that the AIAA charges a fee for it. I don't get any of that. That's strictly the AIAA, and I didn't want to put it out there because I was afraid that I'd conflict with their copyright. So here is the first paper from the MUFON journal, the UFO propulsion model. And then comes, well, these are scientific papers. They were published in Physics Essays. That's the first of them. That was the Unified Field Theory paper. This is a Charles Yost interview. Charles Yost, the late Charles Yost, was the publisher of the Electric Spacecraft Journal. And it was, he did a review of Fred's work. at the time. I just want to say that you won't find Fred ever saying that he had positively conquered gravitation. There was a negative review on Amazon.com by a guy named Prushi, who was highly critical of the experiment because there was one adverse trial in the experiment. And a plausible explanation for what happened there has come about through Mark Sokol's work. Because he's using exactly the same electromagnet. It might even be the same, the same one that Fred used in his experiment for Mark's experiments. And it when you switch off the power to the electromagnet, it retains a very large residual field. If they ran the experimental trial immediately after switching off the power, then it's quite possible that this residual field affected the results. The sample in the experiment was only 1.15 grams. And here you have a magnet powerful enough to use in a, what's the word, magnetic resonance device. It's extremely powerful. And so it's unclear. And the thrust of my book, Gravity Control with Present Technology, is to get somebody to repeat the 1994 experiments because they were promising, not because they absolutely proved that this technology works, but because they were strongly suggestive that it did work. And that's pretty good, actually, in a field where it's very difficult to find publicly repeatable experiments. Such as this. You often see pictures of things made to float in cages, but when investigators go out to talk to the people who've run these experiments, they have trouble replicating it. And it's just, in terms of the scientific method, you have to have something that scientists anywhere in the globe could take. They could rebuild the equipment, rebuild the circumstances, run the experiment, and get the same results. And that was the criteria my dad used. And unfortunately, the experiment, which was kind of jerry-rigged, using equipment from the chemistry lab at a major Pacific Northwest university, had to be run under the most difficult of circumstances. It wasn't the greatest of circumstances, but he got positive results in every trial except that one. And that one is equivocal. He gives a number of explanations for why you might have gotten the effect when the magnetic field was turned off. And that's why it needs to be run again. You need to control every variable in the experiment and then run it. Okay, so let's see what else we have here. UFOs and crop circles. This is a really good one. I know it was online. It's probably still online. If you could see the date of this article, it was the MUFON Journal number 435, July 2004. And I gave a web address for it. I don't know if that web address is still good, but you could read about how you could actually run an experiment to create crop circles using the same technology. And it would be a good deal cheaper to run than an anti-gravity experiment or a gravity control experiment. And the rest of these papers are really on his unified field theory.
Could you try centering your page in the middle of that window so
sure,
we don't lose the end of it? If you scroll at the bottom, I think just slightly.
Scroll, oh, okay. Like this?
Yes.
How about like this? Seems
perfect.
Fairly centered. From my standpoint, I can't see what you're seeing.
I think we see exactly what you see within your window.
Oh, okay. Now, are you having trouble reading it? Do you want me to do anything else, like make it bigger?
You know, if there is a way, or maybe a reading view might help if you're able to do that. But that's not. I didn't want you to get kind of turned around with the software.
Okay.
Oh, that's better.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess you can do a screen capture of this if you want to. And I can do that with any page from the book. I'll scroll down to the next couple of entries here. And by the way, if I scroll too fast or you want to capture any part of this, just throw a red flag down and I'll go back. And so I'm going to scroll onward. Okay. And I will continue onward now. You know, we're scrolling by decades of work here as it reduced to print, black and white print. It doesn't quite convey the agonies that he went through to get all of this stuff out and published. He met a lot of resistance at physics essays, for example. And I have a few of his retorts to referees. I've never published them because they're contentious, but referees raised objections. I read the objections, and it's a very weird phenomenon psychologically. When you find people who are committed, heart and soul, to the general theory of relativity, the objections they were raising to my father's theory were just random sniping. For example, one was about him using a plus sign where he should have used a negative sign in an equation. It was a typo. But that was the whole reason this referee rejected the paper. Also, I sat down with a Nobel Prize nominee in Palo Alto to talk to him about my dad's work. He took the paper, he kept it for 3 weeks. I asked him about it again. He took the paper out of his briefcase and threw it at me and said he didn't have to read this paper. I said, why not? Because it's bullshit. And he shouted just like that. And he was turning red in the face and veins popping out of his head. I was really worried he was going to have a heart attack right there. But I said, okay, so it's bullshit. What's bullshit about it? He said, violates the second law of thermodynamics. Ask your dad about that one and get back to me. Well, I did. And my dad destroyed his criticism in about 2 sentences. And if you want to know exactly what he said, it had to do with, well, your friend, the Nobel Prize nominee, would be right if he was talking about a closed system. But we're not talking about a closed system, we're talking about an open system. I quick ran to the internet and looked up the second law of thermodynamics, and it said it applies only to closed systems. So this guy did not know what he was talking about. And I tried to get back to him with the answer, but he refused to talk to me. This is the kind of thing, this petulance is exactly what he ran into and I ran into year after year after year. And it isn't an attempt to suppress my father's work at all. I would not call it that. I would call it just institutional inertia. People do not want to move out of their comfort zone to look at something that might actually undermine things that they've used to, things on which their career is based. And that's a very understandable prejudice. And I think it operates at a subconscious level. But unfortunately, it's standing in the way of progress if this is right, if what he's written is correct. Which, by the way, is another reason I appreciate Mark not getting hung up on that and going straight to the experiment. Okay, so now let's look at the last of the entries. You can look at you can go on vixra.org for this particular paper, but the paper, I reproduced it and I edited it against the original text in his paper when I put it in the book. So I think the best version of it is actually in the book. And in this paper, he's talking about dark matter and resolving the problem of dark matter in the cosmology based on his theory. So you can see it's a very wide-ranging theory, not limited to gravitation. In fact, he said gravitation and gravity control are really a small part of it. And it's a much bigger subject area than just gravity. But gravity control is obviously the most exciting area because it means opening the space frontier. Now, is there anything else you want to see in here? I'd be glad to put it on the screen.
If you were able to put up your dad's book, Gravity Control, Present Technologies, I mean, I think that's some of what you put up, right? But
I put it up, but I don't have.
Maybe you could show us the Amazon listing and stuff like that for it. That was what I was kind of thinking.
The Amazon listing?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, it's up to you. And we're ahead of schedule. So
Okay. Let me open a new browser.
But I believe Ted is with us also. So yeah, it looks like he is here. So that's also, it's okay to be ahead of schedule. I don't want to keep you longer than you need to be here. But I do have 2 questions as well.
Okay, good. I deliberately kept my presentation down so that I could field more questions. As I recall, last time I didn't. The time for questions was limited, and I wanted to answer all questions that I could. For instance, I've got 10 UFO riddles. I've got the solution to 10 UFO riddles here that I can discuss. I'll list the riddles. And if anybody votes, they want to hear the answer, I'd be glad to explain them. For example, why are flying saucers saucers? Or why is that a preferred element of design, the saucer shape? Fred's theory gives the explanation for that. The other one being the instant accelerations, he can explain that. The falling let me see. Has everybody seen the Amazon listing? Because I'd like to bring up the top 10 UFO riddles.
Yeah, I would say bring it up so that people could see it.
Okay. Yeah, just go for Alzafon Gravity Control Present Technology. You'll find it on. It's obviously the only one there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think there are too many Alzafons in the.
Do you want me to stop your screen share then, and we can go to questions? We can go back to questions, or?
Sure. Riddle 1: Why is the saucer shape so popular? And what's holding them up?
David, it's not showing it. Actually, it's stuck on your document. I think that's the problem. Here, let me stop your screen share. Let me see. Stop sharing. There we go.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, because you shared the document, and so when you brought the other one up, it's not showing it. But if it's okay, let me go to questions really quick first. Let me go to Bill Alec, who has been patiently waiting.
Thank you, Tim. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great, Bill.
Yeah, David, interesting lecture here. Personally, I'm doing a lot of work with Tom Bearden's scalar wave technology. And what that is, the long and short of it is that Tom describes matter as trapped electromagnetism, which means that you have converging fields that make up matter. And when you have these converging fields, you get something that's, for example, if you have a sine wave, you have with these converging fields, you have a sine squared term. And the sine squared term only pops up with the original Maxwell equations, not the new ones edited by Oliver Heaviside, but the original work done by Maxwell, which includes a scalar component. Now, I replicated Tom's work, and sure enough, the guy's absolutely right. Okay, it's producing a scalar wave, which is a sine squared term of converging fields. And when you look at it on the scope, you can actually see this on the scope. And I can show this on the, I'm not sure if you can see it here.
It's actually,
it's probably not showing up very well.
It becomes transparent and I can see the picture behind you. Now I can see it.
Yeah.
EMWH.
Classical electromagnetism, it just works with AC waves. But when you work with the sine squared term, it's an AC wave that's offset, that has a DC offset. Okay, and that seems to be the key point of the scalar mechanics, because what Tom is actually describing is a gravitational wave. This is how you make gravity waves, using the sine squared term. And to do it, you set up these converging fields. They have to be either in phase for gravity or out of phase, okay, perfectly out of phase for anti-gravity. Now, I was wondering if your father worked with converging fields in maybe an anti-gravity configuration where they're perfectly out of phase. Now, the other experiments that I worked on is the Boyd-Bushman experiment, where you set up these opposing fields on magnets and you force them together and you do this drop test and it produces an anti-gravitational effect. And I was wondering if maybe your father has worked with anything with converging fields, okay, to produce either gravity or anti-gravitational effects.
No, and I would go back to the theoretical basis of his technology to point out that it's a requirement that you have a kind of operational definition of gravity to begin with, or you will not know what levers to pull in nature to create a modification of the gravitational field. Now, whatever model you have, it must explain why, for example, the gravitational field there's no shields against it. You can't put a metal screen between you and the earth and
right. Well,
shield
it
yourself.
penetrates everything.
It penetrates everything.
Right.
That immediately suggests that it has to do with elementary processes or elementary particles, because that's the one property that is shared by all kinds of masses, no matter how hot or how cold. They all exhibit gravitation in exactly the same formula. You don't, for example, find a planet made of nickel or one of the asteroids that has any different kind of a gravitational field than an equal mass made of some other kind of material. Material has nothing to do with it. It's simply a function of mass. So your theoretical basis has to be able to explain all those things. I can't comment on the scalar wave idea because I'm not familiar with it enough. Also, I'm no great shakes as a physicist. All I'm familiar with is the reasoning process by which my dad was able to derive his theory of gravitation and the technology for modifying gravitation. And over the years, I've encountered a lot of different theories. And what I would do is invite you to look at this book, Gravity Control with Present Technology. Mostly it's his writing and I'm just quoting him. I'm trying to put it all in a reasonable logical order in a simple framework and then a much more complex framework. So you can go from, grammar school version to PhD version. If I tried to dump the PhD version on everybody, because I knew there would be readers like you who would understand the mathematics and the physics well enough to critique that. then I would lose every other kind of reader, the lay reader. So I tried to create a kind of a schoolroom version of it, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. And that's how I wrote it up. But my answer to your question is, glossing over all the details, and the scientist who has the scalar wave concept was?
Yeah, Tom Bearden.
Okay, I want to look him up, but
yeah, he recently passed away here.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Is he an American scientist?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's got to explain certain facts about gravitation, which are very well known and have been known from the beginning. It's electrically neutral. It is unaffected by electromagnetism. No, electromagnetic fields, no matter how strong, don't seem to have an effect on the gravitational field. Now, you're describing a process where electromagnetic fields cross, have some effect on it. But I'd want to know the mechanism by which they're interfering with gravity. A critical thinker must look at this and ask themselves, what's the theory of gravity and how does this technology interfere with it? And that's what I would be looking for if I was to read up on Dr. Bearden's technology.
Yeah, well, he gave a lecture back around 2000 that's actually very good, that describes the mathematics behind it.
And it's on YouTube?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Yeah, it's a psychotronics lecture back around 2000.
Okay.
Yeah, it is posted on my website.
Oh, you did? What's your website?
Intellect.com, INTALEK.com.
Yeah, and Tom Bearden was a longtime member. I think he was one of the founders of the U.S. Psychotronics Association.
Right.
Way back when. But that would have been Frederick's era. So.
Oh.
Yeah, that would have been around the era.
For all I know, he knew Tom Bearden. My dad was one of the most antisocial people I have ever known. His sun sign was Cancer, and the crab perfectly depicts his personality. He locked himself away. He didn't want anything to interfere with his work on physics. He must have worked on it 6 hours a day, at least, ever since I became conscious, a conscious human being.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah, well, more power to him. You know, I was proud of the way first of all, he kept his wits about him until the very end, and he was 93 years old when he passed away. So I used to go to the University of Oregon every single day and study the latest publications on general relativity and gravitation, and of course his other interests, optics and heat conduction, and Sommerfeld. So he was always a fun person to talk to. And incidentally, I was promising to do this the last time I was on, but I've made some progress with it. I have 2 lectures on special relativity by my dad, and they're really great. I just haven't transcribed them. And when I transcribe them, I'm going to put them up as a self-published book on Amazon. And if anybody wants to know when that happens, email me at info@klaffrachner.com. I'm going to write it here as a message to everybody. And I will send you notice.
Awesome. Okay, well, let's do this. Let's go back to, I want to go to Mark Sokol.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. I'm live here at the ISDC conference. I just wanted to say, David, first of all, about this upcoming book, if you'd like to send me the link to it when it becomes available, maybe we could add it to one of the mailers, because I know what your dad was one of the people who understood the theory of relativity the best.
He did.
He learned it from one of the top students of Einstein himself.
That is true. The man's name was Victor Lenzen. I'll write that down. You can look him up. There's precious little about him online. but they called him a collector of PhDs, and one of those PhDs was in the philosophy of the scientific method. He understood it very well. Even Einstein said himself, "Nobody understands my theory of relativity better than Victor Lenzen." So that was one of my dad's mentors.
Right. Now getting to we've been working on for the past it's going on about 2 years now. Unfortunately, I'm at this conference right now, so I'm not able to show you the equipment that the amount of work that we've actually done. I've been updating APEC almost every other week on our work. So far, we've gotten the power point where we can heat up the samples, and some of them have gone up in flames. So there's no longer a power issue. The best results that we found so far were with thin film aluminum. And therefore, we were using like a Mylar blanket, like the emergency blankets, that has thin film already deposited on it. But what we're doing in the coming weeks, we're going to be getting a vacuum vapor deposition machine that will allow us to put different layers of materials and make our own samples, because the equipment is ready, the electromagnet, the RF, everything is ready. The scale system is pretty good.
Wow.
Todd DeCiato, which is one of the members here, is coming down. We're going to be putting a high-speed scale in using an oscilloscope, so we'll be able to see whether the pulses, the weight loss as you graft it, we'll be able to see whether that's happening as well. But the samples and the thin film, I think, is really key to getting the RF to penetrate properly into the sample. Because skin depth at 9.5 gigahertz is pretty low.
And are you committed to 9.5 gigahertz? Or are you able to modulate the frequency?
Oh, we can modulate the frequency and just change the strength of the magnetic field, as necessary. We're not on 9.5 gigahertz. I mean, one of the problems with the X band, for anyone who's played around with it, you'll find that the neural pathways in your brain are nearly perfect antennas for those frequencies. So it can be pretty harrowing if there's any RF radiation leak. You'll start to feel it as in the form of a headache. Me and Jeremiah Pop, when we first started this with just 20 watts, and we put chicken wire all over the place, it didn't help. You can feel the radiation. You'll get a headache. We stuck it inside the Faraday cage and haven't had a problem since. Thank God.
May I just add a footnote on the technology here because of what you said about using a very thin foil sample. Once you set up a dynamic nuclear orientation, you're able to pulse it. The effect should bleed off, the gravitational effect should bleed off into the surroundings by induction from the oriented material that you're using. And I don't know how far it will extend. It could extend to the entire table. You don't know. You're in the unknown zone. This is what's exciting about doing science. You don't know what kind of an effect, if any, you're going to get. And it might be something very dramatic like that. And well, does that have any practical implication? Yes, it does. The implication is, for example, you could set up a factory floor where you use aluminum wires to conduct the effect to manufacturing robots that with decreased inertia could run 1,000 times faster than they do now, making automobiles or flying saucers or whatever you have them trained to do at an increased rate, at an incredibly increased rate. I mean, it starts your mind working on possibilities undreamed of in science nowadays. And I think I have at least 6 minutes more, so I wanted to mention a couple of things in relation to the technology and its perception and its change on the perception of where we are as a society.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's close out on that. I've got you and Mark open in terms of Mike and you know, and then we'll go until 3, and then I believe Ted is here with us, and we'll have him present after that.
Great. Okay. One reason I think a reason of just major importance for pursuing this technology, in spite of its status as an unknown and unproven, like Mark is doing, besides it being an adventure in scientific exploration, it is not without consequences. If the breakthrough is made, then what you're going to see is a transformation of this society, which is currently based on a feeling of scarcity everywhere for natural resources, to a society based on abundance, because resources are abundant in space. You have room to move excess population or expand the human race, the number of places that can be inhabited, into space, into colonies, and to other planets. You can expand industry off the planet and create whole new avenues for the production of anything you might want. And by the way, this is all good for business. This means making money. I think my father estimated that within 8 years of the debut of this technology, the global, I want to say national product, the global GNP of the world, I don't know what the initials are, but that would at least double within 8 years of the debut of this technology. And the way that people live and the way they think of themselves would become a lot, the horizons would expand tremendously. When people go out into space, for example, they come back transformed. It's called the overview effect. And every astronaut has experienced it. You remember William Shatner coming back from his space flight. You can look this up on YouTube. He was deeply moved in a spiritual sense. When millions of people go out into space and experience it as from the view of the Earth from space, will change people forever. I think you're going to see the number of squabbles over scarce resources down here on the planet diminish greatly. And this global move towards fascism will also decline, because that's all based on fear. And what are people afraid of? Oh, I won't have enough gas. I won't have a place to live. I won't have the rent money. Some leader can deliver me from these agonies if I just put all of my trust in that one leader. That kind of an argument will have less traction in a world transformed by this technology. And that's something to be devoutly wished for, because the route that we're going right now is a dangerous one. I can't see any good outcome coming from it. Even these school shootings and things like that, these come from people who lack a purpose in life, and they're victims of this scarcity versus abundance society and culture too. And I think we'll see less of that. So overall, this is going to have a tremendous positive effect on humanity. Now, as for the question of national security, in the congressional hearings, what I heard repeatedly is they're concerned about other countries getting this technology too, or maybe these UAPs represent some other country. I don't think they do. I think they represent an alien technology, but that's only my opinion. The reason I wrote the book was so that I would point out that other countries have been looking for scientific publications inside the United States to rip off technology, which means this technology has been out there for 38 years. 38 years it has been in the public domain. Anybody could have taken it and run with it, and that wouldn't be necessarily a good thing for the United States. Those of you who are old enough to remember will remember the Sputnik scandal and chaos that ensued when Russia launched a satellite around the globe. And am I still on? Am I still on?
Yeah.
Tim?
No, you're still here. You're still
Okay.
here.
Yeah, my screen changed. I just, if you don't know about Sputnik, look it up. It was, it's stimulated a lot of change in the United States because we were scared that the Russians would get into space or go to the moon or develop some means of attacking the United States because they had space technology. Now, I hate to think what it would be like if a foreign country read up on my father's papers sometime in the past 40 years and came up with the technology that the universities in the United States were so intent on ignoring because it was in the public domain. And that's one reason I put it out there, because we really should prove it or disprove it and discard it. And if we prove it out, it will be an engine for progress, and nobody's going to get ahead of anybody else. The development of this technology is going to be like the development of aviation technology. In the beginning, it was the Wright brothers, and the next thing you knew, the military had uses for it, and commercial aviation, and there were all kinds of branches on the aviation services. And that's what's going to happen with this technology too, including, as I believe, private anti-gravity vehicles uses commuter craft. And there's a description of that in Top 10 UFO Riddles, possibly in the other book too. I'm not sure. But anyway, the description of somebody living on a mountaintop in Colorado and commuting to Los Angeles. What would it be like? But actually millions of people could be doing this because these vehicles are not expensive to create. You could even install a pack, inertial modification pack on an automobile and increase the mileage. The ways you can deploy the technology are unlimited, but nobody can imagine it now because they don't know what it can do. And it has to start somewhere. And the purpose of my books was to urge it to get started in this country so that once again, we could be out in front of the curve if it actually works. There you go.
Wonderful.
That's my thoughts on the matter.
David, thank you so much. That is an excellent statement to close on. I'm going to put this thing back on gallery view. Everyone, please give, again, an enormous applause for David Alzapon. Wonderful. And yeah, again, I would urge everyone to check out Gravity Control with Present Technologies and to look up yourself, David Alzapon, and your father, Frederick Alzapon. I mean, you guys, the work that you did, that was an inspiration for so much of what Mark's team is doing right now. So it's incredibly relevant. And again, thank you for being part of this conference since like the very beginning. So
thank you very much, Tim.
Okay, so what I would like to do now is, let me see. I'm going to ask Ted, I believe this is the correct Ted, to unmute. Ted?
Can you hear me?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Sir,
okay.
Welcome.
Hang on just 1 second. I had to get the charger for my computer. It was getting low. It'll take me 30 seconds.
Sure thing. Well, Ted, let me put you back on mute, and I'm going to do an introduction as well. I'll do a brief introduction.
Okay.
Do you guys believe in bio breaks or stretch breaks or anything?
Sorry. I kind of take them while people are presenting, but it's going to take me just a moment. I do have him scheduled for 3 though, so I should probably start now. But let me do the introduction.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. So we have with us Ted Pittman. An impulse driver achieves a net linear force by combining gravitational and inertial forces in a complex cycloid motion. Thus, a precession reversal is achieved. Let me see, and a net upward linear force is achieved as well by Ted's device. Ted is going to describe the invention that he's going to demonstrate today, and he is going to discuss some recordings showing acceleration data during testing where the impulse driver successfully rose to the upper mechanical limit of the test stand. I know I didn't describe that as well as possible. My apologies for that. Everyone, please welcome Ted Pittman, who is going to describe his device. Now, Ted, Mark has been telling me for the last 4 days how excited he was about your work. He is just happy as a clam that you were able to join us. So thank you, sir. You know, and again, that share screen button is down there. You're more than welcome to share screen. You know, you can play videos or do PowerPoint or any of those things. So
Yeah, I've been practicing, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, I can start?
yeah, go ahead and get started. And you know, if you'd like to share screen, that's and I can assist you and help you get started with that if you need help. But yeah, I would say take it away, sir.
Okay, well, let me just start by saying thank you, Tim Ventura, and also APEC for having me. It's great to be amongst people that share similar imaginations and imaginations that can turn into real material things. At least we all hope that. Let's see. I have my notes here. First of all, let me mention, I have 11 videos out on YouTube explaining my work, showing different tests that I've done, a lot of information there. And I welcome everyone to take a look. But when you go there, don't look for Ted Pittman. I use the name Nate, N-A-T-E, Lachae, L-A-C-H-A-E. There's a reason for that, but you can see my videos there. I'm retired now, and since 2013, I became very serious about inertial propulsion. I was serious about it for many years before that. Excuse me. But I got my retirement money and my retirement life, and I decided to go for an experiment that I had been putting off all during my career. Just a little bit about my background. My occupation was technology specialist with computers, semiconductor fabrication, nuclear medicine, aerospace, artificial intelligence, and also technical consulting. I guess the best jobs I had was at Grumman when we were building the LEM there. I was an electronic technician out at Grumman. Also, when the World Trade Center was going up, I was working at the research department for the Port Authority. And I was in charge of, well, many things, but one of the things I was in charge of was testing the beams that went between the outer shell of the World Trade Center and the inner shell. They were there with a viscoelastic material. I mention this because everybody has different theories about why the tower came down and so forth, and nobody seems to have mentioned this material that kept the outer frame and inner frame of the building in position. It was there so that when the wind blew, the outer frame would move and the people in the inner frame wouldn't feel as much. Just a sentence or two about that. My personal belief is that once the plane hit the World Trade Center and it started burning all those floors above where the plane had hit, this material in between these beams obviously would have melted. And since so many of them were melting at the same time, I doubt if that had been planned, you would have the full weight of the upper structure to collapse to the next level, and then so on. So that's one possible explanation for the pancake effect of when it came down. And I was the one that sampled 1 out of every 1,000 of these beams that was going down. I ran it on a machine, a lifetime type of machine, just to make sure the material wouldn't wear out for normal operation. But I'm getting away from why we're all here. Of course, working at Grumman when they were building the LEM was a dream, you know, when the regular man in the street still felt it was impossible. And in the morning, myself and other people were getting up, going out, getting ready to do it. Probably the best job I ever had was in the medical field. I worked on CAT scanners and linear accelerators. And when my mother had cancer inside her spine, inside the, let's say, tube of her spine, I was fortunate enough to know the doctors and have worked in the field so that I was known to them. And I got treatment for my mother where they used a linear accelerator to actually burn out the cancer, most of the cancer that was in her spine. And they said it would extend her life another 2 years, which is basically what happened.
You accidentally muted yourself.
Are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Anyway, let me just get started with why we're all here. First of all, I want to thank some people that have helped me to get to the point I'm at with my invention. Professor Bob Jones, who's at a university down in Oklahoma now, he had a theory of entropy for propulsion. And years ago, we met and talked, and he bought a car that I had built using 2 gyroscopes and sewing machine motors to drive them, little toy car. And he built it, so he knows of my early work. Gene Overall is in Matheson, Illinois. He helped when we worked at Zenith Radio to try to analyze the oscillations that happen when the gyroscopes get into what's called a resonance mode, which I'll be getting to momentarily. Bill Davis was a machinist. He's passed on now, but in Chicago, we worked for more than 2 years in his basement with all types of different gyroscopes. We were a perfect team because I had the theory and more of the scientific background, and he was a very good machinist. And it got to a point where he would bring parts to me that I had only thought of and hadn't even mentioned to him, but it was the next step in our experiments. So it was a good team there. There's reasons why, which I will explain, why we didn't get as far in our experiments back in 1970 as I have recently with exactly the same theoretical ideas and device that I was building. Gerald Mosheim, who's in San Francisco, has been a business partner, and we met at the California Inventors Council. He's supported me and been a patriot for the different work that I've done. And last but not least, Marco Maiucci has given me support with equipment. And I do have to mention Marco Maiucci, who I met in Italy when we were working together over there. His relative, I think it's an uncle or cousin, invented the telephone before Alexander Graham Bell. I won't try to prove it to you at this forum and whatnot, but you can look it up. Maiucci invented the telephone before Alexander Graham Bell, and afterwards, Alexander Graham Bell worked in the same laboratory where Maiucci.
Okay, and Ted, it looks like you're. There we go. Okay, your signal went out for a sec, but you're back.
Okay, I didn't see anything about inertial propulsion or gyroscopic propulsion, so I turned my attention to other websites and so forth. But recently, after you had Sandy Kidd on, he suggested that I contact you and present my work for your audience as well. Inertial propulsion. My definition of inertial propulsion is propulsion that is the result of forces generated within a device or machine that don't expel matter, okay? And that's just my own personal definition of it. It's obviously not rockets and so forth. Many inertial propulsion attempts have been made. One of the earliest ones to be recorded was the Dean drive. And in modern times, there's Steve Hampton, which you can find on YouTube. He's been carrying on, continuing with the work of Dean. And I'll talk more about his method as we go along. Sandy Kidd, I think you may have heard of him. He's got popularity and whatnot. And he's been one of the early inventors of inertial propulsion using 2 gyroscopes. And he's made lots of progress in the field, and a personal friend of mine. There's Polyakov, a Russian who used quad gyroscopes to try to produce the same effect that I'm going to show you with my gyroscopes. And then there's Kozyrev, who Kozyrev, he used gyroscopes to do experiments on time itself. His name is spelled Kozy.
Oh, Ted, it looks like your signal is going out again.
Share.
Okay, sorry about that. Ted, are you on a Wi-Fi signal? Is there a way that you could connect with a cable or?
Yes. Is it going in and out?
Yeah, it's going in and out a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your presentation. We've lost you twice.
Is it solid now?
Yeah. Let's cross our fingers. Again, my apologies for interrupting, sir.
Okay. Okay, Kozyrev, I wanted to show you that. Let me bring up this. Can you see my desktop? Hello?
Yes. Okay, I see a web browser. I see a web browser with a join a live Zoom demo.
Okay, just hang on.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, I mentioned Steve Hampton. Well, we'll come to this a little later in the show. This is a presentation that I made to one of the colleges around here, nearby, to try to get support. What you'll see if you look at my patent, which is 104-82790, is that the title of it has nothing to do with inertial propulsion. The title of it is A Teaching Aid for Teaching the Principles of an Impulse Driver. Now, this came about because when I tried to patent my device as an inertial propulsion engine or principle, the patent office gave me so much trouble from 2013 all the way up to 2019. And thousands of dollars went into that and whatnot, back and forth with them. Eventually, I had to actually write a note to the president, about the way the patent office was behaving and whatnot. The point was, they kept saying I was violating Newton's law, okay? And that was never my intention. That was never my goal. That was not something I believed I could do or wanted to do. I just built a machine that I had developed over years and whatnot. So I offered to send my test data to the patent office. They said they wouldn't look at it. I offered to bring the machine down there, since the test rig fits in a cabinet that's portable, all the way down to the patent office so they could see it operate. They said they wouldn't look at it. My contention was, since the thing works, then apparently it doesn't violate Newton's law. I mean, that seems simple to me, but it ended up that I had to emphasize Newton's law in the write-up of my patent. I had to emphasize the word gravity, as if you don't put it in your device, they assume you're saying that it doesn't use it. And I had to make sure I did not mention anything about inertial propulsion in the patent. Now, this was to patent a device that I had built. So the wording to me wasn't, shouldn't have been a reason for it not to get a patent, because the device did and does work. But anyway, here's the quickest synopsis of what I'm doing. This is taken from the proposal I made to the college. There are many physical problems which seem to be quite simple, although the corresponding mathematical models are rather complicated to be studied, analyzed, and solved. Computer simulations are often used. In some classrooms, computer graphics and mathematical representations may be the only experiences that students are exposed to. Therefore, there is a need for a dynamic teaching aids that allow students to interact with the physical world and increase their understanding. Okay, that's me with the pattern, and my, this is one of 4 pods that I'm building now for an engine. Just like a car, it has cylinders, and what I patented was 1 cylinder. It wasn't necessary to wait until I had 4 cylinders to apply for the patent. And so that's what we'll see. It's the objective of the present invention to provide a physical teaching aid for teaching a mechanical method and the mathematical foundations for generating a linear impulse from an oscillating eccentric mass. It is further objective to provide hardware for the students to experiment with so they understand the interaction of forces required to generate linear momentum from oscillating masses. And I use the term oscillating mass because you'll see that my gyro disc morphs, M-O-R-P-H, morphs from being a gyroscope to being an eccentric mass in its normal operation. All of this will make more sense once I bring it all to you. Further objectives of the present invention are to provide a device capable of producing cyclical impulses observable and measurable by student body, to provide a cost-effective teaching aid for demonstrating principles of parametric control of an oscillating inertial mass, to provide support structures, electronics, and sensing for monitoring and recording experiments of oscillating masses. So the summary, an impulse driver achieves a net linear force by combining gravitational and inertial forces in a complex cycloid motion of an oscillating mass. The upward half cycle of the pulse is not canceled during the downward half cycle. Thus, precession reversal is avoided and a net upward linear force is achieved. Now, before I go any further, let me take you to what precession reversal is. Bear with me. Got to get behind here. Okay, I'll get to it after I close up this page. The following recordings show acceleration data during test number GM034, where the
Okay, Ted, it looks like your sound went out again.
The point here is that this is your baseline of the accelerometer. This is negative acceleration. This is positive acceleration. So it's obvious what was happening here as far as the forces. Resonance is, there are different resonance levels which are achieved by getting the right speeds between the 2 electric motors that control the device. At resonance, you see the type of impulses here from the accelerometer, and that's what we saw just before in the previous one. In test number 55, the acceleration was what I think of as extreme, the positive acceleration compared to the negative acceleration. again, from the accelerometer. Now, what we see here in test number 21 is the accelerometer signal on the top channel. The middle channel is an upper motor, which you'll see in a moment, and a lower motor. I'll explain their purposes in the next frame or so. But what is showing, when the two motors are at constant speed, you have a constant acceleration from the system. It may be in resonance or out of resonance, but the energy flow is constant. If you accelerate one of the motors without accelerating the other one, you do get a spike in your acceleration. Or if you keep the upper motor constant and accelerate the lower motor, you get a spike in acceleration, okay? I'm going to do this reverse. I'm going to show you the frame and then the explanation of it. I hope you can see that. I don't know how to expand it bigger, but you'll see the real frame shortly. The impulse driver is sitting inside a frame, obviously. There are guide rails here, and there are roller pins on the side of the impulse driver so that it can ride up and down aluminum angle irons. I had Teflon roller wheels, kind of like small skate wheels, roller skates, so that it's free to move up and down within this frame. And the counterweight was out here. You'll see the video that shows the actual frame. All right, so this is the impulse driver testing assembly. It's based on an Atwood machine. A modified Atwood machine is used to visually demonstrate the net linear motion of the frame of the impulse driver. It was chosen because it is a simple mechanical system with 1 degree of freedom and can easily show a body's acceleration. Where here's the equation for acceleration, where m1 and m2 are the body's mass, and g is the gravitational acceleration. m1 being the impulse driver and m2 being the counterweight. In the present invention, pivoting motion of the inertial mass creates torque forces within the impulse driver. Lateral forces are restrained by angle irons and a heavy weight which is placed on the top of the frame. Downward force tugs against the counterweight and support wire, pulley wheels, and the weight of the impulse driver. Upward force reduces the tension between the impulse driver and wheels, resulting in the counterweight accelerating downward and the impulse driver accelerating upward. Okay, here's again, this is test number 15. And you can't see it clearly here, but the baseline is here, and the upward acceleration by far exceeds the lower acceleration. The weight of sand in the counterweight is determined by suspending the impulse driver inside the test stand and then running both motors to ensure that the device impulse driver does not rise due to non-resonant forces. In other words, just having both motors running and the device oscillating around within the test stand, it should not rise if it's not in resonance. The test stand has a preamplifier interface panel for connecting cables from the controller and for boosting signals from rotation sensors and the Z-axis accelerometer. And it is only the Z-axis, which I'm reading from the accelerometer. A digital timer and marker lamp are mounted in the field of view so that an optional video camera can be used to synchronize with the data records that are taken. After years of working, a few years of working on this, I was able to find that what I was doing understand what it was until I learned about one of the inherent features of parametric resonance is that the signal builds up to a point where the mathematics of it itself, it said, causes it to drop out. So you can see two examples of that. To counter this, I decided to build a pivot encoder so that I can know the exact pivot angle of the gyro disk when it's about to drop out and send a signal which will bring it back into resonance. This is an early setup of my equipment. And I just mentioned the pivot encoder. A pivot encoder is being developed, well, was being developed to compensate for the loss of inversion. I use IV for that. Together with new stepper motors, which I've used all along, that incorporate absolute position encoders, there will be enough real-time data for the neural network control. Open source software has been developed that produces neural network feedback controllers for chaotic systems. This is not something I developed. This is open source software that's available. So in conclusion of this presentation for the school, successful testing of the impulse driver is now repeatable, and there are anomalies which still need exploring. Development plan analyzed recorded data, develop mathematical models, which I could sure use a lot of help on, running simulations. I have simulation software that I use, implementing closed loop operation via the pivot encoder, and to train a neural network as a motor controller, and to build the 4-chamber engine. And I'm now at this last stage of building the engine. So let me get back out of here. Okay. Let's see. Are you there, Tim?
Yes, I am. And let me see. If you're all done, I can stop the screen share from here. Do you want me to do that?
Right. I would like to stop the screen share. Yes.
Okay, perfect. And now it looks like there's your video. Okay, your video came back on. Now, did you have more, or do you
Yes,
want
I
to go
have
to
more.
Oh, okay. I'll mute myself back out then, sir.
Okay. Some of the things that Mark was impressed with was the fact that I've taken meticulous notes every time and that I've worked on the device. So I ended up with 14 notebooks, which document every step that's been taken in this particular experiment, as well as a matrix chart. All I see now is you, Tim. Okay, well, okay, here we go. As well as a matrix chart, which you can't see here, but this matrix chart allows me to quickly review the results of different tests, what the parameters were, and I have hyperlinks from the particular note in this matrix to the exact notebook and page where the information is. So I'm saying all this because even though my goal, like some of your goals, is inertial propulsion, the patent is a teaching aid. And so being able to show ways for documenting what's going on, and also checklists for different tests, all of this is in the patent. There's a checklist for calibrations, a checklist for data collection, testing the equipment before we run the test. A checklist for the pivot encoder, as well as a main checklist, which tests everything, record voltages and so forth before I run tests. So I've been very rigorous with my testing and have all the records to prove what I'm doing. And keep in mind, the patent office didn't want to see any of this. It's as if they didn't believe me. And perhaps it is unbelievable, but on the other hand, when I run it, it works. Now, what I'd like to do now is go to YouTube and show you some of the actual tests. I hope I can get there. I'm sure Tim
Yeah,
will
so
help me.
you're going to want to, the best way is if you want to share screen in your browser again. That's
all right. Okay, do you see the guy in the blue shirt?
yes, yeah.
Okay, let me get over to YouTube. Okay, many updates here. Let's start here.
Lower motor. The lower motor creates the project itself was called Gamma Max, and the engine that is being developed is called the Gamma Drive. The Gamma Drive will have more than one cylinder when it's completed. At the present time, only one cylinder has been patented, and it's called an impulse driver. This is some of the information that's available at YouTube here. Okay, let's start off with the impulse driver. What does it look like, and where is it? Okay, here's the impulse driver as it was patented recently. Patent number 104-827-90. In this particular photograph, you see the gyro disc, and there's a thrust plate to the left of it, and at both ends there are stepper motors. The rest of the equipment is described in the patent, and I will be discussing it a little more here. Moving on. First of all, what makes this different, and why does it work under conditions that regular gyroscopes may not work? The idea of the gyro disc came about because of the limitations of a standard gyroscope as far as how familiar with. To convert it into a gyro disc, the first thing you want to do, get rid of the frame and get rid of the bottom half of the spindle. It's not needed. The essential part of gyroscope, especially for inertial propulsion, is just the rotor. So in image B, we see the bottom half gone, the frame is gone, and temporarily the spindle itself is gone because we need to have two halves to the one spindle. In the lower left, you see the parts of a gyro disc. I color the two halves different colors, and it makes it easier to identify some of the motions that's going on when it's running and videotaping. So there you see the two halves. You still have the rotor, and now instead of just a skinny spindle stick, we have a more stronger rotor support. And then you have the axle. And the axle now goes through a much wider spindle that we replaced the skinny one that is with a standard gyroscope. So now we have a spindle that the gyroscope can be rotated about, and we have the axle which the gyro can be pivoted on. Let's go further here. So, what do we do with it? And
Let me jump directly to a test here.
well, I'll keep it like.
Instead of concentrating on the equipment, I'm going to go to a dynamic test. Can you hear me?
Yep. You sound great, sir.
I apologize for the lack of editing on that previous video.
Oh no, that's totally cool. Yeah, and I usually mute myself out. Actually, I lock my screen for bio breaks, as Elliot had mentioned earlier.
We'll jump all the way to one of the later tests here, and you'll see everything happening. Okay, the impulse driver is here in the test stand, and it's up off of a load cell scale. And for calibration, I remove the support that's holding it up, bring it down onto the load cell scale. You'll recall when I was showing the plots earlier, I kept mentioning a baseline, and this is at least a 0 line. Well, this down on the scale is the baseline for the acceleration test. We'll get going in a minute here. Now, let me just pause. Okay, there's an upper stepper motor, all right, which as you saw in the previous graphic, it can rotate the gyro disc around the spindle. If only the upper motor is turned on, no other motion takes place. This would just rotate around the spindle like a normal gyroscope, all right? Now there's a lower motor beneath this, and this is an offset piece here so that the spindle is not in a vertical axis. It's tilted 20 degrees actually from the vertical axis out to here. And if you turn on only the lower motor, you would see this swivel arm go around the vertical axis. And the peculiar thing about it is that with just every time I hit the pad, anyway, with just the lower piece, the swivel arm rotating around, you would keep seeing the yellow side like you see now of the gyro disc. I want you to think about that for a moment. If the upper motor is not on and the lower motor is coming around, the gyro disc, the bottom of the spindle that the gyro disc is on, fits in a bearing. It's not clamped. So all that would happen is the yellow part, well, the whole gyro disc will just go left and right with the lower motor only. With both motors on, you'll get the pivoting, which makes the whole thing work. Here, I'll show you. A gyroscope with the pivot encoder, which is basically a small circuit and an RF transmitter to transmit the pivot angle out. Now you have the lower motor and the upper motor. Okay, now in the operation of this, you may be tempted to believe that what you'll see is like a church bell just ringing back and forth. But that's not the case. What you're going to be observing is the gyro disc pivoting outward to a radius that I call R2. And then on the 180 degrees on the other side, it will not be pivoting outward. It will be in a non-pivoting position so that you can think of it as laying up against the spindle. And that's at a radius that I call R, all right? Yeah, it's just rocking back and forth now. Not useful. Both motors are on. It's only rocking back and forth. Not useful. If you watch closely right about this area here, maybe use this line as a reference, this line in the background, you will see that the gyro disk is not rising above and touching this line yet. That means it's not pivoting. That's the shadow that you see coming up that high right now. False resonance is when it's at high speed, but it's not generating the pulse that will lift the device up, where you can see it going up over here. Lots of power is going in, but it's false resonance. It's not useful to us. This is the light that I mentioned, or maybe I didn't, that flashes in the video stream to synchronize the video with the data collection. There's no pivot encoder feedback at this point. It's just freely running. You'll wonder about the speeds. It's approximately 350 RPMs on the bottom and approximately 30 RPMs, 130 on the top motor. Hang on. It was during this test that I actually learned that the starting position was critical to the operation. That is the starting orientation of the swivel arm at the bottom, as well as the position of the disc. Now it'll be reaching resonance when it starts down. Okay, now to make sure that I haven't confused you, when I was describing the pattern, I described the counterweight system. All right, there's two modes for running this device. One is the counterweight system, where there's a weight on the other side and the motor comes upward. There's the other one, which is this, where it's not using the counterweight, it's sitting down on the load cell scale. That's why you don't see it rising up an appreciable amount. You're just getting the vertical impulses in this type of test. This is the type of thing that you saw in the plots that were showing such a positive vertical acceleration. It should be easy to imagine the spikes that you saw on the graphic plots relating to the small increments of movement here. The engine, by the way, the impulse driver weighs 9.5 pounds. was the marker pulse. Maybe you noticed the little.
Sorry, Ted, it looks like your voice is going out again on us.
Of the 9.5-pound impulse driver during this test. Very slight differences in the upward reduced weight compared to the downward flow. Not getting any motion here. Okay, we'll just get out of this then. Okay, so much for the rattling around of my impulse driver. Let's talk a little more about the theory.
Yeah. Well, Ted, I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate the patience of everybody in the audience as well. When you're trying to do YouTube videos and you're doing Zoom, it's doubling down on your bandwidth. So,
are you there?
Yeah.
You can see the test stand?
Yep, looks great.
It's a mess, but it does the job. Umbilicals and so on coming out the side. Now, this is Polyaklov's attempt to do the same thing that I'm doing. That's the Russian guy, obviously. He has 4 heavy gyroscopes. You can see one here, the other here. And he has a video on YouTube where he shows his lab. And the difference here, and the reason he didn't get the results that I'm sure he wanted and that I do get, is because this mechanism here is like opening an umbrella. All right, he spins it around, the gyroscopes are spinning. It's too symmetrical. The angular momentum, or let's just say centrifugal force, even though I know it's a fictitious force, it's easier for conversation. The centrifugal force has no way to be released. So whether you spin it slightly or spin it at great speed, you're still just locked in the circle with your centrifugal force. So whatever precessional pivot he gets with his gyroscopes here would pivot this upward. This piece here comes upward, kind of like a governor of that used to be used on cars. This piece here would go pivot upward also. And I guess he's trying to push this weight up here or something, but he's not going to get it because there's no release of the force. It's just spinning. Let's go on and it'll become more apparent. Now, Steve Hampton, this is the fellow that carried on Dean's work, the Dean machine. There's lots of material on YouTube about that. Now, the point I want to show here is simply this. Steve Hampton has his YouTube videos showing his work. He's built several models and everything. And he has these weights, let's call them eccentric mass. Well, not, yeah, eccentric in a sense that it's off center, rotating. And they're counter-rotating. So it kind of is in the same direction that I'm going with my work. But what he does, as they rotate, as the weights are coming upward, he says there's a certain point where they're temporarily at their minimum weight, just because of the motion of his device. And at that point, he uses a solenoid to get a vertical pulse. So what he's saying is his mechanism sort of makes these weights weightless. And when they're weightless, he can give a vertical pulse, which is not counteracted by a negative pulse. And that's his inertial propulsion method. I'm mentioning him because mine does both. And let's show you that right now. Okay, now bear with me on these two drawings and you'll understand what I'm doing. Upper motor, are you there, Tim?
Yep, still here.
Okay. Upper motor, lower motor. In this example, there's a base plate, which was a circular plate instead of just a swivel arm. Spindle, and of course the gyroscope. Number 30 is the axle, and number 80 is the center of mass of the gyroscope. Remember, this is the rotor down here, and this is just a support piece for it. When it does pivot, the axle is always at a distance that I call R1. Okay, there's no reason for it to change its radial distance from the center line. However, because the disk has pivoted, its center of mass is now at a greater radius from the vertical axis, the central vertical axis. So the center of mass is now at a distance of R1 plus R2 from the center of rotation of the whole thing. When it's in full pivot, it looks like this. And in this example, you could think of it as it's pivoted 90 degrees here. Meanwhile, the base plate is moving as well. The base plate continues to move. And now this is pivoted 180 degrees, another 90 degrees from where it was. And it's inverted, okay? The thing to notice is most important here. It starts, it pivots upward a little bit, 90 degrees. It pivots upward 180 degrees. And now it starts to pivot downward on the other side. All right, we're on the other side of the vertical axis. Remember these R1 and R2? When the disk is pivoting downward, its center of mass is at some distance, approximately R1 only. It is not at the same distance as over on the other side because it is not pivoted outward. It's mechanically, because of its design, it's mechanically restricted from pivoting outward because of the upper motor, okay? Takes a little bit of understanding. Now, the other thing that happens here is when it is totally inverted, there's no precession reversal. And what I mean by that, I'll have to show you another video, and it will be clear. With a standard gyroscope, if it's spinning clockwise here, when you invert it up here, to this upside down position, it would be spinning counterclockwise. So whatever forces were happening down here, they would be canceled out up there. Now let me take you to a top view of what we're looking at here. Try to keep this in mind. Okay, now this is certainly not to scale at all, but it's realistic as far as the forces. Think of this as a centrifugal force field. Each of these dotted lines is a certain centrifugal force level. And again, it's actually angular momentum, but we're gonna call it centrifugal force for the moment. The axle stays at the distance of R1, just like we saw in the previous drawing, okay? And greatly exaggerated is R2, way out here, okay? Totally exaggerated. So remembering the previous drawing, we started with the disc, the gyro disc sitting facing downward because we're at top view right now. And as it moved around to the first position, it pivoted outward. And that's what we're showing here. Again, it's greatly exaggerated. And then when it came around the other side, it continued to pivot. It had pivoted outward and continued to pivot upward. So here, the gyro disc is inverted from the position it was in here. But, and you have to just believe me on this because it takes a while to understand this, but it's not rotating in the opposite direction from what it was rotating here. Like a normal gyroscope would be rotating in the opposite direction. You could do this with your hand. And the reason it's not rotating in the opposite direction, is because of the spindle and because of the shape of the gyro disc. Or a normal gyroscope pivoting upward 180 degrees, it's rotating in the opposite direction. This gyroscope, as it starts pivoting, if you kind of close your eyes and think about it, as it starts pivoting, at some point out here, it's no longer a gyroscope. It's not spinning around the spindle. It's not rotating around the spindle. Instead, it's swinging around like an eccentric mass. It's no longer a gyroscope. As it starts to get totally inverted, now it's spinning once, rotating once again, symmetrically around the spindle. And that's why its spin direction is different than it was over here, and it prevents the effect. Let me get to that precession reversal. Bear with me. Excellent. Okay. This explains itself. This picture is worth 1,000 words. It gets inverted. The output, the motion that it goes through is reversed. That's the force that we never see using my gyro disc. Okay. Now let's get back. Just like the Russian experiment with Polyakov, Glenn Turner over at gyroscopes.org website, he tried just using 4 gyroscopes in a symmetrical configuration, but no pivoting is done here. And he spun them very fast, and all he got was bent aluminum, he reports. And my understanding of this, which I think is correct, is that unless you find a way to release the centrifugal force, to let it go, then you're just going to be bending up parts and whatnot, or just bouncing around. And that's what this shows. And last couple of slides here. My lab is the test stand back here. I have my 3D printer over here now. You don't see it in this drawing. Control panel, the counterweight that sits on top of the test stand. These are 2 halves. 2 halves, yeah. No, more than 2 halves of, oh, here's the impulse driver that's in the photograph with me that you saw earlier. And here's 2 upper and lower motors for the next pod that I'm building. Workbench, power supply. I don't have any power in the garage. The mechanics to get done at the machine shop and all that. And that's my shop. Not much work got done during the wintertime. There's no heat back there. I think that's pretty much a bit touched on everything. Let me get out of here and open it up for questions.
Okay, wonderful. Ted, thank you. So before I do anything else, I'm going to stop your screen share there. And
Yeah.
okay, perfect. Your video is back on. I want to put this thing on gallery view. Everyone, please give a tremendous applause to Ted Pittman. Ted, Mark was right. You've done really detailed work. You took great notes. You have wonderful videos. Thank you so much for sharing this with us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Okay, so I'll put this back on speaker view. And again, so in terms of Q&A, let me find my, oh, there we go. I have to scroll up. You could raise your hand in Zoom using Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. Again, that's Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. So it was interesting, Ted. I noticed you had the spinning disc on the armature and it was going around, right? Turning to the,
Right.
clockwise. And
Right.
I saw once it rose above, then that spin reversed.
Well, it's not something you can see. If you, just like you would do in your hand, if you take your finger and point it towards the floor, all right, as silly as this may sound, if you just do your finger in a swirl like I'm doing,
okay,
keep your arm going like that. Notice that whatever direction you're going, clockwise, let's say.
Yeah.
Now, just keep your arm going like that and point upward. Keep your arm going. What direction are you going?
Opposite, right? I guess.
Exactly, exactly. Whatever forces are happening to the gyroscope when it's at its lowest position, all right, let's say a precessional pivot, all right, part of that forces are because of the direction of rotation. Once it gets up to the top, mine is rotating in the same direction. No, I'm sorry. It is rotating in the same direction because it's on the spindle. All right, so if your hand was on that spindle and you got inverted and whatnot, what you saw in the video of the other mechanism would not happen with mine. That is why my gyro disc is split in two pieces like that.
Okay, okay.
It's something to think about because it's not so obvious. But if it wasn't happening, then when the gyro disc is totally inverted, whatever gyro forces had occurred down at the lower part of its orbit, the counter forces would be applied up at the topper part of its orbit.
Okay. Yeah, it's you've got a lot. Once I get this, I mean, again, Jeremy Reese has this. This comes out live on his channel. With ours, I have to process this, and then I'll upload it to ours.
Yes, it's a lot going on that's not obvious. For instance, what I described to you is a 2-to-1 ratio between the motors. Once you get that settled in your head, start thinking about what happens at an 8-to-1 ratio. I mean, you can imagine the geometry of it, but what happens to the forces? It's not linear differences. But
Yeah.
What about questions here?
Yeah. Well, so let me go to Ross Small. Let me go to Ross. Ross, go for it, sir.
I can't hear him.
No. Let me see.
Okay, so you were trying to unmute me.
There we go. Yeah.
While at the same time, I was trying to unmute myself.
Okay. Yeah, that.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Ted. Remember
Hello,
me? It's
Ross.
Ross.
Hi.
How you been, man?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
It's Ross Small. Remember?
Yes. We met.
Yeah, well, we talked a lot via email.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cougar RCS NBA is my email.
Cougar RT.
RCS. NBA.
RCS. Okay.
Yeah. It's been a while though. So I noticed how you said that when you patented it, you had to kind of call it a learning aid, sort of to kind of overcome the challenges with the patent office.
Yeah.
Because they're claiming that it's breaking the laws of physics and all this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Would you say that that's like in the future for others that are trying to do the same thing, that are trying to patent? Would that be a good tactical, strategic move?
Absolutely. I looked at an earlier patent. It was either a Gush or a Fela. It was one of them, I think. Okay. They had been rejected their patent, or at least they had made one attempt before they got the patent. And they also made it into a teaching device. So when I saw that they did that with the same hardware that was rejected and they got it passed, that's what I did. There's absolutely no change in my hardware from my earlier attempt to my actual patented device. The patent office, they're rough, I'm telling you, really.
I can imagine. I mean, because me and another friend, Brian St. Clair, we're looking at patenting. I remember I mentioned Mike Marsden's Mach-1 1 to you.
Yeah.
A bunch of times, yeah. So we're kind of working on something that's along the lines of that as well.
Okay.
So we want to have a kind of maybe get with you and kind of see if maybe you can kind of guide us, help us a little bit with that, so we don't have any roadblocks ourselves.
I'd be glad to help you. And one thing I can tell you right now, unless you're an expert, do not patent it yourself. You end up spending more money and more time going back and forth with the patent office. And each one of those applications and amendments costs money.
Yeah, we were going to hire an attorney to actually affirm to have to do that, because like I imagine I obviously we'd want someone to draw the drawings and all that stuff and write up the synopsis for it, and but yeah, we basically we call your machine a spiral Mach-1 1.
Ah, okay. You noticed the spiral part. I didn't mention that word.
Yeah, it's like a funnel. You're sort of funneling up, like you're I guess you were calling like you were showing the Russian guys where his just pivots up.
Right.
So I think yours is you're trying to do something where you're spiraling the energy up, so the machine ends up going up.
It's very astute. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I'll email you here soon.
Okay, yeah, keep in touch, and I'll be glad to help you out with the patent and give you some direction on that.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful.
And thanks for the book as well, The Monkey Bars of Life. It's a good book.
Oh, yeah. I didn't mention that, Tim. I wrote a book. It's an autobiographical book, actually. And I guess maybe 20% of it is about my development of my experimenting before 2013, when I got really serious about developing the impulse driver.
Ah, okay. The Monkey Bars of Life. Can people get that on Amazon or?
Yes, and there's a website for it too.
Okay.
Kindle edition is available.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Let me Google that now. The Monkey Bars.
Monkey Bars is one word.
Here we go. Okay, and I'm going to drop a link right into chat on this.
Okay, but let me make it clear. It's only about 20% or less of the book is about the impulse driver. Okay. It's not a technical book. It's a novel.
Yeah. No, well, I think it's still valuable to put in there, though. And you're sharing your experience and your thoughts and your opinions. So I think there's a lot of value. Okay. Well, let me go to Harold Tabarez next. Harold, go for it, sir.
Oh, hey, great presentation. Thank you. And my sympathy to you for all the hard time the patent office gave you, because I went through the same thing myself. But I noticed, there's a lot of patents, that you have to go through. And I noticed one thing. One of those is mine. 2005. Yeah. And
what is your last name? What is your last name?
Tavares. T-A-V-A-R-E-Z. It's a 2005. It's toward the middle on page 2. And it's the inertial propulsion engine in which it rotates a spin. You know, more like this. What I did, I put a motor on the bottom and a motor on top, and then with an arm, with a weight, and then the motor in the bottom is spinning one direction, the motor on top is spinning the way in the other direction. And let me tell you one thing, it was a demo. It was a demo to make it work because, my God, you know, so many vibrations, it was dangerous. You know, I abandoned it because I said, you know what, but I noticed one thing, your machine is good because you can discover, you know, what are the point, the optimum point to produce thrust and variable radius and so on, because I applied for 5 of them, which I abandoned after I spent so much money, because they always tell you, oh, violate Newton's third law. Anyway, but what kind of net thrust are you producing with your machine? With that one? Frozen.
Yeah, I think Ted's Wi-Fi signal kind of comes in and out, but
on my end,
yeah, you know, and that's okay. It happens. It happens to everybody, you know, every now and then. I just appreciate you joining us and sharing all this with us.
Yeah, let me see here. Oh, the exact answer to your question, the last reading that I got was 738 millinewtons.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good amount right there.
And I do want to say this though. You were talking about the reaction of your motors, and it was very chaotic and whatnot. That's a good reason to use stepper motors. With stepper motors, you can control it, and also you can be repeatable the next time you test. You know. And they stop very fast too, stepper motors.
Well, yeah, back then, you know, I just did a quick test, you know, more like what I did was I applied for the patent first, was a mistake, and then I made the experiment. And then it was a living hell, and I realized, you know what, I could have done differently. And I noticed in yours, you seem to have solved the problem of the vibration. I mean, yours is not smoother because I saw the video on YouTube also, the other video, and it's quite good, you know, look like operating a very smooth, you know, almost vibration free at some point. But column 17 on your patent, you have the equation for the centripetal force, F equal mv squared over r. Now, what forces are you calculating when the motor on the bottom is spinning in the velocity, the angular velocity in one direction, and then the other on top is the gyroscope spinning on the other direction? What are the net velocity that you get out of that? And number 2, the gyroscope, how does that affect the gyroscope component? Because it seems to me like your thrust is coming more from the gyroscope component than from the spinning in 2 directions.
Well, yes, it's coming from the gyroscope component, and the force is being measured by the load cell scale down at the bottom. So the force is, you know, on the whole device. The mathematics of it, we're looking at the center of gravity or center of mass of the gyro disc itself.
It seems to me like the key of the forces what the gyroscope produces, because you have an input from gravity that is creating inertial forces on the spinning gyroscope. And at the same time, you're spinning in the both directions. And my second question, why do you choose to make it in 2 different directions spinning?
Okay, I'm glad you asked that. Initially, like you say, you thought of, let me say this before I answer your question, because sometimes I'm forgetful. And to the person just before you, the thing to do is first get a provisional patent. A provisional patent is almost free. It's very, very cheap. You don't have to be real technical about it. You can make hand drawings and whatnot, but it establishes a date for you. And then you have 365 days to do a formal patent, with the patent attorney and so on and so on. But when you are granted the patent itself, you'll have that earlier date. There's no, they don't even open the provisional patent unless there's some legal reason to do it, but you have that date, okay? But back to your question about, what was it now?
Okay, I'm asking, what's when you're spinning,
why do I spin two motors?
Yes.
Okay. My initial thought was this: if you just take a still drawing of the side of my unit, okay? You see the gyroscope down there and you see the spindle. All right. In your mind, if you just move it slowly all the way over to the left temporarily, all right? So now you see the spindle is tilted 20 degrees and you see the gyroscope is hanging down like a bell on a Christmas tree, right?
Yes.
Now, if we move this like a pendulum from the left side to the right side, if we move it quickly, your mind will show that the gyroscope will pivot. Just because we moved quickly, the center of mass of that gyroscope hanging down tries to keep going, right?
Yeah, you have large inertial forces too on the gyroscope when you're spinning very fast.
Right, but and this is just two-dimensional, right across the sheet of paper. You're starting on the left side, and you move quickly to the right side, and the gyro disc kicks out and pivots. Okay, but now, if it's only two-dimensional, the way I used to have it and everything, you have to take that energy and turn it all the way back around the other way. Now, when you're coming back the other way, if you're fast enough, the gyro disc is still pivoted the way I just described, and you're moving to the left now or to the other side quickly. So it's trailing behind you. Now, when the spindle stops, it can only go so far. The gyro disc is going to pivot a whole 180 degrees, right? It tries to kick outward, okay? So that's a two-dimensional version of this. When you do three-dimensional and go around in a circle, it helps to have the motor on the top part because that will position the gyroscope to either pivot or not pivot. With my machine, if it does not pivot, then the gyro disc would just stay. If it's not pivoting back and forth, what would happen? The gyro disc would just stay pointing outward, just like normal centrifugal force, like a merry-go-round, would just be going around, always pivoted outward, nice and smooth and quiet and so on. But the upper motor is on purpose, turns the gyroscope so that when it's on 180 degrees from a positive pivot, now it's moved 180 degrees to the other side, the motor up on top turns the gyroscope on the spindle so that it mechanically cannot pivot, right? If you think about the design, right? It can pivot one way, but 90 degrees from that, it cannot pivot. And that's the synchronization. When I talked about resonance, when you were looking at the clocks and it was running, that's the resonance point. We always want the upper motor, regardless of the speed of the bottom motor, or in the right ratio with the bottom motor, to keep the gyro disc pivoting oppositely on, let's say, the other side of its orbit when we have the top view. You with me?
Yes, yes.
One side it can pivot out, on the other side is restricted from pivoting outward. So you get a pulse up on one side and the other side you don't. The other thing,
an original solution, because you're combining centrifugal force, the gyroscope, all that, and you are creating something, different physics there.
Now the last thing in it, because you guys have really figured this out with the spiral and your understanding as well. The last thing, let's go back to a two-dimensional thing, okay? You got the spindle 20 degrees sitting there. You got the gyro disc sitting like a bell on a Christmas tree, right? Okay. Let's just turn on the upper motor only. All right, it's spinning. So now the gyro disc is spinning, but it's not moving across. It's just spinning around the spindle, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it is a gyroscope, by classical definition.
Yes.
We bring it across to the other side. It's still a gyroscope. It's just spinning like a normal gyroscope. But now it's going to start to pivot just like before. Just because it's spinning doesn't prevent it from pivoting. But if you think about what's happening now, it's no longer centered on the spindle. Now it's kicking outward. It's no longer a gyroscope. It is what I showed you from Steve Hampton. It's like that ball sticking out the side, remember?
Yeah.
So it is an eccentric mass now, and that's what's giving that vertical push. It's kind of like the gyroscope spins it around. As a matter of fact, it's exactly like this, and I described this in my patent. It's like a hammer throw in the Olympics. The guy that throws the discus, right? He spins around and spins around and he releases it and lets it go. My gyro disc is spinning around as it comes across, but then when it starts to pivot, it's no longer a gyroscope. Now it's just an eccentric mass, and it's throwing that mass upward. Okay, and there's a couple of other little mechanical things there, but I've been criticized by people that say it's only pivoting on the axle, and my answer is this: let's take an instantaneous photo of it while it's pivoting. All right, so it's up past 90 degrees. It's going up. We take a photo. All right. All right. You can say it's torquing, yes, but in order to torque, in order to say that it's canceling out on the other side because it's torquing, there would have to be a weight on the other side of the axle. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, if we look at it right from the axle while it's pivoting, you have the whole disc sticking out to that R2 distance. On the other side of the axle at that moment, there's nothing. So yes, it is torquing around the axle, but it's not being counterbalanced by something on the other side. It would have to have some point halfway out on the disc. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but so you're using a variable radio. On one side, part of the orbit for the gyroscope is the mass is working as a gyroscope, and the other half of the orbit is now working as a gyroscope. Is that kind of because half of the is no longer a gyroscope in half of the orbit? Is that right? How you put it?
Yeah, think of it as down at the bottom part of its orbit with the side view. Think of it as for 90 degrees. Okay, this is not true, but think of it this way. For 90 degrees down at the bottom part, it's a gyroscope. 180 degrees from that, when it's at the top part, it's a gyroscope because it's spinning concentrically around the spindle. But for the other 90 degrees and the 270 degrees on the sides, it's revolving around the spindle. It's not a gyroscope. It's a weight out there.
Yeah, centrifugal force, pure centrifugal force on that.
Right, right.
And the other one, gyroscope plus centrifugal force. Hey, thank you. That was a great explanation. A good machine there.
Yeah,
that would be a good teaching aid too, because one can do a lot of experiment to find where are the zeros, where are the positive throws, to maximize it, optimum performance, all those things. That's very ingenious.
Well, thank you. It took quite a while. For years, people have been telling me that it wouldn't give any net lifting force, that everything would cancel out and it would just be bouncing up and coming down the same amount. But that's not true. I'll tell you something that had been a secret, but I'm revealing things now and showing videos and so on. In one sense, it's like a child on a playground swing, right? The swing, we boys, we stand up, and we pump the swing and go back and forth, or you can sit down and so on. But, and I mentioned this in the patent, it's like that. I want you to think about this. If the playground swing, instead of having the chains on both sides, were just metal rods, okay? And if the playground swing, the support for it was not bolted to the ground. All right. And somebody is swinging very, very hard, swinging, and we know it would be moving a little bit on the ground, because what would happen if he swung all the way up and over and around rapidly, up and over all the way? What would we see? What do you think? Can't see you.
Yeah, your signal went out again, but it looks like you're back now.
Okay. And Tim, also, I asked the question to anybody, what would you see if a swing had metal rods on the support and it was not bolted to the ground, and some big brute just got on there and swung all the way up and around? What would you see? What do you think?
If it had metal rod, I'm having trouble visualizing it, but it's that time of the day. I need to get some more coffee.
I think it would bounce upward from the ground. When you get in a swing, you push down hard to go forward, and then you release your feet. You go up and over and everything. Isn't there centrifugal force or angular momentum pulling you upward at that point? Where did it go?
Sure.
You haven't stopped moving. And
Yeah,
then
no, I get what you're saying.
I'll conclude with this. Suppose it's connected to an asteroid down at the bottom, a small asteroid. And when you swing like I just described, you get a small upward push. I think they're going to call it asteroid tugboats.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I could take it with you.
Yeah.
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 Well, Ted, on that note, actually it's 4:31, so we're at the bottom of the hour. So I think that's good. Sir, I want to personally thank you so much for presenting today. This was tremendous.
Thank you.
And I want to put this back on gallery also and have everyone give an applause for Mr. Ted Pittman.
Okay.
Ted, thank you so much. And I know we had to dodge internet connectivity issues and, all sorts of little things, but thank you for hanging in there and presenting and answering questions. It was wonderful to have you.
Okay.
Wonderful to have you.
Mark is planning on coming out to my lab soon, and I'll do another video once he comes out there, and I'll run the machine.
Yeah, okay. And it looks like Mark, actually, I just checked. Looks like Mark is not online right now, but I know there was some conference things going on there. So we could do a couple different things in terms of, let me see. I guess I'll open it up and ask, see what the audience wants. Guys, in the short term, I did an interview that's going, it's pretty busy with on YouTube with Ryan Graves on Uaps. Would you guys want me to play that?
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, he saw, well, maybe I'll do that then. And then I'll let that go. So Ryan Graves was one of the F-18 Hornet pilots who reported seeing UAPs or UFOs. In his case, he was off the Atlantic coast, and most of the press coverage has been from the Nimitz, which was off the Pacific coast. So I was able to do an interview with him. I'm really excited about that. And in fact, I just reached out to him again. I've had something like 10,000 different views on YouTube in the last week. So I reached out to him again. I said, people are really interested in this. Do you have any, airmen that you served with that might have seen the same thing, that might be willing to talk about it? So let me do that then. So I'm going to, let me see. I'm going to mute everybody out. Okay. And I will spotlight myself, even though it's disconcerting to look at myself in the mirror here. Okay, I have that. Oops. Okay, and I guess guys, just give me a thumbs up here if you can hear the sound. I'm going to start this now. I'm Tim Ventura, and we're joined today by Ryan Graves, former Navy pilot, AIAA Community Chair, and Quantum Technology Project Manager. Ryan has worked in advanced technology operations for over 10 years, including experience at BAE Systems Fast Lab and his current role at GenMat. Prior to that, was twice deployed in support of Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve as an FA-18 Super Hornet pilot. Ryan has gained media attention as one of the Navy pilots coming forward to speak about their UAP experiences, which he joins us to discuss today. So Ryan, welcome. I think that everyone is excited to learn about your UAP experiences, but before we get that, I want to get into some background. You've got a lot of technology experience, first at BAE Systems Fast Lab, developing new tech in conjunction with DARPA, AFRL, and other research institutions. But you're currently working at Quantum Generative Materials to accelerate the creation of breakthrough materials and tech through quantum algorithms. Can you tell me a little bit about these current roles?
Yeah, absolutely. And first off, Tim, thanks for having me here. It's an absolute pleasure. So, starting at my current role now at Quantum Generative Materials, or GenMat. GenMat is a quantum technologies company. You hear a lot of quantum computing. We're looking to take advantage of that quantum computing, and the area that we're focusing initially is really around the many-body problem and our ability to kind of move the state of the art beyond our current ability to predict material properties, design materials. It's in the silicon industry, manufacturing industries. It's kind of hit or miss when you're looking for new materials. It's our contention that we'll be able to develop a system that will allow us to design materials based on needed properties with our algorithms and our AI. So we're kind of working in that post-density functional theory, DFT world, bridging the gap before we have a true high quality, low error quantum computer that we can take advantage of. So that's the gap we look to bridge. My previous job at BAE Systems Fast Labs, that's kind of their advanced technology group within their electronic sector. And within there, I was in their autonomy control estimation group. And once again, within there, their planning and autonomous control technologies group. And so what my role was there was essentially to use my tactical experience and my general understanding of high tech based off of my experiences in the jet and just, my professional life in order to develop capabilities in conjunction with DARPA and AFRL, looking, at the 10, 15-year horizon. So, I worked in a lot of programs such as Air Combat Evolution 1, which was a program sponsored by DARPA to have an autonomous dogfighting capability in a jet. So that's kind of one example where I was responsible for winning that program. And then I functioned essentially as Fast Labs principal investigator, working with a team of engineers in order to actually accomplish our objectives there.
Well, the reason I wanted to start out with those is, especially on the UAP issue, I think the fact that you have technology experience and expertise, I think that's highly relevant, right? Because I think it helps provide context for your experience, and it helps demonstrate that you have knowledge of what cutting edge technologies are, so you're able to better identify them and stuff like that. Now, so the other thing I want to stress for the audience is your qualifications as naval aviator. Again, you're a former FA-18 Super Hornet pilot, qualified as a combat lead, head landing signals officer, forward air controller, and as a rescue mission commander. So I should definitely thank you for your service. And also, I'm wondering if you could share a bit about your background in naval aviation with me.
Yeah, absolutely. So I joined the Navy right out of college. I joined via Officer Candidate School, or OCS, and I essentially signed up to be a pilot. I applied as a pilot. So if I didn't get in, I would have, applied again. That was kind of the advantage of going OCS. So I went in, I applied as a pilot, I got in, succeeded through Officer Candidate School, ended up in Pensacola, Florida, where I met my future wife, like many a naval aviator. Went through my initial training in Pensacola, Florida, and then I was shipped out to Corpus Christi, Texas, where I did my primary flight training in the T-45. It's now being flown in the T6, but it was right prior to that transfer. I was fortunate enough out of that training to get selected for jets. It's really, the needs of the Navy, what's available versus, our desires, of course. They came, I distinctly remember there was about 12 of us in our class, and about 80% or so wanted jets, called tailhook at the time. The alternatives were helicopters and some big wings, kind of like P-30s. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but this particular class, they just were a jet heavy class. The instructor came in, he said, well, there's your first lesson in the Navy, is that you don't always get what you want. And then they just said, and they actually called my name first, Ryan Graves, Meridian, Mississippi, tailhook. And then that was the only jet picked for that class. So I got extremely fortunate, that particular selection. And it's just, it's the needs of the Navy at the end of the day. So then I went to Meridian, Mississippi, where I trained in the T-45 Charlie, and that took me into my jet for the first time into a T-45 Goshawk, which is a single engine, just slightly subsonic aircraft that we do aircraft carrier landings on. We drop dummy bombs. We do our first dogfighting in, so it's a pretty capable jet, but it is still just a trainer. Once I graduated from there, I went to VFA 106, the RAG, or Fleet Replacement Squadron, for the F-18 Super Hornet. I was there for a year. I finished up priority alpha, which means I was eligible to go directly to a deployed squadron, and I did just that and joined VFA 11, the Red Rippers, mid-deployment in 2012 while they were engaged in Afghanistan. I think I flew my first combat mission about a week and a half or 2 weeks after I finished my my RAG training.
Yeah. So you have a lot. I mean, and again, I want to stress that for the audience. You have a lot of experience. You did. I mean, you were deployed twice, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, and that's really just my kind of training background. Once I got to the fleet, I was a landing signal officer. So one of my jobs was I would literally be responsible for the safe and expeditious recovery of aircraft behind the boat. I had a team of LSOs. I was responsible for training them up for, no kidding, picking up the radio and talking those guys down behind the boat, as well as training new LSOs to do that as well. I was the forward air controller airborne, which is a qualification 2 or 3 air crew in a squadron may get, and essentially would allow me to take operational control of a certain airspace and to utilize other assets such as artillery, naval gunfire, other F-18s, other assets in order to orchestrate strikes in a combat zone. And then my rescue mission commander training was a follow of the forward air controller. So you should pick 1 or 2 of the forward air controller crews in the entire air wing to go through this rescue mission commander training. And essentially it's an advanced large force strike, or I say accelerated large force strike training exercise, where myself, my WISO would be responsible for about 20 F-18s, a lot of other air assets, rescue teams, helicopters, and we'd be doing simulated rescues with pilots that were actually on the ground. So we'd fight our way in, fight our way out, the helicopter rescue, and we'd be orchestrating it the whole way. It was a super privileged to do. It was an incredible experience to be able to do that. But yeah, it was a blast.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so this really, again, I'm trying to set the stage for UAPs. I want to move on to that next. But so you've got the background. I mean, you have the naval aviation background. You in spades. You have tons of it. And again, thank you so much for your service to our country. You've got the technology knowledge, right? And so I think where most people who are familiar with you, where they kind of come into this was CBS 60 Minutes. And what you told CBS was you saw UAPs every day for at least a couple of years in restricted airspace off the Atlantic coast. So I'm wondering, could I kind of start with that experience? And could you tell me a little bit more about what you meant or what you saw?
Yeah, sure. So I regret using the word saw, and I only say that because for me, the jet is an extension of our bodies when we're up there, once we strap in. But, when we say saw, I'm including all our sensors and capabilities on the jet itself. So when we were initially flying, when I initially got to VFA 11, as I said, we were on deployment. When we came back, we ended up going through a maintenance cycle because our jets were one of the few aircraft that were plumbed for the proper coolant flow and whatever, electronics are needed for the AESA radar upgrade. Not a fresh install of an AESA, but an AESA upgrade. There's only a few squadrons that were slated for that. So we were flying at, some days with the APG-73, and then later in the day we'd be flying with the APG-79. And that's not particularly rare. It's rare in the fleet, but that's what happens in the fleet replacement squadron all the time, is that you fly different jets with different radars. So it's not that, special, but it was interesting that at this time for us, we'd be in the jet and we would not see anything in the area, right? We'd see our wingmen and we'd have them in the data link, which is, just shared data. We have it from our own jet information, such as a radar. And, on our situational awareness page, or really just a moving map, right? We have a little box essentially drawn over the area that we're supposed to essentially belong in, right? That we've scheduled and we've checked into, and we have the right to be there. And we're maintaining something called MARSA, which is Military Assumes Responsibility for Separation of Aircraft. And so these working areas out there aren't necessarily restricted space per se, but they are military MOAs. And if you're in there and there's F-18s in there, people are going to be yelling at you. You don't just kind of like wander through it accidentally. The difference between that and a restricted airspace is really more of the repercussions you face when you land, right? So like, it's not like a restricted airspace has an aerial fence around it, right? Or there's like fighter jets waiting to go. I'm sure that's the case some places, but it's just more of like you're really done screwed up now versus, you went in the wrong area and didn't know there was jets in there. So, we know who's supposed to be in those areas, right? We have all the systems to tell us who's in there, because being able to tell who is who in the zoo, as we like to say, is one of the primary responsibilities we have. Because if you think about it, our radar screen, our SA page, that's our barrel of our sight, that's our gun. So when we select targets on that and we're receiving information from off-board sensor platforms or from, radar controllers on a E2D, we have to take that information, correlate that on our radar, because, it's us, putting the barrel up onto a jet. And so it's incredibly important, as you can imagine, to make sure that we understand exactly who is who there. So, when we go in with the APG-79 and all of a sudden we start seeing all these different radar contacts that weren't there in another aircraft, it's definitely a, hey, what's going on here situation that should not be happening. There are times when there will be false tracks in the older radars, typically, such as for weather or, perhaps some weird reflections, but the AESA radars weren't supposed to be susceptible to that type of interference. But, that was our natural assumption, was that these were most likely some, false tracks. When we point our radar at something, all our sensors look at it for the most part. So, eventually someone had one of these locked up and they were near enough that they actually were able to pick up on their FLIR that there was energy emanating from that spot that the radar was pointing at. So at this point now, it's been holy smokes, there are physical objects here. We can't assume these are just, false tracks now if we're looking out there and seeing energy coming from that spot in the sky. And so that was actually a little scary, right? Because, there's people flying out there with a different radar system. It's like, are these things, we're actively avoiding these things, whereas only, maybe 50% of the squadron can see them, right? So a little nerve-wracking there. Eventually, we did actually see them with our own eyeballs. People, of course, once they saw something there, they would try to fly up to them. Just yesterday, in the intelligence committee hearing, we saw how they showed an example of how fast the pass can be. Right, there was a video, it's just one frame with an object in it, perhaps 2 frames, but we would fly by and look for these objects. And although they do go quick, that's exactly what we're trained to do. We go to a merge with another jet. We're looking to see if the air is condensing around their wings, if their flaps are automatically scheduling down, like if their AOA is high, so they're low energy. Like, these are things we're looking for. And so to come to a merge and have all our sensors locked on something and have a circle in our Jahemex helmet to show us where to look and then not see anything, is disconcerting, to say the least. But then just so happens that a squadron mate of mine was flying with their wingman out to the working areas that I've been describing. And you always enter at a certain geographical spot and you exit at the same spot, but at a lower altitude, right? So it's like crossing traffic like this. Then these guys go home, these guys enter the area. And that's how it goes. Those are called the working rules for the area. Every working space in the military has one. my friend, my squadron mate was flying out to the area. He was at that entrance point, and one of these objects went right between him and his wingman, his other aircraft. I have a contention, although I don't have this data, that his radar wasn't working because he would not have flown directly into the object if his radar was. So I wonder if perhaps neither of the objects, either the jet or the object knew that the other was there, perhaps because it wasn't putting energy into the contact. But either way, there was an object right at the entrance to that working area and split their section. And he came back to squadron. And had a look of shock on his face and was still in his gear, which is never good if someone's sitting in the ready room with their gear on, because it means something went really wrong or something, someone crashed or who knows. But he was just like, I almost hit one of those damn things, he's just like, everyone's like, well, what did it look like? And he just described it as like a dark gray cube or black cube inside of a clear sphere somehow that was touching the circumference or the inner circumference of the sphere there. So, but I don't know what a clear sphere looks like, right? What that really translates to in reality, because if it's perfectly clear, you wouldn't actually see it. So, translucent, I guess, would maybe be a better word.
Yeah, so a kind of a dark gray cube and kind of a clear sphere, and then again in Washington Post when they talked about this, I believe you'd said that these things had no exhaust plume, no visible engine, and then on one occasion appeared to be kind of hovering, if that's correct.
Most of the time they'd be hovering. Yeah, most of the time they would be hovering, just staying in a single location. When I say hover, typically when you think of a hover, there's two things. There's either kind of I'm staying in one spot over the ground, or I'm kind of just going with the wind at a constant altitude. One is much harder than the other, right? And these things would typically be stationary over the ground, regardless of the winds, which was, interesting. Because even if you're in an aerial vehicle, you're usually bobbing around to some degree. It's not that precise, but these things just kind of seem planted there, in some sense, which was interesting. But we would see them, flying around 0.6, 0.8 Mach, doing just kind of random directions. The times I would see them faster, 1.1, 1.2 Mach would typically, or I think exclusively, I saw them heading east or southeast towards the ocean. Never saw them transiting west towards the land. Never picked them up on the radar over land. Strictly east of the land.
Okay. And yeah, and this is incredibly valuable information. You're jumping around on my questions a little bit, so if I get lost, that's on me. But so one of the things I wanted to ask was, did the UAPs that you encountered respond to you or other naval aircraft in any way? Did they attempt to pace you, evade, or maintain a distance, or anything along those lines?
Not to me personally. I have not had that experience. The only reaction that I've suggested, I don't necessarily have evidence, but one of the theories I have is that coming to that merge that I described, right, with the object and the jet, I have a bubble around me essentially, where anything down here I can't see really, but anything up here is like I'm looking at the sky, right? And so it's hard to tell as you're coming up to this object so fast. You're trying to go slow, but you're going up too quickly. Just a slight descent from it will get it out of your vision pretty quick. And it was just hard to tell, was it moving in close? Was it, it's just difficult because we could just never see them. I mean, I dozens of pilots that visually went out and tried to see them, and I know only a handful that were successful.
Oh, okay. Well, so I want to try and contrast this to the well-known Nimitz battle group encounter south of the California coast, because those have gotten so much publicity. I think people have studied the heck out of those. So in those, some pretty remarkable UAP flight performance was measured, including what appears to be speeds of, and again, I think this was radar descent on Kevin Day's systems for the most part, but they'd estimated that at around 24,000 miles per hour. So in your encounters, I think you just mentioned top speed of something like Mach 6.8, but it was what kind of flight performance, I guess, did you see displayed from these things? What are the capabilities appear to be?
Yeah, so what we would like, I would typically see them stationary, or what we would see is operating somewhere in the 0.6 to 0.8 Mach. So what that translates somewhere around maybe 250 to 350 knots. And then that's all well and good, not that sexy, right? But they'll be out there all day, right? For a tactical jet like ourselves, we can maintain that, depending on what side of the range they're, for maybe 2 hours, right? and then they would be at that range, and then they would be at 1.1, 1.2 Mach. I didn't see them go from like 0.6 and then accelerate out to like 1.2 Mach. I wish I did, but we're out there doing our mission, and as we're looking at our screen or radar, we happen to maybe go 180 degrees out, and now I'm getting flashes of them over here doing something, and then we're turning back over here. So it's not like we're just sitting there studying them for like a long period of time. I think people sometimes have that misconception, in hindsight, right? Like, it's like, it'd be like, yeah, let's go out and like think of all the data we could have got. But, at the time, it's always just like, 95 to 99% of your mental capacity is being used to do your mission and to, operate safely. That just gets filed away as a safety consideration. It doesn't get filed into some curiosity bucket, that we have time or space or energy for.
Well, yeah, no, I think it's really important that you point that out. I think a lot of people miss this. It's something that we know, but I think that we kind of miss, which is that these are, and I think this probably applies to the military in general. These are exceptions, right? I mean, you have your job that you're trying to do, and this would be across the military as a whole. You've got a mission, you've got your job, you've got your duties, and then something happens, and it's an exception, and I think for the people who are studying and reporting these, right, like the UAP task force and stuff, I think that's one of the things that makes their job so difficult is, even though these get, in hindsight, these get the press, at the time, they're exceptions to a normal process, and they don't get, the reporting isn't necessarily there and all sorts of stuff like that. So I think that's really worth pointing out. It's like you said, your mental capacity is focused on something else, and then all of a sudden something happens. So,
And yeah, it's a very important point, and it was mentioned at the hearings just the other day. As enthusiastic as the Department of Defense may or may not be about this, at the end of the day, their mission is very clear, and any science that they may or may not do is for a particular goal, right? So they made it very clear themselves that they really have to treat this as a threat. They're not an exploratory organization. They're not incentivized that way. So in my opinion, I think that one of the best things we can do moving forward is to we can't get away from the reality that the military currently has the best sensor technology. That's just the fact of the matter, and that's where the data is going to be held. So if the Department of Defense recognizes that they're not the right people to do science, which I think is, I don't think anyone's going to say that's a controversial take, right? That's why we have NASA. That's why we have other organizations, the National Science Foundation. We need to be able to take that data, and we need to be able to break it apart and decompose it down until it's unclassified, so that we can spread the science out to the organizations that can actually do science and allow the defense for the Department of Defense.
Yeah. Well, and what you're describing, so I mean, these things, and again, I'm just kind of going down my list of questions here, but this so far, what you've described, this sounds artificial. It sounds like an artificial object, maybe a vehicle or something like that. But I mean, you're describing, and this was what I was going to ask next. So you've got radar tracks, you've got FLIR, you've got visual confirmation, and then I think one of the other things that's interesting is, as you've said, these objects were stationary, and sometimes, or they were moving. They're not moving with the wind. They're obviously not like weather balloons or something like that, So I mean, you've got all of the hallmarks of real, concrete, physical objects, and these physical objects are moving under their own power, and they're not doing it conventionally. That's kind of my take on what you've told me so far.
Yeah, I know it's very common for people to think about, they go to assumptions like balloons and things of that nature, but 25, 30,000 feet, we don't get party balloons up there, just hang out. Like, those things don't go up that high. So, we also need to consider that if there are things up there, right, that, what that leads to isn't just that, okay, well, it must be aliens then. It's that if something's up there, like, it's worth our attention. Like, that's really the point, right? Whether it's something that fits into the other category, or whether it's some type of collection operation by a foreign country. Like, we should be asking questions about our security if there's things operating in that range right off our coast and our military ranges.
Yeah. Well, it actually, that was, again, I was going to ask about that. Let me come back to that one.
I subconsciously got your questions in my head, I guess.
There you go. Well, what I wanted to ask next was, because these encounters happened repeatedly over time, and I thought this was really interesting, right? And this goes to the exceptions part of it, because again, with a lot of this stuff, it happens and then it's done and then it's gone, and you're left asking all these kind of questions. But since yours happened repeatedly over time, I was wondering if you noticed any common patterns, right? Like time of day or flight paths or geographic location. I think you mentioned that they didn't seem to go over land. They seemed to focus on the ocean.
Yeah, so it's a great question. One thing that I have an uncertainty about is collection bias. So, are the, AESA jets in an F-18 off the training ranges seeing UAPs that are there, or are they just seeing, they're seeing what's, distributed more broadly, yet they have the detection capabilities there, right? So I think to preface this conversation, we have to acknowledge that the data we have is coming from a narrow subset. So pattern recognition may be difficult, and I think that should be a goal of efforts in the future in order to broaden the domain of understanding across the continental United States as well as the coast. And I think bringing in other agencies is going to be key to that. I forgot the context of the original question, although I had the setup there.
Oh,
please remind me.
Well, no, it's just basically patterns.
Patterns. So to say that, so to preface it with that, right? The things that we would see is that, yes, they weren't overland. I would see them going fastest when they were kind of just barreling east out over the ocean. We would see them kind of just east. I mean, they weren't like they were only in our area, and then they weren't like, I would see them kind of working their way east, right? So like there was traffic going this way. It wasn't just like they're in this one box and that was it, right? We'd see them kind of circular patterns, more extended racetrack patterns. We'd see them perfectly stationary. We'd see them kind of doing one of these or just kind of drifting up, right? So we'd see them climbing or descending or vice versa, right? They'd just kind of be doing like one of these up and down. So there'd be some like three-dimensional variability in the maneuvering, not just in the horizontal axis. And so like, what is this all, what is the pattern? I don't know. But it was, it was strange. It wasn't just like one particular speed, it wasn't like super fast and then stationary, right? Like a go and a stop, right? It was less organized than that, I would say. And ultimately you don't know what the objective is, right? So that's what could be difficult with like, one of the things I worked on a little bit at BAE was, swarms, things of that nature, right? And being able to tell the objective what a swarm is focusing on, its attention on, is different than trying to understand what a single sensor is focusing on, right? And so when we do start to maybe perhaps look at this in a broader context as, swarm behavior versus the actions of individuals, maybe the patterns will become more clear. I have, just to continue though, I have seen, visual confirmation, I'll say, of similar objects in different areas, right, by similar aircraft. So, up in the Pax River area, closer to Washington, a friend of mine was flying up there, had a radar contact, and basically was flying along. He saw it there, and then he was like setting up for his test, and he wasn't on his radar anymore. And then he caught a visual of something, and he basically spotted one of his eye. It was like paralleling his jet, and then it just kind of went up and out of his view, and it just looked similar to how I've already described it with the cube and the sphere, so I have heard of the appearance being similar across the coast and in different, training ranges or pattern goes.
Well, so another thing that it kind of intrigued me was, I've heard, I can't confirm this, but I've heard that the recent spate of UAP encounters, right? And I think this is probably the Nimitz one. These came largely after equipment upgrades in the early 2000s, and I've heard it suggested that might indicate UAP cloaking from older aircraft sensors. I'm wondering, did you ever see any indications of stealth or radar jamming or electronic countermeasures, ECM type stuff?
I never witnessed any emissions from any of the objects other than IR energy. So no indications of jamming or communication, I would say, just no energy essentially at all other than IR energy, which was unmodulated, right? Just continuous, not like a signal or anything like that, just like a output. So yeah, that's all I have. I guess the answer is no.
Okay. No, it's interesting. I just wondered. I believe, in fact, I think that in the hearing they mentioned this, that there were emissions detected, but I don't think they were specific about what those were. So
And that could be a lot of stuff, and that could be stuff that maybe even my jet's not detecting, or who knows? It could be a lot of different things. And it can also potentially be, a bounce back of the radar. It's bouncing off the object, and the object's doing something to that signal, and it's coming back and it's looking different. And that coming back is a shifted Doppler, right? Theoretically, unless, AESA will just pretend it's a Doppler radar, but, it comes back and it looks different. It's been shifted. And the system may or may not, display that as jamming, but it could just simply be the effects of whatever the object is, or how it's being propulsed, or whatever,
I see what
right?
you mean. Yeah. So something could be misinterpreted, right? They could say, okay, this is an emission, or this looks like ECM, or who knows.
The jet's
what.
only has like a very narrow amount of stuff it's going to display, right? It's either jamming or it's not. It's not like it's like interesting data, but it's not jam, right? Like, so we don't see that. So it's going to be called jamming, but who knows what that really is, right?
That makes sense. Yeah, and and again, I don't think in the hearings, which is probably where I got most of my information, I don't think they ever said jamming. I think they just said they detected emissions, and that could include what you just described. It could just be kind of a steady state IR output. So, but one of the reasons I kind of asked about that was I was trying to go towards the possible intent of these UAPs. I mean, did you get the impression? I know this sounds odd because they seem artificial, and it seems like they're, again, they're flying under power. But did you ever get the impression that they were under intelligent control? Did you ever have any thoughts about what they might want, or why they might be interacting with our naval forces in the way they have been?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? There's just so many assumptions you have to draw, and they're just all very heavy assumptions. And not only do we have to draw assumptions, we're also dealing with something that inherently may not be logical to us, right? Like if we want to look like at the far end of the spectrum, right? So, it's difficult to say, but I think really what's going to help us, have a better understanding of that next layer, right, of the tactical implications of their maneuvering, right? If we can zoom out a bit and have a better understanding of how these objects are moving in a group, or how they're working perhaps as a swarm, there are some ways of potentially inferring what their intent is, or what their main objective or look area or something of that nature potentially. But to be able to do that layer of data, at the AIA, that's one area we're considering, but it requires more data than we have right now, which is why we've been pleading to people that are in Congress and the Senate that have supported the NDAA amendments to hopefully come and support our efforts there to help us unlock some of that.
Yeah. Well, the reason I'd asked about that, and this is probably the only, I would say that this is the only paranoid question that I have. This is the only one, but this did occur to me, and this came after reading the Nimitz encounters, is that, on a cultural basis, I think when we think of UAP, or the older term UFO, right? I mean, the one that I always think of is, something touches down in this rural cornfield and picks up a farmer, and there's nobody around to, you've got one person doing testimony. But the reality of UAPs is these encounters appear to be happening off the coast in proximity to major population centers. And
it's tough to tell, right? Because again, most of our large population centers are located on the coast, so it kind of gets back to that bias. I would love to see, and I think the UAP task force even had mentioned this, right? That they didn't have the data inside the continental US that they did along the coast, right? I will say that, I've heard through some of my friends that are still flying that, these are being detected, further inland. They're just being detected at places inland that jets fly and have the detection capabilities. So,
Okay.
So again, it goes right back to, are they hanging out by that base, or are they, are the jets seeing them because the jets are there? So,
Yeah, no, and actually that makes complete sense. This is unrelated. Wasn't one of my questions, but there was a university team that did a really detailed analysis of UFO reports, and somebody had given this to me. I believe it's published online. I just remember the address. And so they gave this to me a few years ago, and not surprisingly, the vast majority of UFO reports historically are near airports, right? Which, because again, the interesting ones, I guess, as they say, are something like 1 in several thousand, and a lot of them are just misreported landing lights, So that would kind of go along the same lines, right? Of you're going to see them where the jets are, and you've got a lot of activity off the coasts.
Yes, it depends, on what your definition is of off the coast, right? Because when we're talking about our working areas, they're starting 10 miles off the coast. So the only people that should be operating any type of like UAVs would be like maybe like one-off boat or like fisherman guy that's like down below like 3,000 feet or so. I wouldn't be expecting to like continuously see a swarm of aerial vehicles day and night, right? So day and night, and when I said every day earlier, again, we weren't tracking them, but we were accustomed to them so much that we put a notice out to airmen. It's called NOTAM, and it's something a pilot checks basically every time they go flying to an airport to say what's broken at the airport, what's wrong with it. The runway's down, the lights are out. We had one to say that there's unknown objects in our working area that we didn't know where they're from, right? So, I mean, that you can kind of see the frustration there that they just didn't know how to handle it.
Yeah. Well, how often? I mean, I'm guessing pilots. You mentioned the fellow in his gear, right? But pilots see more than they talk about, probably even with each other, and even less of that gets officially reported. How often do you think that these events might happen to naval pilots in general? And does it damage, or is it still damaging a pilot's reputation to report those?
The sense I'm getting, to skip ahead, is that it's no longer as damaging, but it's a community that's driven by tradition, right? And there's actually a tradition of this in this community. Like I remember when I was very new to that community, talking to old guys, and they all had their stories, and some of them it was, hey, Jerry's got a story, but he ain't gonna tell you about it, but some guys would, and they were all interesting, but no one really was like digging into it. And it was all kind of just like, all right, it wasn't serious. But when we're almost hitting these things out there, it's a lot different than seeing something perhaps in distance or on the radar. But every day that we're now briefing them as a safety consideration in our briefs, it takes it from the kind of like, legendary stories we used to have to I need to make sure that my new wingman in the squadron, who just came from the RAG, understands that there's objects out there that he could hit, like that he may not be aware of, like an actual safety consideration that we need to make sure that we brief new pilots to. So it became extremely pragmatic of an issue for us.
Yeah, well, and I think that was exactly what was expressed in the hearings also, is that it's a safety concern, it's an unknown. I mean, there are a lot of practical, real reasons to understand what's going on, in addition to larger scientific needs. And I think that's the reason one of the reasons that the military is beginning to take these things more seriously, and it looks like they're at least attempting to remove some of the stigma that's been associated with reporting encounters. Do you think that stigma is going away? Do you think that their efforts are at least partially successful And do you have any ideas on what they could do to address this more directly?
Yeah, I think it is going away, but I think generally speaking, they're going about it the wrong way. It needs to be a comprehensive data collection and analysis effort that goes, that's not gatekept by whether the pilot just has enough time that day, right? We need to be able to ensure that the sensors that we're using to look at the coast, in order to protect our country, we have a system in place to ensure that what we're seeing isn't harmful to our country, isn't a strategic risk, isn't, a tactical assault in some fashion as people are listening to our tactics or waveforms in order to get some type of tactical advantage against us, right? So, we have to be cognizant of the fact that those threats exist out there, and that, we have to presume that, that's the reality. Not to say it's an adversarial tact we need to take, but we have to have confidence in our military that the leadership cares about what our aircrew and our operators are actually seeing out there when they report it back. And if the leadership isn't showing that they care, then at the end of the day, the operators, aren't going to waste their time with it. So the leadership needs to continue to express it, and not just at the very top, but at the middle, so at the 05, 06 level, that's where the support needs to come from. And I fear that that's likely maybe one of the hardest cohorts to turn over, because, it's a group of aviators that have been doing their job for a while. They haven't quite pulled into the Pentagon quite yet. So they're highly experienced and a lot of times set in their ways, perhaps with the larger hours. So why change things now? But I think that's really where the push would have to be.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be, again, UFO related, right? Like we should understand what potential threats are off our coast. We can't pretend like we're just, invisible to the rest of the world and invincible to the rest of the world as well.
Yeah, well, just total information awareness, right? And that would pick up UAPs. It's just we want to know what's going on, in every square centimeter of that airspace, and for safety reasons and defense reasons and every reason, right? So
if we don't do it now, it's going to be a continued problem, right? So fast forward 10 years when we have magnitudes more small form factor UAV traffic, right? We need to have the systems in place to, one, ensure that those can operate safely with either existing or new air infrastructure in place. And two, it's secure from attack, right? If we have thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of UAVs, supporting customers and delivering packages and, transplanting hearts across the country, we don't want people taking advantage of infrastructure and using that to attack us, right? So we need to have total awareness of that domain early, because it's going to get away from us if we don't, in my opinion.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for sharing your story. Let me close by asking, what comes next for you personally? And what do you anticipate seeing with the UAP story in general as it continues to unfold?
Yeah, for myself right now, I'm really focused on two efforts. Quantum generative materials. I am, really excited about the technology we're building there. It's been almost a year now since I've joined the company, and we're really excited to talk more about what we've been doing here in the near future. And I've also been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. They asked me to help them stand up a committee at the national level in order to bring the various technical committees and integration groups at the AIAA across the country and bring those technical folks together in order to be ready to answer hard technical questions, to be able to interpret data, to be a trusted neutral source where we can be able to answer those questions across the military industrial complex, across the aerospace industry. We'll have access to all 30,000 plus of those engineers. And as we've been reaching out to them, they've been incredibly supportive, right? It's a all volunteer type activity, and the emails back and support from everywhere from NASA to Lockheed Martin to Boeing, folks that are in this industry. There's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement about this, and I think the stigma in the industry is perhaps subsiding a bit as well.
Wonderful. Ryan, thank you again, sir.
It was my pleasure. Thank you, Tim.
Okay, we're back. We're back. And let me see. Yeah. So yeah, that was mine. So Mark is going to come on in just about half an hour. Do you guys have any questions about the interview or anything like that? And let me read my pitch here. Please raise your hand in Zoom using Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows.
Hello, Tim.
Yeah.
It's Ted. I'm going to have to sign off.
Okay. Thank you, Ted. And thank you again for presenting. Thank you very much. That was.
Hey, thank you for having me. I guess this will be today's APEC session will be on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm going to put it all up. Mark Sokol is actually at the ISDC conference, which is Big Space Conference down in Florida. Yeah, I'm just a little bit stuck. I'm waiting on him for about 45 minutes. And so I have to get creative and make things up until then.
Okay. Well, thank you again.
Mm-hmm.
See you next time.
Thanks. Well, so yeah, I guess I'll take a few minutes and kind of let you know what I'm doing there. One of the things that I found is, as you guys know, I do interviews for my own little YouTube channel, and I will paste that into chat here in just a sec. Let me see. Oops. And I would love it if you guys could subscribe to that too. That would be super awesome. I'm trying to build up my subscriber base a little bit. So I do interviews on a ton of different topics. I try and focus on technology. I'm doing a little bit of policy stuff. I just did one on nanotech. I did one on ARM processors, all that kind of stuff. Just like Jeremy Reese, I see Jeremy in the window there. Jeremy, yeah, and he has been. I mean, Jeremy has like a 15-year head start on me in this stuff, and a heck of a lot larger audience. But so the reason that I brought that in though is it's UAP related. Not everything I do is, but that one in particular. With a lot of these folks, they're nervous presenting in front of an audience or for a conference they don't know, and making new contacts and all that stuff. So it's easier in some ways. I can use it on my YouTube channel, and then I can show that to you guys, and you still get value out of it. The thing that intrigued me about what Ryan was talking about, he was off the Atlantic seaboard. I remember him talking about gray cube-shaped UAPs, and they had clear spheres around them. And I'm not sure what that could be, but to me that reminds me of, like, again, some kind of gravitational lensing type thing, maybe. So yeah, does anybody have any questions or comments or anything like that? We could do open discussion for half an hour also. That's totally cool.
Yeah, it's Riss, not Reese.
Riss, sorry, man. I'm going to mispronounce that forever.
Everyone does. That's how we know if it's like someone who knows us or if it's a telemarketer they call out.
Yeah. So what have you been doing on your channel? Do you want to give us a tour, Alien Scientist?
Give me a second. I have to close the door in the other room because I got an echo and it's going to throw me off. Give me 1 second.
I guess I should wish everybody happy Memorial Day also. I didn't realize when I planned the 28th, I didn't realize this was Memorial Day.
Hey, Tim, I've been trying to get my camera working all afternoon, but it's just on the cards. I was going to give a lab tour, but maybe next time.
Oh, Michael. Okay. It's not, why is it? It's not even showing your.
It says my video's running too. I don't see any video at all though.
Okay. I'm spotlighted. So that will, I'll fix that.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I was getting the stream set up on my Mac and it decided to do an update like 20 minutes before the stream started, and it was like still in limbo when we were like 5 of. So like I'm like scrambled, and so I had to put my other laptop and get that set up with the stream. So that's running the stream in the other room, but the sound's active. So I just had to close the door so I can't hear my echo.
Give us a tour of Alien Scientist. Just pop up the YouTube. You don't have to play stuff. Just give us a tour of the channel. You know, I've been bugging you for that for, I don't know, like 3 months now, man.
I gotta do something else, like the best of. So I've been let me see what I got here. Oh boy.
I see a tag on your chair too. Do you have a new chair?
So it's this one.
I see we've got Richard
That's
here.
That's actually the tag for my new. I bought this at. I bought a new suit jacket at the.
Oh.
You know how. So let me just know what happened here.
I got myself some monolayer graphene to test out the Banduric device. If he's at his computer, I'd have some questions about how to electrically contact graphene.
Okay, yeah, I'm at my computer.
Cool. Yeah, so I got me some monolayer graphene. It's about 2 by 1 centimeter, not too big, but how do I what's the best way to contact this stuff that's easy enough to do in a lab? I was thinking either silver epoxy or indium.
Well, okay, so you have to match the impedance on it, right? So if you were to just apply a conductor to it, like a copper pad or something to it, most of the current's going to go through the edge of the pads, and it's going to limit the amount of current you can put into it. Like, how many layers is this graphene?
Single layer.
Single layer.
Good stuff. 97% coverage on the surface.
Yeah, okay. And what's its impedance? Did they tell you? Is sheet resistance?
Sheet resistance was something around 100 ohms square, 400 ohms square, something like that. I forget.
Yeah, I think the ones I was getting was 600 ohms. Yeah, so if you want to, what you got to do? Well, the first thing you got to do is there's an acrylic covering on it, right? That you have to take off. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to take the ends of it, how much you want to use for a connection, and remove the acrylic from the top of it. So now you have to attach something to it that has the same impedance, right? So something, what I would do is, what I had been doing was taking epoxy and then mixing, some type of conductive material in it. Like you could even use graphene or silver. That's what we tended to use. So then after that, once you make the paste and you've actually taken, a size of a pad on there off. So decide how big a pad you want to put on there, determine how much current you want to run through it, and then apply the epoxy right on it, right? And you got to make the epoxy, you can't use the epoxy directly. You got to put a solvent in there with it because, you really do need to have it be somewhat viscous so you can just pour it on there. And then after if you could, so you've kind of made kind of like a mold that goes over your pad, and then you just pour your epoxy mixture on it. And then to let it harden, since you're going to have to get rid of the solvent that's on there once you got it applied to the graphene, and you want to do, I used to use vacuum to remove the solvent, and just do it fairly slow, like it take a couple hours. And you could also use heat, but you can't put that much heat on it. So then once you got this connector put onto it of epoxy that's going to match the impedance to, say, 600 ohms, say, then you would apply your copper pad onto the epoxies, right? So that way, if we were to, I guess, visualize it, you have this flat sheet sitting on the table, and you got these 2 blocks of epoxy that are sitting on top of the graphene, and then you got a copper pad put on top of that. So then you're going to pretty much match the impedance, right? Do you see? Do you get?
So do you need like the epoxy itself to have the same ohms per square?
Yeah, that's what you're shooting for. Yeah, because you want to match the impedance there, and then you don't really have to worry about matching the impedance from the copper pad into the epoxy, just because of the fact you're going to be applying it over a large sheet, or a pad, right? How big a pad is.
Cool, and then you don't want to use like what was it? You don't want to use soot or just like conductive carbon, because that's potentially that'll make it, will that make a Schottky barrier at the graphene surface, or is it close enough that it will, is silver just better?
Yeah, well, it's close enough. So, I mean, I'm just giving you the general way of doing it. Like we used silver particles. We didn't really use the graphene because the silver was a little bit easier to get the impedance right. Because really, if you wanted to do this in the way that you're really supposed to do it, so you're going to want so if you had a block of epoxy on there, you'd want the resistance of the epoxy to be higher at the end of it that's closer to the sheet part, right? And then you want a lower impedance on the part of the epoxy that's away from the sheet. But that's really a bit too much for someone to try to mix up, right? Because that takes a lot of specialized equipment to make that variable impedance epoxy, right? So,
I can do it with my capabilities, but yeah, that's
okay. You know, some of the ways to do it is you mix up one batch that has a certain amount of impedance, and then what you do is instead of using spheres, you use platelets. So if you were to use bismuth or something like that for the platelets, then you would put it into a magnetic field, right? So the magnetic field would tend to align the plates at one end of the epoxy and not at the other, or an electric field. So those are some of the techniques that you can use to vary the impedance of the epoxy, you know, across the pad. Because really, what's going to happen is you're going to have this epoxy attached to the graphene, and it's going to have 600 ohms. But so still, most of the current is probably going to want to run through the 600 ohms that's closest to the center of the sheet, right? Because the part of the pad that's near the edge of the sheet's going to be a little higher, right? But it won't be very much higher, right? You know, because your pad's not going to be that big. So you can usually get away with just having the epoxy be just one sheet, a sheet resistance of a certain value.
cool. And we don't have to worry too much about like Schottky barriers or diode formation at the surface of the graphene.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of it there. You don't mind the diode barrier on there because you're really trying to isolate the graphene from the source. So the amount of current you're going to have going through these is going to be in tens to hundreds of milliamps. I've seen some people, they have attached the graphene directly to copper pads, and they've been able to run, you know, an amp or two through it to form a heater. But I've never had good luck trying to attach copper directly to the graphene. Like I said, most of the current likes to flow through the edge of it.
Well, with an amp on that scale, wouldn't you need like a heat sink or something?
Yeah, that's what they're using the graphene for. They had a thick enough sheet of graphene to use it as a heater.
I see. I'm going to have to use a heat sink then, probably.
Well, how much current are you planning on putting through it?
I mean, I was thinking an amp or half an amp, but like with the small cross section that I've got, that's in 400 ohms squared, that's a lot of power. I probably will have to put it under oil or something.
Yeah, I would, you know, I mean, how many sheets did you buy?
I only got one for now, but yeah.
Yeah, that was the big problem with these sheets. You know, they're pretty expensive. I'm thinking that when we were buying them for the DARPA contract, the 10 by 10 sheets, you know, were close to $1,000 a piece.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Yeah, so you know, if you want to put a lot of current through them, you got to have more than one layer. That's the other thing too. Is bonding chemical we dealt with. They were able to get us sheets that had as many as 10 to 20 layers, and in those we could get a significant amount of current through them. But you're kind of limited for the amount of current going through one layer.
Are there other macroscopic materials that have ballistic conduction?
Not well, you know. So now you're starting to get to superconductors, right? I mean, the only thing we found that has that can give us those drift velocities that are relatively high, you know, in tens of thousands of meters per second, was the CVD. You know, and the next thing you come to is like the aerogels, but they were only giving us 100 meters per second.
Gotcha.
So yeah, so it was pretty in depth for us to do it. You know, when I went to bonding chemical, you know, I ended up, you know, getting, you know, 30 or 40 sheets, and then we had to play around with the first 10 sheets to get this right, because really it is pretty fragile, those single layer sheets. Have you gone through the handling of them and stuff, and detached them from the substrate and done all that? Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking of how to contact them.
Bonding chemical?
I was just thinking of how to contact them on the substrate. Yeah. So.
How did you get the graphene? What was it on?
Oh, it's just on quartz.
Yeah. Okay. So you lift it off. I mean, you can get them on what is plastic? What was it? EP something. I forgot what it is. And that was good enough having it on the plastic already, because then you didn't have to pull it off.
TPU.
Yeah. TPU. Is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay.
Is the quartz too conductive or something?
No, I mean, you can use quartz. It's just fine. We just wanted to use the plastic sheets. That's all. So that was one of the things we didn't really want to do. We didn't want to really transfer it around very much, because it takes a lot of, special handling to do that.
Yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
Yeah, because you got to be real careful. You don't have the sheet, crinkle up on you. So I mean, yeah, those are the ways we did it. You could try researching applying it directly to copper pads, but and the other technique that we tried was, so we would have the copper pads on a sheet of acrylic, and then apply the graphene sheets on top of the acrylic and the copper pads. But that's where we had the real problem with all the current going through the edges of the copper pad. Right?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, and I didn't know how to fix that one. Because if you put too much current through it, then it would open up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's one reason, I kind of, we made a lot of those sheets, but then to tell you there's other interactions going on there that we can't talk about anymore that the different materials will give you. But you can try using those CVD sheets and see what you get. Do you have an electric field meter to measure the electric field over them?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So and you've got a good way to power them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. And so I mean, having the tubes is kind of important. Or unless you can get a hold of really low, you get diodes with really low leakage currents. But
there's up in New England, we got what is it called? MIT flea market. You can get anything there. They sold an Apollo capsule or something. No, it was a Gemini capsule. Yeah.
Okay.
They had an extra Gemini capsule at MIT. They just sold it at a flea market. It was pretty nuts.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you get hold of tubes, I mean, that was one of the other problems, getting hold of tubes. I mean, I got lucky that they were being sold out of Europe, and we were able to buy a few thousand of them. But I don't see those on the market anymore.
That's too bad.
Yeah. So I don't know. You can always email me, and I can help you try to get the epoxy on there. But that's definitely the direction we went. What were you thinking? Were you thinking of doing it a different way?
No, epoxy and stuff added to it is fairly effective, and I certainly have plenty of silver flake lying around for some reason. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just worried that the graphene and silver might form a Schottky barrier, but I guess, yeah, graphene should be metallic in character, so it should be okay.
Yeah, I mean, when you're dealing with these sheets, you're applying, since they're 600 ohms per square, you are applying 60 to 70 volts on there. So if there's any diodes that form, you're just gonna use the voltage to overcome them, right?
Yeah, it'll be a small loss of current there.
Yeah. So I wouldn't worry about that. The big problem you're gonna have now is you got to make a good connection onto the graphene. Using this conductive epoxy, and definitely if you've got the facilities to make the epoxy a directional conductive, that helps a lot too. So I mean, the tricks we would use is you would apply the epoxy on there with the platelets, and then have an oscillating electric field applied to it while it hardened, and then when you have the solvents in there, the epoxy would take about 24 hours to harden. So you didn't need to have a large electric field oscillating there. Just a couple 100 volts would get all the platelets to line up over maybe a couple hours.
Yeah. I think I'll just leave it attached to the, oh, you mean for the silver? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, for the silver platelets in there. If you had silver platelets in the epoxy and you applied the epoxy, you
that
could
might make it more consistent. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I've done a lot of this sort of silver ink chemistry stuff. Yeah, there was also for the bismuth. I found something that works pretty well. You just have the bismuth molten, and you can just put that in like glycerol. Just glycerol will do. Erythritol also works, and you just kind of hit that with a like a food mixer, like a cake mixer thing, until it's all emulsified, and then you just splash it in water, and you get a whole bunch of bismuth microspheres. Pretty effective, very consistent size distribution.
Oh yeah, you can buy business microspheres too on platelets. That's what I was just doing. I was just buying them. And you know, the advantage of them is you can use a magnetic field on them to get them to align a little bit.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, give it a try. That's the other thing. I didn't really play around with the conductive inks on them either, because I never thought that they would take enough current. That's another thing you could try. Do you think you can get enough current with conductive inks?
Well, if it's got to be impedance matched, I don't know. It's still going to be limited by the single graphene layer.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's what I say. Well, good luck on trying to get them connected. And those are the techniques we used. So there might be a lot of different ways to do it. You know, you might want to research on how these guys connected the graphene to a copper pad, but what I think most of them were using is they would use vacuum deposition. You know, they would take, I think it's chromium or something that they would deposit on there. But I would think you'd have the same problem doing that too, right? Where all the current would want to go through the edges.
Well, it depends how thin, because at the actual thickness of a sheet of graphene, the effective conductivity of the graphene is very much comparable to metals. So yeah, it can be done that way.
Yeah, and that's what I think these people were doing that got a lot of current through their graphene, is they were using vacuum deposition on there, and they did get a nice thin layer on there that they could attach a copper pad to.
That is something I could try.
Yeah, and I didn't
for it.
Yeah, and I didn't do that either because I didn't have the equipment.
Well, thank you.
Okay, well, good luck on that.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I'll definitely report results here if I do get some good results.
Okay. Sounds good then. Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. And again, guys, we can just do open discussion for the next half an hour. Anybody who has anything. Jeremy, if you want to walk us through your website, walk us through some of your top interviews, top shows.
Yeah, you can hear me now. Let me just see if I can't share the screen.
Sweet.
Boom. There, I'm doing it. So, yeah, I've been talking about this mostly lately. I mean, we had that UAP hearing last week in Congress, the first time that UAPs have been brought up in a congressional hearing in quite a long time, I think like 50 years or something. So I've been making a lot of videos talking about that, interviewing different people. I had Jack Sarfati on the other week, had him weigh on it was actually the day of the conference. I sent out an email to a bunch of different people, and Jack popped on, which was awesome because we really hit the ball out of the park on that one with the talk of the Manhattan Project 2.0. I didn't really get into this missing 21 trillion, but that's something I've been getting into like more so the last week or so, is that there's this $21 trillion missing from the Pentagon. I mean, just think of the secret space program and the funding that we could pay for and what we could buy with that kind of money. It's just absolutely astronomical and absurd to even think about. And we talk about, the Manhattan Project, which only costs like $20 billion in 2020 dollars. So, $20 billion versus, 21 trillion, it's a factor of 3, 10 to the third. it's a significant amount of money, and it's certainly worth looking into. We've been talking to a bunch of experts who've worked, and I'm trying to get some people on who worked in the accounting to track down that money too, so we can sort of collaborate on, well, hey, you're trying to figure out where all this money went, and I'm trying to figure out all this top secret scientific research. Maybe there's some overlap here, and maybe we should look into that. And because certainly a lot of black holes here for coffers for what we could be funding and what I think they are funding in secret. And talk a lot about, the official narrative, things that were pointed out. The Wilson documents were featured in that hearing. They were brought up as a key point and entered into the congressional record even by, I think it was Schaefer, the congressman there, and or senator. And I talk about the Wilson documents, but I talk about, more importantly, that there was this Project Blue Book. That was the whole last hearings that they had 50 years ago, was this whole Project Blue Book, U.S. Air Force investigation into UFOs that culminated. And in Hynek's notes, there was actually a memo called the Pinnacle Memorandum, which I talked about and mentioned. This Pinnacle Memorandum shows that there was actually a second Project Blue Book, which was run by the director of Battelle Memorial Institute. It's actually a private corporation. It's tax exempt. They don't pay taxes. It's a military industrial complex, or there's a military industrial complex producer, and they've had contracts. They had the contracts to build the Demon Core for World War II for the Trinity test. I mean, they were the metallurgists that helped, develop the programs at Oak Ridge and the Hanford site to mine and refine all the uranium and plutonium that was used in the nuclear weapons for the Manhattan Project. Their entire corporation was built around secrecy. I think that memo that came out in Hynek's notes showing that there was a second Project Blue Book, which had access to UFO debris and metals, was, is paramount. It's tantamount. It's the zenith of what we can talk about with regards to UAP intelligence. We have access to metals that came from alien, spacecraft. That's bigger than any video that they could possibly show, showing UAP. If we had high speed, high definition camera showing one of these objects operating, that's nothing compared if we have actual metal and pieces of these things. So that's sort of what I've been focusing on is the metal and the UFO metals and the pieces and the efforts that have gone on into getting those. These have been recovered by people in the public. The Bob White artifact, I showed that. I compared it to this 1947 CIC document from the Black Vault on a piece of UFO debris that was recovered from a UFO in Denmark by NATO in the 1940s, and went through a series of, chain of custody during the 1950s until it eventually ended up at Battelle, being studied by the top metallurgists and scientists at Battelle, which is supposedly, linked to this whole top secret and a Project Blue Book that, a lot of people aren't talking about in this mainstream. And it should have been, I feel like it had more merit to be entered into the congressional record than the Wilson documents, because this is talking about the last time that the government even discussed this in a congressional hearing, which was during Project Blue Book in the 1960s, when it culminated, I think, in the 1960s, was the last time that they actually had a hearing on this. So I think that Battelle document and this whole idea that there was a second Project Blue Book which had access to the metals and the materials, I think that is key to this whole thing. The material science is the #1 issue right now with our APEC, the engineering teams attempt to build these materials and reverse engineer these materials so that we can actually do the experiments that we want to do, where we break the Schwinger limit and we bend space-time, or break that polarizable vacuum limit, where space-time becomes nonlinear and we can do strange things to it, like bend it. And we need the material science. And if we have UFO metals, that's the material science. That's the missing key to how to get this to work. And I think that there's a lot more to this with the materials. I think that I've been investigating a lot of that. I want to do a more thorough investigation. I've reached out to some of the other people who are investigating a lot of this stuff. I want to do more thorough investigation into that Atoms project that was run by TTSA, where they actually went and on this mission to recover pieces. They reached out to everyone who signed up to TTSA, and they said back in 2018, and they said anyone who has metals or artifacts or debris or anything, send them in. We're having this whole project called the Atom Project to go and recover all this stuff. So they went and recovered a whole bunch of UFO metals and debris from the public through this thing called the Atom Project, which you don't hear anything about anymore. They signed an Army CRADA with the Army and handed everything over to the Army a couple of years ago. And I just think it looks like, to me, like a CIA a psychological operation to collect the most valuable, most actionable UFO intelligence that exists out there in the public sphere, which would be the metals, the materials, and then hand that material back over to the military, who, all the conspiracy theorists have accused of being in charge of the cover-up. You know what I mean? So it's kind of this weird situation right now, and the Wilson documents are being talked about as this UFO crash recovery programs, and it's related to Eric Davis and Area 51, which Eric Davis has got some decent work out there. He's a real interesting guy. Would love to get him on APEC. Would love to interview him here and have him present just even a portion of his work. Some really, really good stuff, especially the latest stuff on squeeze states and how to produce negative energy. And I think that that's key to how these materials work and what's actually going on with these UFO materials. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. I've been doing a lot of videos talking about those materials, talking about different things. The Harvard astrophysicist Abby Loeb, who actually, you did a great interview, Tim Ventura, with Abby. It hasn't even got like 1,000 views yet, I don't think, but you asked some really good questions and had a great interview with Abby Loeb. Did you ask him about the, I didn't watch the whole thing. Did you ask him about the, he said that pieces of Oumuamua fell in the Pacific Ocean, and that he wants to put a team together to go and actually recover these objects.
I did actually. He said that was one of his, so he outlined a couple of different projects, and then he outlined the costs that were involved, right? And one of those is, so they're putting basically some kind of a hyperspectral telescope on the roof of Harvard, and once they kind of get some results of that, they want to clone that, right? Which is going to cost a ton more money, but they want to put those as many places as possible. That's one of them. And then, if I remember correctly, he had talked about something about actually going into space that was much more expensive. That was on their list. And then the third item he mentioned was what you talked about, which was an expedition. And I don't remember what the cost was, but it wasn't prohibitive at all. He wanted to pick up those pieces from the ocean.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? The materials and the pieces of UFO metals are number one in terms of actionable intelligence, of things that we can actually use physically to reverse engineer UAP technology, which is, I hope, the ultimate goal of this group, right? So,
well, yeah, I mean, I guess if I could add a bit, my thought would be, materials like that. He mentioned something that was stronger than tungsten, if I remember right. Yeah, based on a chemical signature. And you know what? Actually, let me put you on mute for just a moment.
Look at that camera. It just follows them around the room. That's good stuff. All right. Yeah. So I've been talking about the Wilson documents. I talked a little bit about this Battelle Pinnacle memorandum. I think Battelle is key to this whole situation because they currently have all the contracts to manage all of our national laboratories in the US domestically. And that gives them incredible control over the science and over the scientific conversation, which, NASA's been trying to join the conversation onto this. And I think we've really hit it off in this community with the right direction for this conversation of where we need to go.
I would say most, not all the national labs, but yeah, they're all used, like controlled by private companies at this point.
Yeah, it's all in the hands of these private contractors, and that's the best way to keep the secrecy so that you can have these congressional hearings where these, Pentagon officials, House Intelligence.
Yeah, if I could add quickly, I think one thing, somebody mentioned this in chat. Oh yeah, Brian Kelly mentioned it. He said Hal Puthoff's comment, any truly deep state increased knowledge is not likely to come out. I think it's also possible, people don't like to believe this, but it's also possible that knowledge could be lost, and like, a good example is the Corso book, right? I think it's interesting to look at Corso's book, and that was the one, right, where supposedly they released all these technologies into the private sector to be reverse engineered. If you take a step back and look at it, it's interesting that Corso's book has never really been disproven. And what that says really is that so much knowledge about that has already been lost that they don't even have enough to disprove it. They can't say, oh, this guy was full of it. None of this stuff ever happened. It just kind of, and the reason I mentioned his book is I have a few friends in the military who have cited his book as they thought that the way he described the military was very credible. They weren't sure about the UFO part, but they said, well, the way he described things sounds credible.
Well, so, the same issue happened with Greek fire back when, like, the reason we don't know how to make Greek fire today is they kept it a military secret.
Yeah. Things get lost, and we don't like to admit that, right? But I mean, this is our government, and our government is kind of incompetent. So,
well, it's not just the government that's the problem. Ever since maybe even FDR, it's been slowly, like, they say, beware the undue influence of the military-industrial complex and all that. Well, really, like, you have a whole bunch of quasi-governmental organizations, which are private companies, which kind of just take all of this info for themselves, and they have no checks and balances that say they have to give that information back to the government necessarily. So then it goes into private hands. So then there's just some private company based out of the, like, Panama or something that has a ton of technology that they save for the ultra wealthy, and it's not even in America's hands anymore.
Yeah, and and then there are the other projects too, and this would be in the government sector, where like the nuclear rocket in the 50s, right? They actually test fired nuclear rockets in the 50s, and it didn't do what they wanted. It didn't get them far enough, and so they shut the program down, and it's basically forgotten at this point, and especially back then.
All the guys that worked on it are sworn to secrecy, and they can't talk about it. And even on conferences like this, we can't get them out even 20 years later because some of these NDAs are lifelong, and that's why you have things that get lost to history. Like,
there's scoot over.
That was part of what I wanted to do.
I'm barging in. So, like, everybody loves Stanton Friedman, and he worked on the NERVA project. But they've released all the NERVA project stuff on YouTube recently. And he was the team that basically they purposely blew up the NERVA engine and irradiated Los Angeles. So there's this funny thing with the nuclear rockets and why they don't want people to know about it. But I don't know. It's just a funny tweak in karma. Stanton Friedman was a great guy, but he was working on a project that basically irradiated Los Angeles when they blew it up on purpose.
Yeah. Oh, this was NERVA. There's no Minerva. It's just NERVA.
NERVA. Yeah. Nuclear energy rocket something.
Oh,
yeah.
NERVA. Yeah.
There you go.
Technically, every nuclear test irradiated some area.
Yeah, but NERVA, they blew it up on purpose. Unfortunately, the winds were blowing the wrong direction on Jackass Flats, and everything. It's online. You can find it on YouTube. At least I could years ago. Like, it was 20 Jackass Flats. Yep. So it's some interesting footage to see. I was down at UNM in the business library, and it came out like 2013, 14. And then I got to talk with him at the UFO festivals about it. And
yeah. So these things get lost. I mean, even you know what was it? Somebody I don't remember where I read this, but they said never assume conspiracy when incompetence will suffice. And,
oh, there you go.
You know, and I took that to heart. Right. Again, this is the U.S. government. They screw things up. I mean, look at our withdrawal from Afghanistan and the you know and the headlines. Not to be super critical. The headline: "This is not Saigon," where they've got the same helicopter over the exact same looking building, picking up the exact same looking people on the roof. I'm like, totally different situation. So
the problem,
you know,
the problem results though because private corporations, if they're incompetent, don't last very long, and therefore we have a vast array, tens of thousands of private corporations that are competent and dance around the government like it's not even like moving. It's like
there are like exceptions to that though. I'm thinking of Microsoft, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, once a company gets big enough, yeah. But I mean, if you have something lean and you have a handful of very competent people on the team, you can do a lot of damage, and that's the unfortunate case.
Yeah. Anyhow, I didn't mean to distract things too much. You and Jeremy were talking about stuff, and then I think Mark and Aiden are going to jump in with the conference too in a bit.
Yeah, Aiden, what's going on over at the conference?
They're finishing up their dinner speech. It's really neat because they're pulling up the next generation of space developers. So the big thing at the dinner is talking with the kids that won the first place for space habitat
They're
development.
from Ireland, a group of 5 students from a college in Ireland.
High school. They're actually high school students. So it's neat. They've brought in students from like Romania, India. I guess this Ireland group. So it's the International Space Developers Conference. Our bench, our table is the techiest one. We've got all sorts of little things from the lab and that we've been working on, and everybody else is showing off books.
There's one other booth over here right in front of us that's doing data acquisition black boxes.
Oh yeah, my friend James Wolfe.
They're also from New Mexico too. It's the kind of thing that you would put on an experiment that has the potential of blowing up, such as a rocket or pod impulse experiment or anything that can blow up. And they're using a Raspberry Pi to store data in a secure memory card kind of thing so that it can survive the blow up and you'll get your data.
Yeah, it's a black box.
And just for folks out there, what's the name of the conference and where can people go and find out?
So it's hosted by the National Space Society, and it's called the International Space Developers Conference. We're in Crystal City / Arlington. Like the Pentagon is about 15 minutes that way.
Wow. Did you say that Travis Taylor was there?
I don't know.
Or was he at the last conference?
Travis Walton. Walton was at the last conference.
I would love to have him speak also at APEC. You guys would have
Travis Taylor or Travis Walton?
Walton.
Travis Walton. I actually had a hibachi dinner with Travis Walton and Nick Pope that night. That was a lot of fun. Travis was actually very interested in what's going on at APEC. He was watching one of the presentations over there at the conference, and he seemed to have a bit of a technical knowledge in science, at least to a bachelor level. And he started sharing details of what happened to him that many people have not heard before, that at least related to the more engineerable side of it. So if we can get him on, I did take the liberty of taking his email and adding it to the email list, so he should have received these emails, and maybe who knows, we'll catch him at some point.
Tom Reed is another experiencer that I've met with at the Roswell UFO Festival, and Tom and Travis are good friends. So if I can work that angle, and Tom has actually invited APEC down to his, he has a conference in Florida. I think it was in like September or thereabouts. So it's feasible, it's attainable to have Travis talk. So like all of my, if I ever talk about ant people and that knowledge of which is a type of alien species out there, sometimes called the mantis or insectoids. Yeah, Linda Moulton Howell's making up all sorts of fun like insectoids right now.
Well,
but
let's try to keep all the speculative stuff out of it.
right.
The latest things that are happening in the lab right now are pretty much we're moving forward with a more in-depth look at the Podklanov impulse experiment. Todd Desiato is coming down to the lab probably on mid-June. We ordered the acrylic for another take on the Podklanov impulse experiment using the megavolt Marx generator.
Oh, awesome.
It's gonna be, have the high-speed camera for that as well set up, and I'm really excited to see what that does. Even if it doesn't work, it's going to be cool.
Yeah, I know. I'm really excited about that. The thing that interests me about superconductors, I mean, spinning superconductors, it's hard to tell, right? Because he did a lot of, you know, and I know Tony is on or Glenn Robertson is on the conference today, but you know, Podklanov had a lot going on there, and it wasn't always documented or described well. But the impulse generator is kind of a brute force thing, which it makes me wonder if maybe that might do it. And superconductors in general, the way that they absorb magnetic fields, and then you get stuff like quantum locking, right? Where they put it on the track and it quantum locks to the track the magnetic field does. Stuff like that. It's almost like you have a macro scale quantum particle. You know what I mean? The way that they behave. And just to me, it's like if something is going to modify gravity, that seems like one of the things that would do it.
Yeah, quantum tricks. It's about exploiting quantum physics and exploiting quantum mechanics with macro scale objects. I think that's the key.
Another thing that we're about to get, and Jeremy, you're going to go apeshit over this. We're getting a a vacuum vapor deposition system for the lab. I already have one picked out. There's a shop here in New Jersey.
Yeah, I've only been telling you for like 2 years. We need to do.
What can you do with that? Can you do like any chemical or
thin film
coatings? Yeah, thin film coatings.
Oh, I also have a what's it called? Sputter coater. If you guys need.
Well, okay. The reason I ask is I did an interview. This was a couple of years ago now with the guy who did the world's first room temperature
sputtering device.
Who has a sputter cutter?
That was me. Yeah,
that was Michael.
I was going to show off my lab today, but my camera is not working as far as I can tell.
Oh, okay, Michael. Is that something that you would add to the vapor deposition machine, or is that a separate machine?
I mean, they can do slightly different things. I mean, I do have tungsten vapor deposition boats, and if I need to vapor deposit stuff, I just pull a vacuum on a vacuum vessel and heat up the thing resistively. And I mean, that's easy enough to just do. Sputter coating does some things that you just can't do with vapor deposition. Like if you're trying to, you can't really vapor deposit tungsten, for example, with practical systems. You can definitely do anything refractory with this though, sputter coating.
Yeah, it's also how they make the pyrolytic graphite or the pyrolytic carbon is through sputtering.
Yep. Graphene monolayers, etc.
We're thinking of doing probably aluminum, bismuth, magnesium. Yes, those. But I also wanted to see if I can get iron, and I don't think the coil gets hot enough for iron. So
I've been telling you guys, cold spray is probably the best way to get, at least mechanically speaking, cold spray is the best you can do there. I heard that maybe the zinc in the magnesium was due to a zincate surface coating, which suggests the thing's man-made.
What do you think about building this in space?
Surface coating is what you would use to coat magnesium with other conductive materials in an electrochemical bath. So basically, it would be electroplated if that were true.
What, sorry, for what piece of metal?
For the bismuth magnesium composite.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, the arts parts, you mean, right?
Yes, which would make sense if there's a zinc layer in between, because that would just further stabilize any quasi-particles that are in that layered material, if there was a slight insulating layer between the magnesium and the bismuth.
We talked, the aqueous method is also, there was a company that was developing like long-lasting pipes, and they were using an aqueous method. Modumetal, thank you, that company. I tried to contact them or get in touch with them back at the end of my UNM time. They weren't very receptive to me, I guess, at that point.
They're just doing stuff at scale at this point. But I mean, if you guys want to recreate roughly the technology, what you want to do is, instead of using an aqueous bath, you need to use deep eutectic solvents, which are...
It's a fancy word.
What is that? Spell that out. Deep eutectic?
I can put it in the comments.
What about doing it in a vacuum? Like, we could build this in space.
That's what the ISDC is all about. Like with the kids, I've been saying, well, we need like an orbital manufacturing facility. So can you, like, I was showing them, there's the inductive heater where they have the aluminum blob in it. And
well, if I could jump in just real quick, I just want to plant kind of a seed of an idea. So I did an interview with a guy who discovered the world's first room temperature superconductor, right? And the complaint with the media, just because they always have to have something, was he put this thing under like 10 million PSI in a diamond anvil to make it work. So one of the things I asked him in the interview was, I was like, okay, why did you do that? And he said, well, it was because it was the hydrogen atoms in this lattice that made the thing room temperature superconductive. And he said, to get those hydrogen atoms close enough together, we had to put it under this incredible pressure.
Yeah.
And so then my thought was, what if you tried some kind of a vapor depth system to lay those down that close together? Then you wouldn't necessarily have to press them. And he said that was something they were going to try. So if you guys have vapor depth, that might be something to look at also, is, trying to vapor depth, stuff like that. Supposedly, with room temperature superconductivity, the thing that's moving that whole area forward is, about 10 years ago, they got really excited about hydrogen atoms. They'd ruled those out years ago. I don't know why. Yeah. They got excited about them again.
Because at my former friend, Ed Fouché, who's a former Area 51 employee, he talked about metamaterials and quasicrystals back in 1998. Before anyone was talking about this stuff. And one of the things he used to always harp on was this hydrogen crystals. And he said that there was tons of research. It was the most hush-hush thing going on out there about, at the time, about hydrogen crystals.
Which reminds me, Jeremy, look at non-hydridorenate compounds again.
Whoa, slow down. One more.
There's another big word, Michael.
Yeah, he just drops them like that. Hydridorenate.
Oh. I've heard of. It's like EUT.
I suspect ammonium non-hydridorenate will have enough hydrogen to other atom ratio that if you compress it to mild pressures, it might do some interesting things.
Michael, I would say I'm reasonably smart, and I'm very well read. I've never seen that word. I've never even seen a word like that before.
It's quite remarkable, actually. They used sodium borohydride to react rhenium salts, and then they assumed that compound was the rhenium +1 ion. But it turns out that it's actually a complex with 9 hydrogens and 1 rhenium atom. It's fascinating. And it's stable at room temperature. And
what does it do?
I don't know yet. I mean, we have to see what it does under compression.
Yeah, but I mean, compression, nothing that, maybe in your power source, like, give me something that can make muons or tauons. Like, I want something that can make tauons. No, not antimatter.
The other thing this could be useful for is lattice confinement fusion, but that's a whole other ball game.
have you looked into this muon? Oh, it's muon assisted fusion is the
You know,
next thing.
guys,
Sorry.
I don't want to take it too far off track, but you remember Michael McDonough presented on the plasma vault, right? And that was an old contact of mine. So that avalanche energy that's been making the rounds, avalanche.energy.com, they just had a news story about something like a 5 kilowatt excess fusion generator. And when I looked at their process for it, it is very similar to Michael McDonough's plasma vault. So, so I do think that's interesting. For me, it lended credibility, I guess, to the project he was working on. That might be something for you guys to experiment with also. That might be an experiment worth doing. Fusion in a bottle, and it was not too difficult to make.
Well, I got to get back in touch with some of my contacts up at MIT, like Mitchell Schwartz at Jet Fusion, Jet Energy Technologies, and Peter Hagelstein, because I'd like to see what they're up to with their cold fusion research, because it relates, very closely to a lot of this.
Well, just reach out and work through the alumni association, or just
I'll just email them. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeremy, what would you like seen made with the vacuum vapor deposition machine?
Well, if we could make that material, that Linda Moulton Howe material, that arts parts, where it's like the 3 micron bismuth layer with the
100 micron magnesium.
Yeah, if we could just get magnesium and bismuth and just vapor deposit that in layers of those thicknesses to match that material, that would be an epic start.
And maybe try one with zinc too, as Michael was talking about.
Yeah.
A little bit of, the sky is the limit though. Could you do food with it? I'm just thinking.
No.
What if you did the world's thinnest crust pizza?
Thinnest phyllo dough.
I'm just saying, you don't really need to discover gravity. You would be so rich, right? Thin crust is in.
Atomically thin phyllo dough.
No, we need a laser cutter. We had at the Fuse Makerspace one time. It was late night shenanigans, and we got a slice of pizza pie and flipped it over, a slice of pizza, and then we laser engraved pie on the backside of it. So it was pretty funny.
You had flaky baklava, but have you had atomically thin baklava?
No.
That sounds good.
Vapor deposit baklava.
That sounds really good, man. You want to clean the chamber really well, right? You want to clean that chamber.
It's actually really good. Cryogenic potato chips. You stick potato chips in liquid nitrogen, they are amazing.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That water. I've got.
Jeremy, have you had some?
Hold on.
We had it at the lab once. I think Jeremy got a couple.
Well, what you need for the liquid nitrogen is the liquid nitrogen beer cozy, right? That's what you need.
You know what? I had a drink with some liquid nitrogen in it because we had liquid nitrogen in a demonstration one time at a college thing at school, and I put
dry ice
in my drink, and I used it to cool my drink. It just just evaporates off the top as nitrogen, but it.
Could I, aside from really thin baklava, could I ask for just a sentence or two about what some of these materials, like the magnesium and bismuth, might be used for?
How put off
waveguides. So it's you want to get the most bang for your buck with the littlest amount. You want to pump you want to pump a ton of energy in a small amount of space. So what you're looking at is hysteresis of materials. I think is the key to it. And it's
say the word again, please.
Hysteresis.
Okay.
Yeah, Elliot, and if you want, bismuth is in our community, if we have a community, bismuth is one of those magic materials. It's the same chemical group as element 115. It's like one step up on the periodic table. But what's interesting about that is bismuth in the mythology of like gravity modification and energy and all that kind of stuff, in this cultural mythology, bismuth dates all the way back. It's highly, if I remember right, it's highly diamagnetic, highly paramagnetic, something like that.
Diamagnetic.
Yeah, and
in fact, element 115 is right below bismuth on the periodic table.
the other thing is like, okay, for instance, it just shows up in the strangest places, right? Like I got really into the Philadelphia experiment years ago, and I was reading about that, and there was this whole thing about, well, they designed it a certain way, it didn't work a certain way, and I found some folks who said, well, why would that be? What would the unknown factor be? It turns out on the Eldritch, this is just one example among many. So when they ran the welds for the Eldritch during wartime, they had a problem with lead. They had lead shortages, and then they had problems with the heating for it. So they were running bismuth in the welds. So the Eldritch was shot through with bismuth. All the hull plates were welded together with bismuth mixed with lead, if I remember right. So,
but that's not very.
Another interesting thing about bismuth is that although it is very cheap, you're talking dollars for a pound, it's actually just a little bit more common than gold. It's not a very common element. It's kind of rare. And the only known commercial use for it is Pepto-Bismol, which is stomach antacid pills. So you can get bismuth for pretty cheap, and it's rare.
They use it for non-toxic birdshot.
Yeah, there's also some videos where you can actually take Pepto-Bismol and extract the bismuth from it. They show you how to do it.
Well,
Red Nile, or
I just realized something.
If you wanted large amounts of it, you would just buy it as birdshot, buy it as non-toxic birdshot. They use it because it's close to the same weight as lead, and it's close to the same.
You can buy it by the ton. They sell. There's some companies online that sell it. They have quite a bit of it in stock.
Mark, I just
And
realized
somehow layers of bismuth and magnesium create a material that can contain a lot of energy. No,
Hal Puthoff talks about it in that Weinstein interview that came through a couple months ago, and that basically it's a waveguide amplifier, or
Start with his paper on Hal Puthoff has a paper called Polarizable Vacuum Approach to General Relativity, which is kind of the theoretical basis for a lot of the research that is being done right now into these metamaterials and these effects. So that hysteresis curve, like I mentioned before, and it's the sharp points on the end of it, and you want that to be as sharp as possible so that you can create these incredibly high energy densities at that point, which could theoretically break the Schwinger limit of space-time. And if you can break that Schwinger limit, that 10 to the 30th joules per cubic meter, with that kind of energy density, you can actually break down the quantum vacuum and separate, space and time.
I'd also like to point out that bismuth telluride sulfide is the first practical topological insulator.
There we go. There's the fancy word.
That was in the presentation that won the conference over here. They were going to use that as a radiation shield.
Yeah, these kids had some interesting ideas. I haven't I
know some Russian nuclear reactors used bismuth tin as a radiation shielded, but also as a fluid to pump through the system too.
It's an alloy of bismuth and tellurium.
Bismuth telluride sulfide.
I think NASA was actually looking at that. They had some other ideas too. If you're talking about manned space flight, Dennis Bushnell was talking about loading the water outside of not outside, but loading the water in the shell of the craft, right? Because your occupants have to have water, and so you use the water as a radiation insulator.
That's a smart idea.
Yeah, that's in like Mars, going to Mars, they would have, if there's a proton storm or a CME coming in along the flight path of the vehicle, they would get a warning from Earth, or there's websites that track the outgoing CME bursts. But anyway, they would go into a little area inside of the ship that has a water pig or a water sheath around it. So they would get some protection from the high energy particles coming in.
Best radiation shielding has some dense atoms and some very light atoms. So that's why you typically see like tungsten or tantalum or bismuth mixed with plastics, because then you have the light hydrogen and carbon and you have the heavy bismuth or tungsten or tantalum. And both of those block different types of radiation, but together that's how you optimize.
On ISS, they in the astronauts compartments, they have it's like that normal plastic, like the clear plastic that you'd use on your windows, but they dope it with extra hydrogen.
Now,
so it's like hydrogen rich, I don't know, PTEF or whatever it is, or PBT, polybutylene.
My understanding is that if you go out near Jupiter, that whole area is super hot. So
well, Jupiter is it's a protostar. Give it another billion years or something after the sun goes supernova, 5 billion years, and it probably will be cut loose and catch a bunch of the outgoing plasma and start turning into a star again. So, or not again, but evolving into it. We're going, that's in circles. The liquid metallic hydrogen stuff, which ties into the Ed Fouché, when we were talking about that, I know there was, the original scientist was out of Japan. I'm grasping at, forgotten memories, knowledge, but, the Japanese were proposing that the sun is, it's made of liquid hydrogen, or it's not a gaseous ball. It's actually there's a solid surface to the sun. If you could somehow withstand going through the corona and standing on an active nuclear moment, but so that would tie into some of the the quasi crystal stuff. There may be something there. I don't know. Just peering in the dark, trying to figure out if there's a connection to these quasi crystals. There's a thing I've been trying to spit out. I did order a book on metamaterials. So when we get the CBD machine in, Jeremy, we'll have some textbooks we can go through and look for different metamaterials that are out there, or at least in this textbook. So I don't know what else was there.
More materials we could talk about. There's ammonia mercury mixtures. Those form semiconducting liquids, which when you apply pressure might become superconducting. That's worth studying, yeah.
Okay. Boron, from my early on in my studying ufology, boron was sought after. Who's that guy? The Uaps was talking about it. That the aliens were coming down to Area 51 and they wanted just straight boron because it was a good beta blocker, and they were using it as a radiation shield on the inside of the vehicle. So there's playing around with.
Isn't it a good neutron absorber?
Beta particle.
Well, anything conductive will be a decent beta particle.
Okay. Maybe it was a neutral counter. It was off of the Desert Rat website from the 90s.
Boron is pretty optimal for neutrons.
Okay, because the neutrons.
Tin is okay, I've heard.
Oh, tin?
Just because it can absorb a lot of them before it turns into anything else. It transmutes. It's got a lot of stable isotopes. I don't know if the cross section is particularly large, though. I think the other one that was good was gadolinium. Yeah, something like gadolinium, and then hafnium is all right.
Huh.
If I remember correctly, there was another material in the arts parts sample other than bismuth and magnesium.
I think the gadolinium was used. Didn't they use that as a wetting agent also in reactors, if I remember right?
Gadolinium?
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of something else. One of those was a wetting agent in reactors.
No idea.
Time to go to UNM and see what nuclear engineering textbooks are in the used books section. There's gonna be some good stuff there. So there's only 5 universities in the United States that have nuclear engineering programs. One of them is Reed College, another one's UNM. I forget. I don't know the other 3.
Yeah, if
So-
you guys were able to vapor depth the bismuth magnesium, especially if you could clone the Earth's parts, maybe you just start selling that to investigators, UFO buffs. Think about it. People probably pay a few $100 for it, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, we're doing, it's what, 3 microns and 100 microns. Like it would be easier to get a magnesium film. We do a layer on one side and on the other side, and somehow get just warm enough, or like a friction stir melt, and do that a couple times after we've put bismuth on one side. But we're gonna have to be working in a controlled environment so we don't get dust and atmospheric contamination.
I just found on eBay under everything else, then weird stuff, and then totally bizarre stuff. Somebody posted a UFO metal fragment in a jar with UFO blueprints.
And they're trying.
You could buy UFO fragments on eBay.
Yeah, right. Maybe. No, we should start a APEC store and
And don't forget about the thin crust pizza. I'm telling you, that's an idea. There's
Atomically thin crust. We'll sell
Yeah.
it. We'll sell it to Pizza Hut. We'll get Papa Gino's and Pizza Hut to bid in a bidding war on.
Oh, is it Papa John's? Yeah, Domino's. I think Domino's would be the better sponsor. Start pulling in some corporate. Well, if we do that, we become corporate whores. So.
Oh, it's bismuth, magnesium, zinc. Zinc is the third metal. We have
Zinc.
both of them in stock. So
Yeah, that just makes it more electroplatable. So that's my guess on what it is about. I think it was made by electroplating, especially the surface finish looks electroplated to me. So I was going to mention, Mark, you should get some Pepto-Bismol, because if you react it with hydrochloric acid, you produce salicylic acid, which happens to be an almost ideal corrosion inhibitor for magnesium. So you're going to need salicylic acid when electroplating your bismuth magnesium layers. So you probably actually you could put Pepto-Bismol in there.
why can't we vapor deposit the magnesium and bismuth?
I'm just thinking that the composite that we saw from Art's parts looks, for all intents and purposes, electroplated.
I mean, we really wanted. There's a couple other things we wanted to do with the vapor deposition, including thin film aluminum and maybe thin film iron on top of it. Really thin film, and we could layer stuff and add oxide layers to that as well. Also, Todd is excited about making split ring resonators using a stencil. So the stencil sits down, and that's the part that doesn't get deposited on the substrate below. And you pull the stencil off, and you got yourself a thin film split ring resonator for a negative refractive index, and we could tune that to a specific frequency and do that setup as well.
Could build some really small C-ring resonator arrays. Yeah.
Frankly, I think that a lot of the stuff, at least that we think will operate at terahertz, until we have something to measure and produce terahertz, is a little bit tricky to look at.
So
I mean, there's ways to do it. There's ways to do it. I could give you some.
Oh, where's Jeremiah? Well, my idea from listening from the group talk, the group think, is based off of Jeremiah's experiments with spherical capacitors. You know, in this case, like the shell, the aeroshell, the hull of the flying saucer is quasi-spherical. And if it's made with the magnesium bismuth stuff, like the inside, the resonator, whatever is generating the pulse, may be at a much lower frequency, but that amplification, the waveguide amplification, combined with the fact that it's nested shells, or like a spherical, quasi-spherical capacitor, gets you up into the terahertz range on the outside of the vehicle, but the emitter on the inside of the vehicle is much lower at by a factor of 30, if what Hal Puthoff said is correct.
You'd have to explain what the coupling term is there, maybe. But I mean, you can just get a zinc cadmium. What was it? What was it? Zinc selenide? No. Okay, yeah, zinc sulfide.
That's what I need.
Zinc sulfide selenide with cadmium doping, and that emits terahertz as a laser. Or you could work with a near infrared laser and feed that into an optical parametric oscillator, just a BBO crystal, and that's completely the thing is that's completely tunable, so you can hit anything in the terahertz band.
But you're thinking with calculus and boxes, and you're shooting a beam. I'm trying to think of like a way of getting a sphere, right? You know, with the propulsion field around the vehicle spins. So if we can use that knowledge that Jeremiah has passed on with using spherical capacitors to get more voltage on the outside, and then one of those capacitive shells is this magnesium bismuth laminate, multi-layer laminate that seems to amplify. Or
but you're talking about like megahertz versus terahertz. There's a
right, and then it's a material effect in the hull that's giving you the bouncing it up to the terahertz regime.
What would that effect be?
That's what, listen to the Hal Puthoff, Eric Weinstein discussion when he goes into talking about the magnesium bismuth laminate and how it seems to amplify, or it's a 30 times, a waveguide amplifier. It makes
it reduces. So it's a metamaterial which it's a plasmonic metamaterial in some sense, but that doesn't mean you still need a terahertz input. You can't just take you can't just take a megahertz signal and expect that to go up to terahertz. It's still
convert it through material.
The terahertz waves in such a waveguide would be 30 times smaller, but they're still waving at a terahertz in terms of frequency. It's just that they're smaller spatially because the refractive index of that medium is much higher. So if frequency is the same, the waves in space are distributed 30 times closer together, if that makes sense.
What's the spectral band for terahertz? Where's that fit in spectral band?
It's like infrared to
infrared, between microwave and infrared.
Yeah.
So you went deep IR. Yeah, and that's a tough band. I remember reading about that because they're looking at that for imaging and they have problems with it. That's
there you go. Sorry, Jeremy just put up an article that's perfect for this. Yeah, it's what's this? Yeah, lithium niobate.
Lithium niobate chalcogenide, and it's hybrid waveguides that do acoustic optic modulation, and we'll do like frequency up conversion. So we had mentioned using some types of materials to use frequency up conversion to reach that terahertz gap. Basically, is that we could use materials to build a modulation system, because that was the issue with the arts parts originally, that they had needed to give those things to the U.S. Army under that CRADA agreement because they didn't have the terahertz capabilities to do the experiments that they wanted to do. And so I wanted to discuss, like, is there a way that we could build a material like using these thin film up conversion?
You don't need it. You just need you need an optical block of beta BBO, like something beta barium borate, something like that. Or you can use a lithium niobate crystal too, but you don't need a thin film. You just need a crystal. You just need a cube of one of these materials and an optical table and some reflectors and some components that operate in the far infrared or the terahertz spectrum, mostly zinc sulfide, zinc selenide, that sort of thing.
Look on YouTube. It's Delmar, DELMAR Photonics, I believe, or Delmar Optics. But they're coming up. They're very, they get like 2 or 3 likes whenever they put something. But they're messing around with the right type of optics to get up into the terahertz range.
There we go. The parametric oscillator for phonons. That's another good one.
Yeah, these are some good articles that I found recently. Actually, Jack Sarfati posted this one, which I thought was super interesting because it's like, all right, well, he's finally been looking into some of the material science stuff that we've been sending him.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy, can you find Delmar Optics or Delmar Photonics? DELMAR. It's on YouTube. They show their.
Was it DEL?
Sulfide, not sulfate.
Delmar Photonics, I think. There we go. These guys are the buyer's guide. Nope. Go back one. Well, maybe. It was the first link. There you go. And they have a YouTube channel where they'll show the little crystals that they're making.
Nice. So these guys make I know nonlinear optical crystals, like to do the experiments in the kind of stuff that we talk about on this channel. We want to do that. They're very export protected technologies.
Yeah.
And
ITAR.
Yeah,
higher resolution on your radar is what it translates into, so you can see smaller things.
Titanium sapphire. That's what they use for chirped pulse amplification. It's fun stuff.
Yeah,
need some
they
water.
sell it here, but it's hard to produce a lot of the stuff. It takes a lot of proprietary methodology and equipment and stuff to make a lot of these nonlinear optical crystals that are commercially available on the markets. So it would be great if we could develop these types of capabilities and sell these types of products, because
we can't do that in house. Most likely, because you need single crystals. So you typically need to pull a single crystal, similar to how they make silicon crystals, out of a molten bath of the material, which is that's extremely difficult. So because it's not just you don't just melt the thing together. Otherwise, I could do that right here with my stick welder. You have to make sure.
I'm wondering what's capable, what's what kind of processing we need to because we need to basically think like Leslie Graves in 1943 and 42. Or 38 rather. Like the 1930s. Like, how do we set up the manufacturing capabilities here domestically to even build the next generation of these technologies? Like, do we have?
There's one thing to get a prototype working. We could use materials in liquid. So there's certain materials that will produce nonlinear optical effects when they're simply dissolved in water, and those might be sufficient. They'll remain isotropic because they're dissolved.
Yeah.
That might be the best bet. And I mean, you never know. If you go to, you should join when the next what do you call it? MIT flea market happens. I'm sure they'll have some optical crystals around.
Yeah, we're gonna go to that. The next one for sure is gonna happen. And what do you think about space manufacturing? Like,
yeah, you could make crystals more easily there, but it doesn't make what we're doing any easier. I mean, getting to space kind of negates the easier crystal manufacturing.
On another topic, Jeremy, can you Google the Tau Herculid meteor shower? There's this comet that normally produced a very weak meteor shower at the end of May, so this coming Monday night. But in 1995, it broke apart, and we're going to be going right through the debris from that breakup. So there's a chance that we'll have a meteor storm with thousands of meteors per hour on Monday night. So
that'll be fun.
That'll be fun. Yeah, there's a chance of some big ones too.
So again, like when we talk about improving resolution, there's a lot of interesting research being done right now.
Quantum metrology is some of the best stuff that we've gotten recently out of quantum mechanics.
Yeah, because this is like they set up those. I remember that they had to measure the distance to the moon, and they set up a mirror and a laser, right? And we should set up a big camping trip this summer where we all like people can go like on a camping trip with all of us and like.
Yeah, that'd be great. Next year's second year anniversary. Well, except for we got to go south to Florida. Then we can hang out at Tom Reed's place in Florida or something.
We gotta like get. I mean, we have basically like Jack Sarfati has said like he's linked up with people who promise him unlimited funding if we can just come up with a prototype and something to show. And we have probably enough of this community together now and enough of the knowledge to build this, to work on a reasonable prototype, or at least a lab that can, build the stuff we need to build the prototype.
That sort of like unlimited funding comes with a bunch of asterisks, though. You got to know.
Yeah.
If you can do it another way, it's preferable.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money on the table, sure.
Not I'm worried about the money on the table so much as I'm worried about, us getting to the point where we can figure this stuff out and get it out to the public before it can get in the wrong hands or just go dark and disappear into a black hole like so much of everything else has done.
It's too late. We don't know that at the moment. I mean, there's already things flying in the sky. Who knows whose those are?
Yeah, it's hard to say. And
sorry, I just came back. It's hard to know whose those are, and we probably shouldn't try and define things either. I mean as a not as us, but I mean as a species, right? Like I tend to think that UAP are von Neumann probes. That's kind of what my gut tells me. But one of the things she said this to me months ago, Julia Mossbridge, I was talking to her about UAP, and somebody had suggested, well, maybe these are time travelers, and I mentioned that to her, and she said to me, time and space aren't what you think. Probably try not to put it in those terms. And and I sat back and I thought about it. I'm like, okay, even if they're not traveling through time in a reverse time way, when you start talking about the scales that are involved, it does make sense, so. But I think that then there's this other thing too of, this is me personally. I don't believe in any kind of biological aliens. I think that these things are machine probes, but I think that once a machine reaches a certain level of advancement, it's probably not helpful to think of it in terms of machine or biological,
The most advanced nanotechnology we'll ever need is biology.
Yeah, I mean, nanotubules and some of these other things are just way beyond what we could engineer ourselves.
Microtubules, but
yeah, I have an interview coming up with Jay Storrs Hall. We did one on again, that's on my channel. We did one on nanotech utility fog, which I've been in love with since I read about it in 2000. That is just the coolest idea ever. But
it's basically just yeast. If you think about how yeast has become so programmable recently, you can just make whatever drug with it. Like that's basically just yeast already.
Don't ruin it for me, man. Don't ruin it for me. Don't ruin my dream. But
mushrooms are just nanomachines that turn wood into food.
But he was talking about he just wrote a new book called Where Is My Flying Car? And I haven't read it yet. I just downloaded the Kindle. And that he's talking about nanotech nuclear. And so I want to do an interview with him on that. So
Tim, in like direct contradiction, here in Taos, or not here in Taos, but there in Taos a couple of years ago, there's a massive spaceship, or a couple hunters walked up onto something that looked like a circus tent out in the middle of the forest, and they met two crew members outside of it. They said they were really tall, but had some sort of strange, like they were in black suits, and then they couldn't see the face because they had like a glowing screen on their face. So then they got they got a good interview on the TV and local news, and they were, very certain that what they saw was, two sentient beings outside of a spaceship that looked like a flying circus tent that had landed.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I don't know. It's stuff like that.
well, come here, say hi to every. No, we're on our meeting's going. Say hey.
Tim, if you're interested in von Neumann machines, Tim, you should check out Carbonado diamonds. They impacted the Earth probably. People think it's meteoric impact. About 2 billion years ago. Interestingly, that impact happened right before the Great Oxygenation event. So it could be that the remaining Carbonado diamonds are pieces of some spaceship hull or some von Neumann probe hull that was meant to terraform the planet using photosynthetic life. Photosynthetic life was introduced at that point in Earth's history. So either it's temperature got cool enough that it could photosynthesize, or it was deposited there by that von Neumann probe.
Yeah, so this is like
It's interesting how Carbonado diamonds are not like natural to the periodic record and geology areas, and that they're they only appear in 2 places, right? Bolivia and Central African Republic, right? I know, I'm aware of, and
if we keep
not Bolivia,
Brazil. Right, but they're unnatural to the local geology, right? That they're
And
just
they don't have the same ratio of isotopes as Earth, so they're definitely from space at some point.
right. There's a whole extraterrestrial hypothesis on them. If you look at carbon,
you can see his face on here.
I thought they were harder than regular diamonds, right? Or no?
Because of the polycrystalline structure, there's always some component of the material which is the maximum hardness that it can be in that direction. So you will get the highest hardness possible for diamond and testing.
Yeah, but it would be directional, so you could basically engineer this material on the skin of your craft so that
I mean, the samples that we have don't appear to be optimized in any particular direction, but the fact polycrystalline. And what was really interesting was, and Jeremy posted this to his channel a year or two ago. We found what appeared to be acicular grains of titanium inside these. And the thing about titanium is it's really good for sequestering nitrogen, and nitrogen prevents the sintering of diamonds. So that seems like a technosignature, potentially. At least from an engineering standpoint, it would make sense why there's titanium there. And there have been other reports of pure metal acicular grains, of vanadium, other materials. But the prevailing hypothesis is they were from a supernova. And if that was true, you would see a bunch of alloys. You wouldn't see grains of pure metals that are separate. So it's very interesting for a number of reasons. Can Tim hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I'm listening. We're still recording too.
Oh,
and
cool.
this is really good stuff. So one of the reasons that we're having wonderful conversation again is because we very politely asked some of the disruptive guests not to join us anymore. So just so you know, we had a few disruptive guests. In fact, we had one earlier today that we asked not to join us. So,
well, it's good that we've been very respectful to the more inclusive we can be, despite that, the better in the long term, in terms of building credibility with the average person. If you have
I want to be inclusive, but the thing is, I don't
want to be too exclusive either, especially with the modern political paradigm. If you're just exclusive, then people will stop trusting you. So
that's
good. It's good that you've worked hard to try and include everyone.
Yeah,
the people
and
who-
you know, I think we've really bent over backwards, right? I think all of us have. We've had, you know,
Yeah,
we've
we
all
have.
had eye rolling moments. So
Yeah.
If I may, like that's been the nice thing at this conference since the UAP congressional hearing thing. Like people, the old men in the group, they're like, there's some from the International Space Elevator community that, 2012, I'm like, oh, I saw optical cloaking and there's glowing dots over the nuclear labs, and they're like, yeah, whatever, Aiden, like, that's nice, sit down, we're here. This time they're like, oh, okay, like, what are you working? Oh, that's neat. And you guys, like, our table here has got the most tech on it. And it's the winds of change are blowing, and people are coming up and going, oh, it helps that, with my iPhone, I have footage of the little glowing dots in the skies over the nuclear weapons lab. But it's much more people are like, oh, what do you know? Okay. And I've gotten a couple interesting UFO stories. And so the whole tone on the conversation has definitely shifted. It definitely shifted. That's,
Well, yeah, we got to keep it that way, but also still aim to be as inclusive as we can be. Just because, I mean, in the modern era, that's the whole reason why people don't trust the science anymore. With like Fauci telling people, "Oh, masks don't work." Come on, trust people to be like. You just tell people like, "Okay, we have a shortage."
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that, and I think that we've all tried really hard to be inclusive. I think some of the challenges have been, you always have folks who are, they don't want to participate. You know what I mean? There's a difference between participating and, we've had some attendees who just didn't understand scientific fundamentals and weren't able to participate. And then we've had a couple others who want to redirect things under their own conspiracy theories, and we've all had our share of conspiracy theories.
Happen, that's going to happen because there's a lot of forces that are trying to co-opt and subvert what we're trying to do here right now and lead us in the wrong direction. Because
well, just stay focused on making. We got to build stuff. Make. Get your hands.
That's why the science is leading the way. I think that doing the scientific method is important, and it's important to include the best possible people that are going to have the most to contribute in terms of actionable intelligence, because that's what we're after at the end of the day. We're not after the data. We're not after the info.
Yeah, there's a lot of political astroturfing these days, and you got to be careful about that. But also, there's a lot of real people who just don't know what they don't know, and feelings get hurt, and that's the unfortunate thing. You got to just do the best you can.
Yeah. There's no perfect answer, but I think that we've done pretty well overall, and
we give everyone a chance. You give everyone a chance, and if they prove that they have nothing, valuable to contribute to the conversation, then and if it's proven that over time they're just, undermining the conversation, if anything, not adding anything of value but taking away, then yeah, it's important to remove those people from the group, and I respect that decision. I think other people do too. We got some super chats coming in. People support this. We got a $9.99 from NeuroStream, and XS Fear gave us $10 on the super chats just now. So people support this, and then there's been a lot of that. They're saying that this is a great APEC is getting epic, and it's getting it needs to. We need to keep this as real as possible and eliminate the side conversation. Just cut to the real reality here. What do we need to do? How do we build it? How do we test it?
Oh yeah,
what do they find?
So did you say Jeremiah was working with spherical capacitors? Can you talk more about that?
I'm not Jeremiah. I can only say,
Jeremiah was on the stream last night talking a little bit about that on my channel, but he didn't really come out with it till later. And Daniel Foster is the guy that really knows about it. And he's in the chat now. Actually, Daniel Foster
he claims that he got an assassination attempt yesterday. Some guy tried to hit him with a truck and stuff over this, which is kind of crazy, you know. Well, what Jeremiah was getting at was it was in the WhatsApp group, there was this huge debate about what is a scalar, right? And I'm like, well, mathematically, like it's a dimensionless vector, or and it's also like if you're using matrices, it's a 1 by X matrix, however many columns you have.
1 by 1, not 1 by X. 1 by
well,
1.
I mean, yeah, but if you're, you know, it multiplies another matrix, but it's a one by one. You're right. But then Jeremiah, and both Mark were like, no, a scalar is a sphere. Like and what Jeremiah said in private chat with me and Mark was that, you know, if you can create a spherical capacitor, you charge the capacitor to, I don't know, 10 volts, and then on the outside of it, you're going to read a scaled amount. It's you know, amplification is another, maybe it's not the correct word, but it amplifies the voltage with it that it's holding within a spherical capacitor.
It sounds like they were talking about, oh no, that wouldn't.
I mean, I only understand scalar.
Are they talking about like where you have spherically symmetric capacitor plates, like 2 of them, or a single?
Yes, yeah. So it'd be like a nested shell, right? You'd have.
Okay, it sounds like they're talking about the topological Tesla coil device. That's different. That that produces like scalar waves by some people's definition, but that's not the mathematical definition of scalar. What that's doing is it's producing an electrodynamic near field, and I use electrodynamic because you're not getting electromagnetic fields. All the electromagnetic fields cancel when you charge and discharge the thing, and the amplification is also an AC effect. In the DC regime, you're not going to see an electric field outside that capacitor because all the electric field is contained within. But the interesting thing about the electrodynamic field, it's essentially like the surface plasmon, and what you're doing with the topological Tesla coil is you've got your inductor between these 2 capacitor plates, and you've got a driving coil.
Our brain or left source.
But anyway, what was I saying? So yeah, you have the tree. Essentially, what you've made is a macroscopic analog of a quantum dot. So
neck deep in tech.
So what you've made is something you've made a plasmonic quantum dot, or a plasmonically resonating quantum dot, and the capacitors and the inductor define that property for that quantum dot. But it's not really a quantum dot because at optical frequencies, photons have slightly different properties than at radio frequencies. So if you wanted it to behave exactly like a quantum dot, you also need some of the materials you've built the structure out of to have an NMR resonance point at the point that the whole thing is operating at. And then on top of that, you probably want to drive it parametrically, and then you get into basically the Alcubierre-Froning drive potentially.
That's basically how to build a quantum computer, but doing
we're just talking about a single quantum dot, single quantum bit.
Dots. So these are not qubits; these are like quantum dots. What's the difference?
Quantum dot is a nanoparticle which basically
the surface, right? I've heard of like laser etching metal surfaces with a bunch of like dots, and they can make these quantum dots on the surface, and they create weird optical effects on the surface, right?
So you basically the quantum dots have some excitable state on the surface. So you get an exciton on the surface of this material, and that exciton.
Aiden, if you could mute while you're talking. Yes, sir.
Jeremy, do you think I could make you the host? Would that work?
Yeah, sure. I can. I'll take.
Okay.
Over.
Let me make you the host. I have to make dinner. It's getting to be dinner time for the crew here. So.
Thanks,
Chinese food.
Recording stopped.
Wish you could see me too. This is just the camera's not working.
Oh, that's weird. What I made you? Okay, that's freaky. It stopped recording. I'm not sure why. Okay.
Well, I mean, we got pretty much all the important stuff, I guess.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Okay,
I'm still live on YouTube, so we're still recording on my channel. So we're still live on YouTube.
That
you know.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess yeah. So for my end, it's good then. So I'll just I'll probably shut down now for the evening. I'm sorry about that, guys. I didn't press the stop recording button. Zoom's never done that before. This is I switched to an M1 Mac, and so it's a different build of Zoom.
Recording in progress.
I got into
recording now.
Your phoning drive.
So I gotta record. I gotta set recording. So I just did.
Can you upload that when you're done?
Yeah, I'll upload this separate, or I'll send it to you and send it to you.
Yeah, and then what I'll do is I'll merge it in with the archival stuff.
Sweet. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
We'll do a recap. I'm now the host. Thank you, Tim Ventura, for all your hard work, and I hope you enjoy your dinner.
Have a good night.
Have a good
Thanks,
night.
guys.
We were talking about surface plasmons and what were we talking about? We were talking about quantum dots.
Photons and quantum dots and these parametric oscillators.
So quantum dots are basically you have some excitation that's possible in a solid state material. So some electron can pop off and leave a hole, and the electron will stick to the outer surface of the material, and the hole will stick somewhere inside the material. So that excitation is analogous to the topological Tesla coil, except the topological Tesla coil is macroscopic and a couple other caveats. But anyway, you can think of it like a polariton in a 2D layer, but now you're taking it down to 0 dimensions. You just have a single dot, and you can still have an exciton that's stable on that dot. So what you get is when you have a piece of semiconductor or metal or whatever that's that small, you have these plasmonic resonances, and they're plasmonic in the same sense that they're like a Zenek surface wave at macroscopic scales. They're analogous. But yeah, I mean, that's all a quantum dot is. It's just you're interacting with surface plasmons differently than you would if you had a macroscopic piece of the same material. And it's because you're confining all 3 of the dimensions to that single quantum dot that allows the physical properties to be modified. But anyway, when you're working on the macroscopic scale, if you want to make an analog of that, you basically make a topological Tesla coil where one capacitor plate encloses the other capacitor plate. So you have a spherical plate on one, and then you have a hollow sphere on the other, and then your Tesla coil is spherically symmetric about that, and you just stick the secondary coil in between those plates, and you drive with a small primary that you put inside there. You could even have the primary be battery powered if you want to isolate it. But yeah, so you build that system, and what you get on the outside of that is you get an exponentially decaying field on the outside of that structure, which travels faster than light because you're stealing its properties from the electrostatic field, sort of. The mathematical argument for that could be a little more rigorous, but yeah, I mean, people have measured it on multiple different occasions. It's sort of, you have this exponential decay, so you're not going to communicate very far, but it does appear to exceed the speed of light. And it's also AC.
Can we get Jeremiah on here to show off his device? Because I want.
Oh, that would be so cool.
I want him to come on and show off that hemisphere coil, please.
But yeah, so you need a couple other things though. So you have this resonator, and then on top of that, you need, in order to behave exactly analogous to a quantum dot, you need the material to have an NMR spectrum. You need to have NMR. You need to have nuclear magnetic resonance with one of the components of your Tesla coil, and then once you have that, then you can have NMR excitations along with the plasmonic excitations, or Zenek excitations in this case, at radio frequencies. But then it would behave, for all intents and purposes, exactly analogous to a quantum dot. And then on top of that, you want to drive that parametrically so you can apply squeezed states to that plasmonic surface. And then you've enclosed your ship in a field which travels faster than light, so you've defeated the horizon problem. So you can produce an Alcubierre-Froning drive, which you can use to exceed the speed of light and still project a field in front of you. Anyway, I'll get to that at some point, I'm sure. Right now I'm working on other projects which are potentially even more critical.
And Michael, where did you go to school? I don't know you very well, but I'm always impressed. You definitely sound like you came off of the Hill in Los Alamos, is also known as the Hill. But just briefly for my humility, please. What's the what with you?
I just went to WPI. It's just a standard engineering college, but that's not really where I learned. Well, so I mean, first off, I read every single night since sometime in high school. I think I've read 3 scientific papers a night before bed every day, every single day, just continuously. So I have an encyclopedic knowledge of some very strange things. So that, I mean, oftentimes I'll just spend a whole day reading papers. And on top of that, like I did get some internships at Harvard and a bunch of interesting startup companies that went from 0 to $50 million in $50 million valuation. Well, actually, no, $50 million operating budget in 4 years. No, three years. But yeah, I mean, I've been extremely lucky in a lot of ways. Extremely lucky, and I'll make the most of it.
We're extremely lucky to have you here with us, man. You provide some really amazing insights a lot of times, and some words and things that I've never heard of that send me, deep down scientific rabbit holes that are exact kind of places that I like to go and learn. So,
and you found Battelle, that was neat. I didn't know about Battelle originally. You just found that based on stuff I had, other scientific papers I'd sent you, and then you uncovered that eventually. Which reminds me, you have got to come down here at some point to go to the Chamber of Commerce meeting, so you see how things actually operate in the government, or should I say the corporation. Like, people will just call their organizations quasis because they assume everyone understands that they're quasi-governmental organizations. That's like how it's done. It's standard practice now at this point. It's
quasi-governmental organizations.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, like
Bush, what
basically, like Bush was briefed on this. It was, I think it might have been something Cheney did originally, but basically they're organizations that have all the properties of a corporation when it suits them to have those properties, and then all the properties of government when it suits them to have those properties.
Yeah, Dr. Greer was just talking about this not last week ago. And
yeah, and look how the first known use was in 1948, right after that famous year.
Exactly. Atomic bomb project, etc. And the Roswell crash, probably.
45, 44,
and
45.
This is how you keep stuff from FOIA requests.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that should be, that's the big thing at these hearings that didn't get mentioned that really needed to get dug into deeper.
Yeah, I told Jeremy about quasi-governmental organizations almost a year ago now.
Yep. No, it's definitely helped solidify my understanding of the SAPs, special access programs, and how these structures are organized outside of the tentacles of government.
And no one calls them that anymore, SAPs. I mean, literally, there's guys in the military I know who, if you just go with them, you have an idea like this, they'll throw infinite money at you. But then it has to be ITAR restricted. It has to be like all that. And if you blab about it, you're in jail for 10 years.
Right. I wonder what the legal restrictions are on that CRADA agreement that TTSA signed with the material that they.
I'm not familiar with CRADAs, unfortunately. I'm sure someone else that this supposedly that's actually more common than some of the stuff I've seen. It's more standard practice. Yeah, CRADAs. Yeah, it's these are, I guess these are typically just with any like NSF. No, well, usually DOE. With a lot of these grants, you have something like this.
Yeah, where you get money, but it's like, all right, well, we're going to give you the money to do the funding and everything, but your research belongs to us, and
pretty much. Actually, you can. There's a form. I forget the name of the form, but you can fill out a form to own the IP. And then, I mean, obviously, if it's for national security, they're going to say no. But for a lot of projects, like they'll fund your startup in order to have that like capability on the market. But then they'll let you own the IP that the U.S. taxpayer dollars paid for. Like, there's a lot of the time they'll just let you own that IP, like even to the point like they don't even want it in the government because like sometimes because then it's accessible by FOIA, you know?
Right. Absolutely. They don't want that. This is like interesting. It's very interesting. Helps you understand a lot more of what's going on and how.
Yeah, come down to the Chamber of Commerce meeting. Even just the building is nuts. It's a friggin' maze.
See if I can get a hidden camera and. I
extremely don't I recommend against it. Like,
yeah, I don't want to ruin. I don't want to get screwed either. So it's better off now. No, I'm good. I just want to like get some inside perspective and learn. But yeah, it'd be great to talk to them. You think anyone there would be interested in some of these ideas for engineering some of these things, or
they'll call you crazy and then they'll do it themselves behind the scenes?
Yep. Well, that's the strategy everywhere.
Probably.
Well, anything else for us? I wanted to talk about.
I could show you my lab today, but I need to figure out my camera.
No worries, man. Another time. Is this the lab that you showed me that I went to, or is this a different one?
Nope, I don't know what that one is.
That I came by to the lab space there.
Oh, yeah. That's my lab. I mean, frankly, I could probably clean it up a little bit. So many things in parallel going on right now.
Cool.
After breaking up with her, I dated a girl for a little bit.
So, any other papers that we want to look into? I know that Jack Sarfati had posted that interesting paper on the, linking to gravitational wave detectors and squeeze light and this parametric oscillator for phonons. Ways to, basically resonant states inside these materials that can create condensed, entangled pairs really easily.
I mean, the other thing that these structures are good for is bipolar ionic couple. Actually, yeah, this is important. We've talked about polaritons before, but more recently, when I was researching the ammonia mercury solutions, I came across a number of papers about bipolar ionic coupling in mercury ammonia mixtures, leading to high temperature superconductivity.
Yes, this could be related to that TR3B stuff, and I'm glad you brought that up because that was mentioned before, and it was kind of like we went over that, and I thought that was interesting that Ed Fouché talked about that mercury plasma, which was pressurized. So under high pressures, if this mercury ammonia mixture could potentially produce high temperature superconductivity, then that might have been what they were a plausible explanation for what they were doing.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense because you have a eutectic material, so you're going to have two liquid phases that are stable that'll form layered structures, and the layered structures are what you need for the bipolar ionic coupling. Usually you don't see liquid superconductors because you need that layered structure. But if you have a liquid phase that's actually two liquids, and one of them is super light, it's mostly ammonia, and the other is super heavy, mostly mercury, then that's the ideal material for bipolar ionic coupling. So that would be exciting. And also we know that mixing a mercury and ammonia reduces the melting point further. So I mean you could have it at cryogenic temperatures and still be a liquid, like he was saying. And I mean, you can mix all sort of things in there. So it's a huge search space. I mean, you can mix gallium, indium, tin, bismuth, lithium, sodium, potassium, all of those low melting metals. And then you can mix ammonia. You can use other things similar to ammonia. And you have at that point you have a big search space of possible materials. But what's interesting is you can get certain concentrations of ammonia in mercury that appear to have semiconducting properties, which gets close to red mercury, maybe, if that's a real thing. Because if you have a semiconductor with a narrow band gap, now you have something that could look optically red.
1981 paper on bipolar ionic superconductivity, and it references in the abstract is a 1957 paper by Schrathforth, Butler, and Bajat.
There you go. Look those up. See if you can get copies. I would imagine that's what's in the TR3B. If it's real, the timing seems about right.
Yeah, this is super interesting.
Yeah, and then the other interesting thing about polarons versus polaritons. Polaritons have an electron and a hole, so they're a boson. But polarons, they're not a excitation. They're not a electron hole pair. They're just a phonon electron pair. So that means that as a quasi-particle, they're a fermion, not a boson. So you have to pair them up, which is how you get the bipolarons. And once you have the bipolarons, then you can have Cooper pairing at extremely high temperatures. That's the idea, at least.
They just get this shit.
Interesting. Yeah, because you need that Cooper pairing for the BCS theory to create the.
Well, it's something analogous in this case. Obviously, the quasi-particle is different from just having an electron, but that quasi-particle as a whole, as an excitation, that will give you a result analogous to BCS theory, not necessarily identical. Anyway, I should probably head out for the night. Good talking.
Yeah, this was a great way to culminate the talk. I'm gonna have to do a ton more research into this because this could potentially crack the TR3B case.
I think so, and we should be able to produce a homopolar motor, which gives the pressure required. It would be a somewhat expensive project, but
right.
Just because the mercury ammonia solutions are extremely dense.
I know people that want to fund this mercury
rotation rate. What's that?
I know that there's a lot of people that are hip to this mercury experiment and want to fund this and do it right. But I've been waiting for like more key physics to be able to what am I actually looking for?
Well, this is what you're looking for.
Now this is something that I can sink my teeth into and engineer something around and think of.
Let me know if you get those really early papers from that 1980 and before. I'd love to read those as well. I haven't been able to find.
57 is this one. Shafroff, Butler, and Blot or Bajat. I don't know.
They never give the. I mean, you never see these names on the documentaries. That's for sure.
No. These.
All right. You have a good night.
Absolutely. This is great, man. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, anyone else have anything to add? Daniel Foster, is it all right if I give Dan Foster a call and wanted to get him on to talk about his experiences and stuff. Is Bernie there? I don't know. He said he was texted me. Yeah, should we call Daniel Foster? I wanted to get him on and could talk about last night and what's going on with this.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I'm gonna give him a call right now. See if we can get through to him.
Yeah.
Dan, pick up your phone, man. We're calling you. It's Daniel Foster.
Man.
Welcome to your wireless carrier's voicemail system.
We'll try him. I guess we'll try him again later. But yeah, we wanted to. Any update at the conference? Mark's over there at the conference, but it looks like they're just empty chairs. Nobody's. Yeah, we're all just a bunch of boring nerds, man. We're gonna go to bed for the night. Thank you guys for watching. If you guys want to join the after party, I'm gonna stop the recording right now on.
Recording stopped.
And if you guys want to join the APEC stream for the after party, there's the StreamYard link. We'll just be hanging out backstage. I'm going to end this now, live, and we can just hang out. All right, guys.
Yeah. If I could get it. You got posted in the chat. Okay. Oh, that's crazy though. What happened? Yeah.